اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله. Bismillah. وقد أكثرت من هذه المثل المنصوص على أنها جائزة، ومنها ما التزم دبر كل صلاة كالغناء الذي ذكره الشاطبي، ومنها ما التزم 40 مرة في كل يوم لرؤيا ريئت في النوم كما ذكره الشاطبي أيضا، ومنها ما فعل عمر عند الخروج من الخلاء على غير وضوء، ومنها ما هو من الراحات أو العادات، تنبيها على أن من وقف عندها وعند ما يشبهها قصار ما أقول إنه ظالم لنفسي، إن لم أقل إنه مقتصد، ولا أقول إنه مبتدع أو ضال، بل إن فعل شيئا من هذا قبل تسليمه التحليل من الفرض صحت صلاته عند أبي حنيفة، وإن فعلها بعد السلام وقبل تسليمة الرد صحت صلاته وفعل بدعة مذمومة. إذ حقيقة البدعة المذمومة حسب ما يأتي هي التي تميت السنة أو تكاد تفضي إلى إماتتها، وإن فعلها بعد تسليمة الرد صحت صلاته بإجماع وفعل جائزا. So he says that he mentioned a lot of these examples, like the example of the Imam who sang after the prayer, and that Imam Shatibi mentioned, or the Imam al-Kattani who saw in a dream that the Prophet ﷺ said, if you say 40 times every day, Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, La ilaha illa anta, Subhanaka, La ilaha illa anta. If you say that 40 times, Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, La ilaha illa anta, if you say that, he said your heart won't die. So he said that people, and this is a problem because there are dhikrs that people have received in dreams. And so people will say, that's not mansoos, that there's no sharia, that there's nothing from the Prophet ﷺ that said that. And this is a khilaf issue. Some of the ulama said, that they say the ibadat are tawqifiyya, and so you can't do any, and the ibadat are tawqifiyya. But dhikr is, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, اذكروا الله ذكرا كثيرا. Dhikr is mutlaq. So as long as the sigha is in our tradition, it's not a bid'ah, like things saying Subhanaka or Ya Hayyu Ya Qayyum, La ilaha illa anta, those type things, we have them in our religion. Adding a number to them, some of the ulama said that that's not acceptable. What he's saying is that other scholars said that it was permissible to do that from like a dream if he had it. It's important, though, that people understand that those things are not. There's the nadab, the recommended act is the dhikr. And if something was revealed to somebody through a dream or something like that, it's probably personally for him to do that. Some of the shuyukh have awrad and things like that they put together, as long as they're all from the tradition. And we know that some of the Sahaba had their own du'as. And the Prophet ﷺ أَقَرَّهُمْ عَلَى ذَلِكَ. Like the man who the Prophet ﷺ was praying, and he heard him say, when he said, رَبَّنَا وَلَكَ الْحَمْدُ حَمْدًا كَثِيرًا طَيِّبًا مُبَارَكًا فِيهِ. That was from one of the Sahaba. And the Prophet ﷺ looked at him, and he said, where did you get that from? And he said, it was just something I wanted to say. And the Prophet said that he heard the angels responding to that. So some of the ulama, in Maliki madhab, they don't say that. But in some of the madhabs, they do say that from that sahabi. Now, obviously, the Prophet أَقَرَّهُ عَلَى ذَلِكَ, and so it's from sunnah to taqrir. Because there's a sunnah of taqrir where the Prophet says something is acceptable, then it's a sunnah to do it even though he might not have initiated it. And there are many examples of that. But you can make dua in the prayer. Like when you're in sajda, you can say your du'as. The best ones to say are the ones the Prophet ﷺ said. But you can say, Allahumma wafiqni lima tuhibbu. You know, there's different things. So this is the point that he's making. As long as it's from the acceptable dhikrs, then there are ways that these have been transmitted, and people should not get troubled by those things. And then there are things that are he said about certain things, like Umar radiallahu anhu, الخروج عن الخلاء من غير وضوء ومنها ما هو من الراحات والعادات. That there are things that people do that are just customary, they're norms or practices that they do. And what he says is that the furthest that we could say about many of these things is that he's ظالم لنفسه, he could be doing something better. But he said, I would prefer to say he's muqtasid, because he's doing something permitted. But we certainly shouldn't say that he's mubtadi' or dal. Right? We shouldn't go to that extreme. And he makes mention about certain things that people would do before they got out of their prayer, that they added or something like that. And again, he says that some of these things are bid'ah madhmuma, because the reality of a bid'ah is, and this is important, the reality of a bid'ah madhmuma is what causes the sunnah to die. So if you're leaving something of the sunnah and doing something that's not of the sunnah, and that by doing that thing, you're actually causing the sunnah to die, that's a bid'ah madhmuma. Because in that situation, there is a sunnah, and you're replacing it with a bid'ah. And so that's an important distinction. And then he said, إِن تَرَكَ ذَلِكَ لِمَا هُوَ أَرْفَعُ. But if they leave those things to what's more beneficial, or خَيْرٌ مِمَّا تَرَكَ, فهو سابق بالخيرات وإن تركها لأخس منها خوف أفة من خارج يعمل بذلك يدا على الله أن تعتقد العامة ما أنا في الحي حتى أنسب. So he says that if you do something that you could have done something, you're doing something better, then that's the sabiqun bil khayrat. So you've left something that is less worthy and you're doing something more worthy. And then he says فهو كقول العامة حائر بروحه مضل لغيره. The one who's confused in his own soul, he's going to lead others astray. مستهزئ بنظرائه مدخلون على الناس شغبا في دينهم وحيرة في قلوبهم وسوء ظن في مقلديهم كما يأتي للشيخ ابن السراج لا سيما إن كان هو المتروك من قبيل المشروع الذي لا يكون أبدا أحط من المباح ومن نظره لزمه ولو أوصى بجزاء عليه لوجب تنفيذ الوصية. So again, he's talking about, you know, things that people do that they practice in and of themselves from things that are acceptable. لا يكون أبدا أحط من المباح. You can't put them lower than mubah. So they might not be the best things to do, but you shouldn't in any way attack them for doing them. And he says that سيأتي أيضا للأئمة الذين لا ينعقد للمسلمين إجماع بدونهم من شافعية ومالكية أن ما اختلف في مشروعيته فقال بعض الأئمة إنه مكروه وقال بعضهم إنه مستحب إن فعل ذلك أفضل. وقال عز ابن عبد السلام وذلك كرفع اليدين. وقال إنما قلنا هذا لأن الشرع يحتاط لفعل المندوبات كما يحتاط لفعل الواجبات. So he's saying that if there's a difference of its permissibility or not, then some of the imams, for instance, said it was makruh, not encouraged, and others said it was mustahab, it was encouraged. He said, "Inna fi'la dhalika afdal." To do it is actually better in that type of situation, because it's an area of difference of opinion. I'll give you an example. Reading Quran for dead people. That's a khilaf issue. The majority of ulama say it's permissible. Some say that it's not. In that situation, what Ibn Rushd said, this is an ikhtilaf in the rahmah of Allah. The difference here is about the rahmah of Allah. Can you help the dead with your recitation and give it to them or not? He's saying it's better to err on the side of rahmah. That yes, that will benefit that person. So here's an example where the imams differed, but they said, this is a difference about Allah's mercy. And we should encourage people to help the dead. Because one of the things of our ummah, and Martin Links has a beautiful poem about religions and remembering the dead. Because this is something that we do, we remember the dead. And this is why Muslims always say, when they mention dead people, Rahimahu Allah. Because those things help those people. And so we don't forget that we're going to hope that people will, يَتَرَحْمُوا عَلَيْنَا, after we die, they'll actually say those things. Because these are dua for these people. The Prophet ﷺ said, if somebody dies and you get enough people to do shafa'ah for him, 40 people with good hearts, and they pray over him, he'll be forgiven. And this is why for janazah, it's encouraged to have a lot of people to come and pray janazah, because it's going to help these people. So we should think about the dead and remember the dead. And when we do, we say rahimahullah, especially our parents or our, and others. The righteous. Like people, if you mention the Prophet ﷺ's name, you should say Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He said, it's enough to call a man a miser who hears my name and doesn't give me the benedictions. Because, and it's not him boasting, it's not like, look at all I've done for you, but look at all he's done for us. Right? He's not saying that to us. He's saying that person who can mention my name without saying, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, this man has not contemplated what I did for him. And the same is true for the great ulama. Radiyallahu anhu, qaddasallahu sirruhu, rahimuhu Allah. We say these things as an act of gratitude. Man lam yashkur nas lam yashkurillah. If you haven't shown gratitude towards people, you certainly haven't shown gratitude towards Allah, because those people are the asbab by which Allah has given you good. And so it's really important to keep that in mind. And so he said, like raising the hands, for instance, in the dua, the mawlid is an example of that. Ikhtilaf issue, the majority said it was permissible, a minority said that it was a bid'ah. That's fine. If people don't want to do it, they don't do it. There's certainly those people, and to be fair, those people are not doing it because they want to follow the Prophet ﷺ. So what's the impulse behind them not doing the mawlid is not because they don't love the Prophet or don't want to celebrate the Prophet. It's because they want to follow the Prophet, and they said, he didn't tell us to do this. And the mas'alatu tark is a khilaf issue. If he didn't do something, some of the ulama said you shouldn't do it. But other ulama said, no, it just meant that he left it up to you. So these are masail that are related to what's called tark. They're issues related to tark. And Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayy wrote an extraordinary book called Al-Mashahid min al-Maqasid about this very issue. That many things have... You can't add 5 rak'at muharrama. But if you want to pray 20 rak'ats before dhuhr, it's nafilah. The Prophet's practice was 4. Before and 4 after. But there's nothing that says you can't pray 20 if you want to pray 20 and you have the time. So there's things that you can do as long as you understand the Prophet prayed 4. There's things that you can do that are left for us. You could pray 100 rakats at night. But the sunnah is 8 rakats or 10 rakats. But you could pray 100 if you want. You can add more. Those things are left to you. That's tark. The same with the Quran. The Prophet ﷺ recited the Quran. He said, don't recite it in more than 3 days. Right? So, but some of the great scholars recited the Quran in one night. And that's warid, even on some of the Sahaba. But the Prophet ﷺ said, don't do it because you won't understand it that way. And part of the purpose of the Quran is tadabbur. The best is to do it every month, once a month. That's the tradition. That's why there's 30 hizb, one hizb a day. That was the tradition of many Muslims around the Muslim world, was to do a hizb. And then they did 60 juz. So you do a juz in the morning, a juz in the evening, a juz at Fajr, a juz at Asr. They used to do it after Asr because they often did it in the masjid in group recitation like they do in Morocco. That's also masaratu tark. The Prophet ﷺ did not do it in group recitation, but there's no dalil that it's prohibited to do it in group recitation. What Ibn Mas'ud said in that tradition is something different. Because the hadith in Sahih Muslim says, مَجْتَمَعَ قَوْمًا فِي بَيْتٍ مِّن بِيُوتِ اللَّهِ يَتْلُونَ كِتَابَ اللَّهِ. That if a group gets together in a house from the houses of Allah and recites the Quran together, then the Prophet ﷺ said that the sakina will come down on them. Right? نَزَلَتْ عَلَيْهِمُ السَّكِينَةُ وَغَشِيَتْهُمُ الرَّحْمَةُ وَحَفَّتْهُمُ الْمَلَائِكَةُ وَذَكَرَهُمُ اللَّهُ فِي مَنْ عِنْدَهُ. So that's the blessing of doing that. And so traditionally they would gather and recite. And Imam al-Nawawi, one of the great muttabi'in, I mean he's one of the great followers of the Sunnah, Imam Nawawi said in his book on the Quran that gathering together to recite the Quran in a group is fadila. وَفَاضِلٌ مَنْ دَعَى إِلَيْهَا. It's a virtuous act, and he is virtuous who calls people to do that. You know, these things, traditionally people did these things because much of it, when we gather together, if there's no dhikr, there's no real barakah in the gathering. There should be some dhikr in the gathering when you get together to talk about God, to remind each other. Many people, when they get together, it's ghiba, it's namima, it's zur, it's kidhib, it's all these horrible, bad qualities of the tongue. And so this is what he's saying. And then he says, Imam al-Qarafi said, وَلِيَنَا الْقَائِلُ بِالشَّرْعِيَّةِ مُثْبِتٌ لِأَمْرٍ وَلَمْ يَطَّلِعْ عَلَيْهَا النَّافِي وَالْمُثْبِتْ مُقَدَّمْ قَالَ كَتَعَارَضَ الْبَيِّنَاتِ. So, this is from Imam al-Qarafi, who wrote a very important book called Furuq. And he said, the one who's saying that this is from the Sharia is called a muthbit. He's asserting that an act is from the Sharia. And the one, لِأَمْرٍ لَمْ يَطَّلِعْ عَلَيْهَا النَّافِي. And he's saying it often because of something that the one negating it is unaware of. So for instance, if somebody says, you can't sit in a circle and do dhikr together, because he knows the hadith, the athar on Ibn Mas'ud, from Ibn Mas'ud. But the other one looked at the hadith, مَجْتَمَعَ قَوْمٌ فِي بَيْتٍ مِّن بِيُوتِ اللَّهِ. And so he says, this is a dalil that you can do it. It's a proof that you can do it. So what he says is the muthbit is muqaddam ala nafi, generally. The one asserting something is taken before the one negating. Unless obviously the dalil is very strong. But generally when the adillah when there's ta'arad, then you look at the muthbit before the nafi. So he's muqaddam. قال الشيخ ابن لب إذا كان عمل الناس على قول لبعض العلماء فلا ينبغي إنكاره. So that one of these great, Ibn Lubbin was one of the great shuyukh of Granata. In the Dibaj al-Mudahib, he said, كان شيخا فاضلا عالما متفننا انفرد برياسة العلم وإليه كان المفزع في الفتوى وكان إماما في أصول الدين وأصول الفقه وتخرج به جماعة من الفضلاء وله تآليف مفيدة. So this is what in Ibn Farhun's Tabaqat, the biographical literature of the Malikis, he said about Ibn Lubbin that he was well-versed, a great scholar, well-versed. He was unique in his leadership of knowledge at his time, and he was the one that people referred to for the fatwa at his time. He was an imam in usul al-din, aqidah, usul al-fiqh, and also juristic reasoning. And many great scholars, virtuous, came from him. He also has many good writings. So Ibn Lubbin said, إذا كان عمل الناس على قول لبعض العلماء فلا ينبغي إنكاره. If people would just follow this one qaida, we would eliminate so much of the problems that are in our community. He said, if people are doing an act based upon a valid scholar's opinion, then it should not be rejected. It shouldn't be rejected. So if you have ulama that say you can do this thing, and other ulama that say you can't do it, leave people alone. They have their dalil, and leave them alone. لا سيما إن كان الخلاف في كراهية, especially if the difference of opinion is in whether or not it's makruh or not. والأفضل القيام بالمشروع والمسارعة إلى فعله, and the best is to see that it's a good thing and you should hasten to do good things. ولا يعارض ذلك بما عسى أن يعتقده جاهل بسبب جهله, and this does not contradict what sometimes an ignorant person, because of his ignorance, believes. ففي الوضوء والصلاة والصيام وسائر الوظائف المشروعة فضائل يقام بها ويثابر عليها ولم يقل أحد بتركها مخافة اعتقاد الوجوب بها. قال وقد أشكل على الناس كلام مالك في مخالفة هذا الأصل في صيام 6 من شوال، واختلفوا في توجيه قوله وكيف يستقيم لأحد أن يقيس على هذا غيره. So he said that, you know, there are things that we do in wudu. For instance, in wudu, you're supposed to put the ina on the right side, right? And I learned that, right? But then I was with Marabt al-Hajj, and he put it on the left side. So I was like, you know, aren't you supposed to put it on the right side? This is ignorance. Instead of saying, he put it on the right side. What's the wisdom in that? Well, I found out later that if it's a closed ina and you have to pour, then you put it on your left side. So if it's open, you put it on your right side. If it's closed, you put it on your left side. These are the adab of wudu. And that's what he's saying. You have certain things that are from the adab, also in prayer, in fasting, in doing other, you know, breaking your fast in Egypt. It's wajib to have amuruddin. By urf. You know, it's like you haven't broken your fast if you don't have this. Right? That's just the urf of the people. I'm exaggerating. Obviously, it's not wajib. But that's their urf. There's certain things that people do that become part of their culture. And people see it as it's just part of the culture. So there's certain things that you do. And then he says, these are things like, for instance, doing in anzalnahu fi laylat al-qadr after finishing wudu 3 times. That's a practice that some of the righteous do. And I found it in more than one book. Marabt al-Hajj did it. I haven't seen it like a hadith or a dalil for it. So I don't know where that came from, right? But that's something that the righteous have done. And that's what he's saying. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, he said, وَلَمْ يَقُلْ أَحَدٌ بِتَرْكِهَا, nobody said to stop it, مَخَافَةَ اعْتِقَادِ الْوُجُوبِ, out of fear that people will think it's an obligation. And then he said, now some people find it a little problematic what Malik said about going against this principle in fasting the 6 days of Shawwal. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu said about the 6 days of Shawwal, he considered it makruh to do it immediately after Ramadan. So you do Ramadan, you have the Eid, which is prohibited to fast on the Eid, and then you have these 6 days. The hadith says, "Man atba' Ramadan bi sittin min Shawwal, faka'annama sama dahr." Whoever follows Ramadan with 6 days from Shawwal, it's as if he's fasted all of the year. Obviously, because 30 days and then 6, 360. The year is 354 lunar, 365 solar. 360 is like fasting the whole year, right? So each being 10 times so it's as if he fasted the whole year. So Imam Shafi'i said the min here is the min of tab'id. It's a partitive min. And so it means you have to fast it in Shawwal. And the best is to follow it up immediately. So Imam Shafi'i said you should do it right there. In Yemen, it's almost part of Ramadan in some places in Yemen. For people who have been in Yemen, if you go to Yemen, it's like Ramadan continues for 6 days after the Eid. And they do it as a group, and they break the fast as a group. Imam Malik has something in his madhab in which sometimes he will leave something that's good out of fear that people will think it's an obligation. And so he said this is a problem, considering these things. And so this is an ishkal. Imam Malik said the 6 days of Shawwal, that min is called min al-ibtida, because you have different types of min. You have min al-bayan, وَنُنَزِّلُ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ مَا هُوَ شِفَاءٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ. Min al-Quran, all of the Quran. Min there, yubayyin jins, yubayyin al-jins. So it's min al-bayan. And then you have akaltu min al-khubzi. That's a partitive min, tab'id. I ate from the bread. I didn't eat the whole bread, I ate a portion of it. That's min al-tab'id. So min Shawwal means to fast 6 days from Shawwal. Then you have min al-ibtida. Ataytu min Makkata. I came from Mecca, beginning in Mecca. So Imam Malik said that min in the hadith is the min of ibtida. Ibtida and min Shawwal. As long as you fast beginning from Shawwal and complete those 6 days before the next Ramadan, you've fulfilled the sunnah of that hadith. That was Malik's position. Which one is right? They're both right. That's Musawwiba. And if you look at Imam Sha'rani's Misan, what he says is, some do the tashdeed and some do the tarkhis. And the imams, when they differ, there's murakhis and mu'azzam. So in this case, Imam Malik is the murakhis, he's giving you more leeway, and Imam Shafi'i is the mushaddid, he's narrowing the possibilities. And this is a rahmah for the ummah, ikhtilafu ummati rahmah. So he says that, and then he says, ثم قال فهذا جهالة عظيمة ما حمل من أنكره على إنكاره إلا أنه أبصر ما أمامه ولم يلتفت إلى ما خلف وراءه. He said this is a type of ignorance. So the one who rejects these things based on this, he said إلا أنه ما أبصر ما أمامه ولم يلتفت إلى ما خلف وراءه. He can see what's in front of him, but he can't see what's behind him. In other words, he doesn't حفظت شيئا وغابت عنك أشياء. You know something, but a lot of things are hidden from you. وقف على بعض مسائل في المذهب ولم يهتدي لواضح سبيله ولا شعر بوجهها ودليلها ولا علم اختلاف العلماء في أصلها ولم يعطيها من الفهم وتأمل حقها ورأى أن العمل بخلاف ما انتهى إليه فهمه فيها فظن أن لا علم إلا ما علم ولا فهم إلا دون ما فهم استحقر العامة وجهل الخاصة ورأى أنه وحده على الجادة وصار في قيامه على الناس بالنكير كما قيل إنباض بغير توتير وحاد ليس له بعير. It's an amazing statement. Really beautiful. He said, look at this ignoramus. He said, he thinks that he's got the only understanding, he's got the only dalil, that all this ikhtilaf is just from this ignorance. He didn't give it proper understanding. He didn't reflect on the haqq. He sees that anybody that goes against him, it's obviously because they have no understanding. He thinks that there's no knowledge except his knowledge. There's no understanding except his understanding. He considers the amma idiots. He considers the khassa ignoramuses. He thinks that the common people are stupid, and he thinks that the elect are ignorant. He thinks he's the only one on the road to God. So he's just criticizing everybody, condemning everybody. Like it said, he's strumming without any strings. And he's stirring the camel on without any camels. بعض كلام شيخ الشيوخ ابن لب. So that's plucking without strings, right? And stirring the camel on without camel. Like he's got nothing to be doing what he's doing. So this is from Ibn Lubbin. This is deep understanding. This is the only thing that would unite our ummah, is this type of understanding. And, you know, it's like I feel like he was in Andalusia watching the collapse of his ummah in Andalusia because they all started fighting and there were all these Muruk al-Tawaif and everything. And it's like he just put this book out to the rest of the ummah, you know, if you guys want to hold yourselves together, we couldn't do it here, but here's the way. You know, that's how I feel about this book. It's kind of like, practice this, or else it's going to happen to you what happened to us. And then he says, وهذا تكلم عليه أيضا السيد مفتي تونس البرزري في المنكر الدعاء أدبر ثروات ونحو ذلك قائلا لم تسير بسيرة السلف في أن الأمر بالمعروف يكون بمعروف، وقال سبحانه وتعالى فقولا له قولا لينا، وهذا إذا كان المأمور به واجبا بإجماع أو المنهي عنه محرما بإجماع، وأنت قد عمدت إلى مستحب جائز الترك أو مكروه جائز الفعل أو مباح وغيره خير منه وجل ذلك أو كله مختلف فيه. So he said these people, this is Imam al-Barzuli, one of the great Tunisian imams. He said these people are not following the Salaf in commanding to good, because you have to command to good with a good. Look at what Allah said to Moses and Harun when they go to Pharaoh. Speak gently to him. And that's Pharaoh. So what about this poor Muslim? Right? How are you going to command him to good? And he said, in this, we're talking about things that are wajib by ijma', they're obligations by consensus of the ummah, or they're prohibited by consensus. These guys are looking at things that are recommended that you don't have to do, or makruh that you can do, or mubah where you could do something better than it. And most of these things are مختلفي. We have difference of opinion about them. ثم ذكر عن هذا الذي هو يتحدث معه أنه كبر هذه الأشياء وصيرها مناكير وقال قصاراها الاستحباب والكراهة أو الإباحة على اختلاف فيها أو في بعضها تركت أو فعلت لموجب قابل للاستحباب والكراهة أو الإباحة وأخذ فيها بغير مذهب مالك المرجح وجرى عليه عمل الناس من غير نكير. So he says that these things were mentioned, that he's making a big deal out of these things and turning them into manakir. And the furthest you could say about it is istihbab, it's recommended, or it's makruh, or it's ibaha, based on the differences of opinion, leaving them or doing them, based on whether they're encouraged or not recommended or permissible. And then they take, other than the madhab of Malik, which was the madhab that they were encouraged to follow in that country, and they وَجَرَ عَلَيْهِ عَمَلُ النَّاسِ مِنْ غَيْرِ نَكِيرٍ, and it's what people practice without nobody telling them not to do it. سيأتي أن أمر الحسبة ليس بالهوينة. You're going to learn that this hisbah, this regulatory mechanism in our sharia of calling to good, enjoining good, and forbidding evil is not an easy thing. انظر النصوص الصريحة بالنهي في القرآن والسنة في مثل هذه الأمور، أعني مما هو وارد على ما في ملك الإنسان، أنه نهي أدب أو إرشاد أو نهي تحريم حسب ما أبينه في المقام السادس قصار أمره، إن لم يكون النهي عن فاضل لأفضل منه أنه مكروه، والمكروه من قبيل الجائز. So he said that look at these clear texts about prohibition in the Quran and the Sunnah in many affairs. And I'm talking about, for instance, what concerns a man's personal property. It's a nahyu adban wa irshad. For instance, there's a nahi of some of the ulama put of having a wasiyah for ahl al-dhimma, right? So people that aren't from your own religious community, you don't give them things in your will. That nahi is adab and irshad. You know, that there's people that you should be helping before because al-aqrabun awla bil ma'ruf, but it's not a prohibition. So if somebody did it, you can't make inkar of them and say you can't do that. And then he said, وَانظُرْ فِيمَا هُوَ أَعْظَمُ قول ابن شاس. Look at something even greater, what Ibn Shas said. لو رفع إلى قاض نكاح امرأة زوجت نفسها بغير ولي فقال لا أجيزه أن هذا ليس بحكم قال الإمام ابن عرفة مقتضى هذا أن لغيره بعده أن ينقضه، والظاهر أنه لا يجوز للثاني نقضه، لأن قول الأول لا أجيزه حكم منه لأنه مكروه، والكراهة أحد أقسام الشرع الخمسة يجب رعي كل حكم منها ولازمه، وحكم مكروه عدم نقضه بعد وقوعه. It's a really important point here. He said, look at something even bigger than these other things about marriage. If a qadi, if somebody comes to a judge and says, this woman married herself without a wali, and he says, la ujizuhu, I don't permit it. This is not a legal ruling from him. قال الإمام Ibn Arafah said, the meaning of this is that it's not permitted for somebody to rescind that marriage after him saying that. Why? Because what he's saying is, it's not permitted in my madhab, right? And what he's saying is it's makruh. والكراهة أحد أقسام الشرع الخمسة يجب رعي كل حكم منها ولازمي. So you have to follow every hukum and what follows from that legal ruling. And the hukum of makruh is عدم نقضه بعد وقوعه. You can't, if something's makruh, you can't rescind it after it's happened. So if you have a contract and there's something makruh in it, even though you did something that was better that you shouldn't have done, you don't rescind it. So a woman in the Hanafi madhab is permitted to marry herself without a wali. She's her own wali. تتولى أمرها. She's her own wali. And the hadith that there's no valid marriage without a wali does not apply based on that understanding. And so even though Malik said she has to have a wali, Abu Hanifa said she can be her own wali. And so in that case, if the marriage happened, you don't rescind it. قال Ibn al-Arabi, التوبة من المكروه مستحبة, that it's encouraged to make tawbah from a makruh. Remember, he's talking about maqam al-jid. He's talking about the highest maqam still. So these people make tawbah from the makruh. I mean, one of them said, you don't have ma'rifah of Allah until you make tawbah from your khawatir. Because these are people that they don't allow bad thoughts into their minds. They control their thoughts. انظر إذا كانت الكراهة بترك فاضل لأفضل وربما يحتسب لمحتسب فيترك المحتسب عليه ما فيه فضل ولا يترقى لأفضل. So look at, if it's makruh, if they should have left it for something better, the muhtasib, the regulator, the one calling to good and forbidding evil, he can leave that person in what he's doing and consider it better. Like Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah mentions in I'lam al-Muwaqqi'een that he was with Ibn Taymiyyah and they passed by some of the Mongols and they were drinking alcohol. And he said, shouldn't we condemn them? He said, listen, leave them doing this because they'll be out raping and pillaging. It's better they're doing this than doing that. This is it. Imam Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah saw this himself. And he said this is from his fiqh. Because قِلَّةُ الْإِثْمِ خَيْرٌ مِّن كَثْرَتِهِ. A little bit of evil is better than a lot of evil. So it's better they're doing that than they're doing something else that's worse. The same is about chess. People playing chess. In another one, they said, why don't you condemn them? He said, this preoccupies them from backbiting. Let them play their game. Because if you take that away from them, they'll just sit around talking about bad people. This is the hukum of the hisbah of zalim li nafsihi, not of the higher people. قال الشاطبي في موافقته قد رأيت ترك ترخصي في مواضع الترخص يوقع في مفسدة أو مفاسدة يعظم موقعها شرعا. Imam Shatibi said that I've seen leaving these licenses for people in many places where the license is acceptable leads to a greater mafsada, a greater harm. So what he's saying is that if you don't allow these licenses for people, it actually leads to worse problems. So, قال Ibn al-Arabi, the great Qadi, قِلَّةُ الْإِثْمِ بِنَسْبَةِ إِلَى كَثْرَتِهِ خَيْرٌ كَثِيرٌ. I didn't know that was coming. This gets back. This is the qaida. This is the rule. A little bit of evil in relation to a lot of evil is a great good. Right? قِلَّةُ الْإِثْمِ بِنَسْبَةِ إِلَى كَثْرَتِهِ خَيْرٌ كَثِيرٌ. وقال في الإحياء هكذا ينبغي أن تفهم حمد ما يحمد وذم ما يذم وإلا جهلت قول القائل الصادق حسنات الأبرار سيئات المقربين. You have to understand this of what's praiseworthy and why it's praiseworthy, and what's blameworthy and why it's blameworthy. And if you don't understand this, you will be misunderstand what this truthful statement is, that the good deeds of righteous people are the bad deeds of people in the highest station. حسنات الأبرار سيئات المقربين. وقال في موضع آخر مباحات العوام سيئات الأبرار. What is permissible for the common people are bad deeds of righteous people. Everything's relative, even sinfulness. I mean, this is something that our ummah, we need to understand with each other. And then he says, على قوة الخلاف تقوى مراعاته. Based on how strong the khilaf is the strength of guarding it and watching out, being vigilant about it. وسيأتي في المقام السادس أن ما اختلف في مشروعيته إن فعله أولى. So if there's difference about whether or not it's legislated or not, doing it is more appropriate. And he said, وَإِنَّ بِمَوْتِ النَّبِي أُمِنَ أَنْ يُلْحَقَ بِالْفَرَائِضِ مَا لَيْسَ مِنْهَا. Because with the death of the Prophet, we don't have to worry about things being considered fard. Like the Prophet wanted to command his ummah to do siwak before every prayer, but he was worried that it would become a fard, and so he didn't do it. Right? Because he took great care of his teeth. He flossed his teeth every day. He brushed them. He brushed his tongue. We know all these things. And his dental hygiene was impeccable. But he was worried that it would be too hard for his community. So he let it go. But it's a sunnah to do the siwak before every prayer if you're able to. In the Maliki, not in the masjid, because it's considered like brushing your teeth in the masjid. But you do it at where you do wudu. The Shafi'is, they brush their teeth in the masjid. So, but the Malikis, Imam Malik didn't do it. And that was the adab of the people of Medina. They didn't do it inside the masjid. They did it when they did their wudu. And وَكُلُّهُمْ عَلَى الْهُدَى إن شاء الله. وإن القرب إذا شهد شرع باعتبار جنسها فهي مندوبة. In devotional acts, as long as the Sharia recognizes the genus, then the species is manduba, it's recommended, right? As long as it recognizes the genus, then the species is. So dhikr is the genus. There are many ways to do dhikr. وسيأتي في المقام السادس أخيرا إن النوافل ما قدر الشرع أن في فعله ثوابا من غير أن أمر به أو رغب فيه أو فعله. So the nawafil are the things the Sharia has said that in doing them there's a thawab, whether or not it commands specifically to do that or encourages it, or the Prophet ﷺ did it himself. It's that what's important is those things like dhikr. There's a reward in remembering God. وسيأتي أن المساعدة فيما لا إثم فيه مندوبة لعل أن تعتاض بما تترك من الأفضل لأجل المساعدة. So مساعدة here is like, when you substitute something that you've missed, it's encouraged to do that, right? So لعل أن تعتاض بما تترك من الأفضل لأجل المساعدة ثواب المحسنين والله سبحانه وتعالى ما على المحسنين من سبيل. So like for instance, some of the ulama say that like in our madhab, you don't make up witr if you missed it, right? But some of the ulama say because other madhabs permit that the Malikis should do it anyway, just as a way of to do riyadha for the self, so that you don't get used to not doing something. These are examples of that, where you can compensate for what you've done. If you missed your wird, if you do a wird every day, like a wird of Quran or a wird of adhkar, like the Prophet ﷺ, he did certain things every day. If you miss that, then you can make it up later. That will help you on your path. وسيأتي أيضا في آخر المقام السادس أن النهي إذا كان على ما في ملكك أنه نهي أدب وإرشاد، وقد يكون النهي عن فاضل لأفضل، كما يقال يكره للقاعد في المسجد أن يترك القراءة والذكر، وللمجاور بمكة أن لا يحج كل عام، وللمتزوج أن يعزل. وعلى هذا حمل ابن رشد كراهة الوصية للذم. وقال عياض ما اختلف العلماء في تحليله وتحريمه فلا يقال فيه حرام. وقال في أول الإكمال وإنما يغير منه ما اجتمع على إحداثه وإنكاره. ورشح محي الدين النووي كلام عياض قائلا أما المختلف فيه فلا إنكار فيه، وليس للمفتي ولا للقاضي أن يعترض على من خالفه إذا لم يخالف نص القرآن والسنة والإجماع. This is another, he's keeps emphasizing this thing because this is such a problem in our community. He says that you will see in the Maqam al-Sadis that there's things that are prohibited about your own personal property and what you have right to, out of adab and irshad. I have an old dictionary from the late 19th century, and it translated into English the Arabic word adab as ethics, which I thought was so interesting because in the Muslim world, that's really what adab is. It's akhlaq. It's another word for akhlaq. So we tend to think of it as courtesy, but it's really deeper than courtesy. It's a central theme of our ummah. There's a beautiful dictionary set in the West, which are the cultural dictionaries of languages, and it really helped me to study I studied the Mexican cultural dictionary. My family's Mexican, and so it helped me to understand better. The Mexican culture is very different from and there are multiple European cultures in America. So you have, you can't equate, for instance, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants with Irish Catholics. These are very different cultures in America. And so, even though they're both white, they're different. They come out of very different cultural, and they have a different set of cultural understandings. But in Mexican culture, and obviously you can't lump all Mexican culture because you have the Indian culture, the mestizo culture, you have the more Hispanic, European type of culture. Because in Mexico you have the light-skinned Mexicans that tend to pride themselves on being European. Same in Argentina and many other places. But there are certain things that really are helpful to understand a different culture. And we really need a dictionary of Arabic cultural terms, of Muslim cultural terms. It would be really useful to help people, because the Pakistanis have theirs, it would be really useful to have that. Like in Saudi Arabia, there's a whole set of cultural terms that they understand. Inshallah means a lot of different things in Arabic. Are you coming to the uzuma? Inshallah. But if you, wallahi, inshallah, I'll do it. That's very different from saying inshallah, right? So they're different in different places. So the adab, some things are prohibited out of adab and irshad. وَقَدْ يَكُونَ النَّهْيُ عَنْ فَاضِلٍ لِأَفْضَلٍ. Sometimes it's telling you not to do a virtuous act because there's a more virtuous act to be done. كما يقال يكره للقاعد في المسجد أن يترك القراءة والذكر. Sitting in the masjid is a good thing, but it's makruh just to sit there and not do anything. You should be doing dhikr and reading Quran. But sitting there not doing dhikr and qira'at al-Quran is better than sitting there backbiting with another person sitting there next to you, right? So everything is relative in that way. And the same is true, like for the mujawir in Mecca, like they should make Hajj every year because they're in Mecca. There's no taklif of having to travel and do these things. Or للمتزوج أن يعزل. It's makruh for the person to not inseminate, in their spouse, to practice birth control. Makruh, but it's permitted. The Prophet didn't say it's haram, right? So these are examples of that. وقال عياض ما اختلف العلماء في تحليله وتحريمه فلا يقال فيه حرام. قاضي عياض, these are our great ulama. Qadi Iyad said, if the ulama differed on something, you cannot say it's haram. If they differ, don't say it's haram. And beware, because لا تفتروا على الله الكذبة. Don't make lies on God that this is halal or this is haram. وقال في أول الإكمال وإنما يغير منهم ما اجتمع أو يغير منهم ما اجتمع على إحداثه وإنكاره. So the only thing that can be removed as a munkar is what they agree on, that it's a bid'ah, madhmuma, and it's a munkar. And Muhyiddin An-Nawawi, he preferred to be called Yahya. He didn't like that. His father named him Muhyiddin, but he felt it was like a claim, so he preferred to be called Yahya. Muhyiddin, I always say, like, in those days they had Shamsuddin, Sirajuddin, Muhyiddin. They had all these beautiful names, like the sun of the religion, the moon of the religion, the light of the religion, the help of the religion. This is very common in the East. Now we need like Shawkatuddin, Mal'aqatuddin, Kaslanuddin, Mu'attiruddin. These are the names that are more appropriate today, like the fork of the religion and the one, making the religion look ugly, Muqabbih ad-Din. So he says, as for what's mukhtalif fihi, there's no inkar in it. This is Muhyiddin An-Nawawi. وَلَيْسَ لِلْمُفْتِي, it's not for the mufti or the qadi to oppose something because they differ with another in it, as long إذا لم يخالف نص القرآن. Now, nas in usul is a very specific thing. In other words, if it's khilaf, if it's zahirun nas, if it's mubham, if it's mujmal, if it's muqayyid, if it's mutlaq, there's different considerations. But nas sarih min al-Quran is there's no doubt about it. If it goes against nas al-Quran, or the sunnah, or the ijma', then you can condemn it. Otherwise, no. وانظر في آخر المقام السادس من فتية الشاطبي إذا كان عمل الناس على قول مرجوح في النظر لا يعرض لهم يدروا أنهم قلدوه في الزمان الأول وجرى به العمل. If you'll see in the مقام السادس from Imam Shatibi about the futya, the fatwa, if the people are acting according to a weaker opinion based on your understanding, don't concern yourself with it and consider it to be something that was done earlier and now the amal, this is what people are doing. Because if you condemn it, it will lead to a fitna. So even though it might be a weaker position, by trying to force people to change that position that's become something that they practice, you're going to create fitna. And fitna is al-fitnatu akbaru min al-qatli. It's worse than killing people. Don't make fitna amongst the Muslims. ومن مقدمات ابن رشد. So Ibn Rushd's مقدمات ما اختلف العلماء في تحليله وتحريمه فهو مكروه ومن تركه أجر ومن فعل به لا يأثم. Whatever the ulama have differed about its permissibility or its prohibition, it's makruh. If you leave it, you'll get a reward, and if you do it, you're not sinful. وقال القرافي وعز الدين من أتى شيئا مختلفا فيه يعتقد تحريمه أنكر عليه لانتهاكه لحرمته وإن اعتقد تحليله لم ينكر عليه إلا أن يكون مدرك المحلل ضعيفا ينقض الحكم بمثله في الشرع. Imam al-Qarafi and Izzuddin ibn Salam said, whoever does something in which there's difference of opinion about, believing that it's haram, it should be condemned if he does it, because it's sacrilegious. What he's doing is intihak al-hurma, that he's violating the sanctity of that act. But if he believes that it's permissible, he should not be condemned for it. إِلَّا أَن يَكُونْ مُدْرَكَ الْمُحَلِّلْ ضَعِيفًا, unless the one who considers it permitted, his proof is very weak. ينقض الحكم بمثله في الشرع. In that way, the category is rescinded by its like in our Sharia. وقال أبو عمر في التمهيدي. This is really important. Abu Umar is Ibn Abd al-Barr, one of the greatest scholars in our history. حافظ المغرب. قال أبو عمر في تمهيده: ألا ترى أن الصحابة اختلفوا وهم الأسوة لم يعب أحد منهم على صاحبه اجتهاده ولا وجد عليه في نفسه إلى الله الشكوى وهو المستعان على أمة نحن بين أظهرها تستحل العراض إذا خلفت. He said, look at these Sahaba. They differed. And they are our example. And yet when they differed, one didn't fault the other. And he didn't even find something in himself that made him dislike the other. And then he says, to God is our complaint. And to God is our help with an ummah that we're living amongst that considers it permissible to attack the dignity and honor of others just because you've disagreed with them? Subhanallah. ونقل أبو عمر بسنده إلى الثوري, Imam al-Thawri, one of our mujtahideen, Abu Umar, with a isnad muttasil. So Ibn Abd al-Barr says, قال إذا رأيت الرجل يعمل بالعمل الذي اختلف فيه وأنت ترى غيره فلا تنهاه. This is the early Salaf. Imam al-Thawri is like Imam Malik or Abu Hanifa. He said, if you see a man doing something in which there's a difference of opinion and you believe that it's wrong, don't tell him not to do it. وقد أمر المهدي مالكا أن يجمع مذهبه في كتاب يحمل الناس عليه. فقال مالك: أصحاب رسول الله تفرقوا في البلاد وأخذ أهل كل ناحية عمن وصل إليهم فدع الناس وما هم عليه. Imam Malik was asked by the Caliph Mahdi, let's gather your school, put it in a book and force everybody to follow it. Look what Malik said, radiallahu anhu. The companions of the Prophet dispersed in the lands, and each group took their understanding with them and what had come to them. So leave people alone in what they're doing. You know, this is an ummah of ikhtida. This is a beautiful statement. This is an ummah of ikhtida. Just leave people alone. Leave them alone. If they're doing something and it's mukhtalif, maybe he is zalimun li nafsi. There he is, playing his flute or whatever, or playing his shatranj, or watching his movies, or whatever they're doing. He's zalimun li nafsi. But astafahu Allah, because he says, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. He believes in the Quran. He's from the people that Allah has chosen according to Nafs al-Quran. ثم أورثنا الكتاب الذين اصطفينا من عبادنا فمنهم ظالم لنفسه. Yes, there are amongst these chosen people that wrong themselves. ومنهم مقتصدون, and then there's people that are so-so. ومنهم سابق بالخيرات, then there's the outstrippers بإذن الله. ذلك هو الفضل الكبير. جنات عدن يدخلونها. We've got paradises in Eden. They're all going to be there. I don't want that Vadim li nafsi in there. Why does he get to go? He doesn't deserve it. Who are you? Do you proportion God's rahmah? You're the one that is going to decide. Jannah's a hotel. We've already booked it, our little group. You're not getting in there. Right? We booked all the rooms. You're going to show up. No, your group doesn't get in there. You're going to get there and they're going to say, sorry, the Firqa Najiyah, they booked all the rooms. And our Firqa is obviously the Najiyah, because it's our Firqa. كُلٌّ يَدَّعِي وَصَلًا بِلَيْلَ وَلَيْلَ لَا تُقِرُّ لَهُمْ بِذَاكَ. Everybody claims they're Layla's boyfriend, but Layla doesn't have anything to do with any of them. وكان سيدي ابن السراج يرشح هذا ويقول إذا ظهر للمرء خلاف ما يظهر لغيره فيمتنع في ذاته ولا يحمل الناس على مذهبه فإنه يدخل عليهم شغبا في أنفسهم وحيرة في دينهم. Listen to this wisdom. He keeps repeating this stuff over and over again because he's trying to get this through to us. Listen to this wisdom. This is what Sidi ibn Siraj considered to be the appropriate position. If it appears to somebody the opposite of what he sees another doing, he shouldn't do it for himself, but he shouldn't force others to follow his opinion, because this will cause shaghab. This is going to cause, it's going to disrupt society, it's going to cause unrest, it's going to cause tumult in the society. This is what's going to happen in their own selves. They're going to have shaghab fi anfusihim. Wahayratan fi dinihim. They're going to get confused about this religion. What is this religion? He says it's this, he says it's that, he says it's this. I'm confused. You turn one channel on television in the Arab world, and you've got a mufti saying, A'udhu billah, this, that, and the other, and then you turn the next channel and they're saying exactly the opposite. What's going to happen to people? Just the comment, if this is what the ulama are saying, you've got one alim saying, A'udhu billah, hadha mubtadi'un, mudillun, shaitan. And he's talking about another scholar, and then the other scholar says, A'udhu billah, hadha andu Zamheimer's, Allah ya'fu anhu. This guy, he's got Alzheimer's disease, and may Allah forgive him. This is our ummah. This is what we're reduced to. Just our ulama. This is how our ulama sound. How's the common person going to sound? If this is the ulama attacking one another on public television for millions to see, how can, and then the Almani comes along and says, and then Iblis is saying to God, like, you chose these guys? Over me? Look at them. Look how pathetic they are. So in the end, Iblis is the winner in this game. The Prophet ﷺ said that Iblis has despaired. أَعِسَ الشَّيْطَانِ أَنْ يُعْبَدْ فِي جَزِيرَةِ الْعَرَبِ. He's despaired of being worshipped on the Arabian Peninsula. لَكِنَّ التَّحْرِيشَ بَيْنَكُمْ. But he's content with sowing dissension amongst you. He's content with that. It's enough for him. And this is our tradition. Look how enlightened it is. And how could anybody deny? I don't understand. Are they ignorant of it? I don't know, but it just amazes me how they can take these positions of utter arrogance and arrogate to themselves. My way is the only way. These are ignorant people. This is baghi. مَا اخْتَرَفُوا إِلَّا مِن بَعْدِ مَا جَاءُهُمُ الْعِلْمُ بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُمْ. That's what Allah says about the people that went before us, that they didn't start differing until knowledge came to them, and each one, بَغْيًا بَيْنَهُمْ, Fakhruddin says, each one says, this is the right way and your way is wrong. Our religion is, I think my way is right, but I could be wrong. I think your way is wrong, but you could be right. That's our deen. That's Imam Shafi'i. And again, we have hudud to this. There are opinions outside of the limits. But this is mahajjah. It's a wide road. It's a jada. The sharia is the wide road. It's not a narrow road. Narrow is the way. Right? I mean, that's another religion. Our way is the wide way. That other religion is for the elect. Like some sects in that religion think there's only 124,000 people in paradise. Bad odds. If you're in that religion, man, those are bad odds. Given there's so many billions of people have existed. But that's the elect. The elect are different. Those are the awliya and the shuhada and the salihun. But there's zalimun li nafsi. These people Allah's merciful. They're going to be with the righteous in paradise. They have different maqams, but Allah has promised that to them. And then and then he says, ثم بعد ذلك اطلعت على أصول الفتية للإمام تقي الدين ابن صلاح وقال إذا كان للمفتي مختار يأخذ به في خاصة نفسه بينه للمستفتي يقول له مذهبك كذا وأنا يظهر لي كذا. If a mufti is going to give a fatwa, then, and he has an opinion, but the madhab is other, he can tell the one who's asking him for his opinion, this is what the madhab says, this is my preference. He can say that. ومثل هذا أيضا ما ذكره عياض عن ابن الأغبس كان مشاورا في الأحكام وكان إذا استفتي ربما مشاورا في الأحكام وكان إذا استفتي ربما يقول أما مذهب بلدنا فكذا وأما الذي أراه فكذا. Sometimes when he was asked for a fatwa, he would say, as for the practice in my country or my city, it's this way, but my personal preference is this. وانظر في الأقضية للخمي في المفتي إذا استفتاه أحد الزوجين في يمين بالطلاق هل يفتيه أو حتى يحضر الزوجان يحكماه بناء على التصويب وعدمه. And look at what Imam al-Lakhmi said about one of the zawjas, one of the spouses asking about divorce. Can he give his opinion, or does he need to bring the two spouses to hear both sides of the story to see what happened? ونقل عياض أيضا أن قاسم بن محمد كان أعلم من محمد بن عبد الحكم سألوا عن ابن خالد فقال له أراك تفتي الناس بما لا تعتقد فقال لو سألوني عن مذهبي لا أخبرتهم. قال القاسم بن محمد نفعنا الله باختلاف أصحاب محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم في أعمالهم لا يعمل العامل بعمل رجل منهم إلا رأى أنه في ساعة ورأى أن خيرا منه قد عمله. Iyad also mentions from Qasim bin Muhammad, and he was more knowledgeable than Muhammad bin Abd al-Hakam, who asked Sa'aru ibn Khalid. Ibn Khalid asked him and said to him, I see that you give fatwa to people with things you don't actually believe yourself. And he said, if they ask me about my personal opinion, I would tell them. In other words, he would do what he thought was the best for them, even though he might have thought something else. And then he said that Qasim ibn Muhammad said, Allah has benefited us with the differences of opinion amongst the Sahaba of the Prophet, the companions of the Prophet, in their actions. وَلَا يَعْمَلُ الْعَمْرُ بِعَمْلِ رَجُلٍ مِّنْهُمْ إِلَّا رَأَى أَنَّهُ فِي سَاعَةٍ. And these people used to do things that they saw that there was room, and they would see that other people did different things that were better than them. So this is the difference of opinion. أَيُّ ذَلِكَ أَخَذْتَ بِهِ لَمْ يَكُنْ فِي نَفْسِكَ مِنْهُ شَيْءٍ. So whatever you take, you shouldn't be upset about other things. You follow what is appropriate for you. وقال عياض ومحي الدين النووي ومذهب المحققين أن كل مجتهد مصيب. Both Qadi Iyad and Imam Nawawi, two really some of the greatest scholars in our history, they said the school of the masters is that every mujtahid is correct. وكذلك أيضا قال أبو حمد في المستصفى. And Abu Hamid in his great usuli work, al-Mustasfa, he doesn't say, but I'm saying, his great usuli work, al-Mustasfa. And Ibn al-Arabi في مساركه قال وقد بينا ذلك في المحصول. So Ibn Arabi said the same in his work on usul, which is called al-Mahsul. And all these are what our imams have said. وقال ابن رشد في مقدماته الصحيح عن أبو الحسن الأشعري إن كل مجتهد مصيب. So Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari says, every mujtahid is correct. قال وقال البقلاني, Abu Bakr, the great Qadi, judge from Iraq. إنه مذهب مالك, this is the opinion of the Malikis. ثم قال فهذه جملة كافية لمن بصره الله وفهمه في بيان صحة القول بتصويب المجتهدين وهي من المسائل القطعيات. ثم قال فإذا صح ذلك واستحال أن الحق في واحد فليتأول الحديث. So Imam Baqlani said this is Malik's madhab, and then he said this suffices as a summation for the one who God has given inner sight to, the one who God has made to understand the opinion that all of the mujtahideen are correct. وَهِيَ مِنَ الْمَسَائِلِ الْقَطْعِيَاتِ. This should be understood decisively in our community. And then he said, إذا صح ذلك واستحال أن الحق في واحد, if that is true and it seems impossible that the truth أن الحق في واحد فليتأول الحديث, then you have to make some type of interpretation of the hadith when it appears to be impossible. And this is based on the hadith, إذا اجتهد المجتهد فأخطأ, right? فله أجر, right? He has أجر. وإذا أصاب فله أجران. إذا اجتهد المجتهد وأصاب فله أجران, for his ijtihad and for his soundness. وَإِذَا أَخْطَأَ فَلَهُ أَجْرٌ. Right? So then they say, okay, well, it says if he made a mistake. So how can you say they're all correct? If he made a mistake with Allah, we don't know. Or else it wouldn't be ijtihad. Ijtihad is when you don't know. If we knew with certainty from a nas sarih, there's no ijtihad fi mawrid al-nas, la ijtihad fi mawrid al-nas. But when there is ambiguity, when there's difference of opinion, that's what ijtihad is. And in those cases, we don't have, the Prophet ﷺ is not here for us to ask. Unfortunately, he's not here for us to ask. If he was here, we could just say, Ya Rasulullah, what's the legal ruling of flying in a jet plane? Because we know it pollutes the atmosphere. He might say, A'udhu billah, don't fly in jet planes. They're evil things. There's more evil in them than good. He might have said that. I don't know. We don't know. He's not here to tell us. So we have to make ijtihad. And people say flying in jet planes is, people do it. The ulama do it. So they say it's okay. Now we might have to rethink it, given what we know about what's happening to the ozone and what's happening to, maybe these things are much more harmful than good. Maybe we do need, our ulama need to reassess all these things. We need mujtahidun to do that. That's not an easy thing. ورأيت فتيا لابن عرفة قال قول ابن حزم أجمعوا أن متبع الرخص فاسق مردود بما أفتى به الشيخ المتفق على علمه وصلاحه عز الدين ibn Abd salam. And as for, I saw from Ibn Arafah, the great Tunisian Maliki, he said, I saw an opinion of Ibn Hazm, who was a great scholar, but he's controversial. He's one of the controversial, like Ibn Arabi and others. He's one of the controversial ulama. He said there's an ijma' that whoever follows dispensations is a fasiq. He said this opinion is unacceptable, to say that whoever follows licenses is a fasiq. It's unacceptable. And it's better what the shaykh, that muttafaq ala ilmihi wa salahi. See, there's ikhtilaf about Ibn Hazm. And this is, he's saying, look, everybody agrees on Izzuddin ibn Abd salam. And he says, لا يتعين على العام إذا قلد إماما في مسألة أن يقلده في سائر مسائل الخلاف. It's not an obligation on a common person if he follows an imam in one opinion that he has to follow him in all the other opinions of khilaf. لأن الناس من لدن الصحابة إلى أن ظهرت المذاهب يسألون فيما يصنع لهم العلماء المختلفين من غير نكير من أحد وسواء اتبع الرخص في ذلك أو العزائم لأن من جعل المصيب واحدا لم يعينه ومن قال كل مجتهد مصيب فلا إنكار على من قلد في الصواب. So he says that people from the time of the Sahaba until these madhabs emerged, they would ask the ulama who differed about things, and they wouldn't say one was wrong and the other was right, whether they followed the rukhas or the azaim, because the ulama differ in the licenses and in the hard things. They're different. This is al-mizan. In the Mauritanian madrasa, this is what Shaykh Bayya bin Sadiq told me. He said in the Mauritanian madrasa, they studied the Maliki madhab until they got to the highest levels they would really master the madhab. The last book he said they read was the Mizan of Sha'rani. It's a book that he wrote to show all of the imams were guided, and they differed in rukhas and azaim. They differed in hardship and ease. When one's hard, the other's easy. When one's easy, the other's hard. And he called it the mizan. And he shows in all these different masail how this mizan is like a divinely guided. He shows how they really did create a balance in our ummah to allow people to take easy positions when they needed to and to take hard positions when they wanted to. And this was the last book that they read in order to create tolerance for other schools and other opinions. So, we have some, what should you do if you see somebody doing something that is haram, but you don't know if there is ikhtilaf in the matter? Well, it's a good point. That is one of the conditions of Amr bil Ma'ruf and Nahi an al-Munkar, that you have to know that there's mujma' ala al-mas'ala. You have to know that there's mujma' alayh. That's why if you see it and you're not an alim, you can say in your heart, Allahumma innahu munkar ankarnahu. وَلَوْ اسْتَطَعْنَا لَغَيَّرْنَاهُ. That was what Ibn Umar said when he saw something he couldn't change. He said, oh Allah, this is a munkar. You don't say it out loud. You say it, this is inkarul qalb. وَذَلِكَ أَضْعَفُ الْإِيمَانِ مَنْ رَآ مِنْكُمْ مُنْكَرًا فَلْيُغَيِّرْهُ بِيَدِهِ فَإِنْ لَمْ يَسْتَطِعْ فَبِلِسَانِهِ فَإِنْ لَمْ يَسْتَطِعْ فبقلبه وذلك أضعف الإيمان. المؤمن القوي خير وأحب إلى الله من المؤمن الضعيف وفي كل خير ظالم لنفسه ومقتصد وسابق للخير وفي كل خير. The strong mu'min is better and more beloved to God than the weak mu'min in everything, in knowledge, in practice, everything. He's more beloved, but in both is good. So in that case, if you think it's a munkar, you reject it in your heart and say, if I was able, I would change it. You know, because it's a munkar in your madhab. What you learned, it's haram. But it could be in the other, unless it's, you know, something, there are things called ma'lum min ad-din fi ad-darura. So, like wine, everybody knows it's haram. But it could be grape juice in a wine glass. So, inna ba'd al-dhanni itham. Right? And husn al-dhan, خصلتان ليس شيء يوجد فوقهما من الخيرات يحمد حسن الظن بالله ثم بالعباد فكنهما وجنبنا للعناد. Like the poet said, there's two qualities, there's nothing over them. Having a good opinion of God and having a good opinion of the servants of God. If a hadith and a teaching of the madhab differ, the example of the wali for marriage, should the hadith not take priority? Abu Hanifa knew the hadith. What he was saying was that that hadith has takhsis. So if she's underage, if she's not murashada, if she's somebody that hasn't achieved fully her abilities, things like that, then she can't, because in that case she might get into something that's prohibited for her. Right? So she's protected by her guardian until she's of age and she can think for herself. At that point, so he understood it differently from the other imams. It's not that he didn't know the hadith. This is really important about these imams. They knew all the hadiths. There's less than 1,000 hadiths that relate to ahkam. Right? Less than 1,000. Some say there's less than 500. But the point is that they knew these hadiths with rare exception. There might be some instances where they didn't, but they really knew them. Imam Malik knew the hadith on the prohibition of fasting on Friday, but he didn't take it because he had another dalil he thought was stronger. Many examples of that. So it's important to know that, and this question is exactly how people fall into the modern discourse. Look at these Malikis. The hadith clearly says they should hold their hands on their... Why are they leaving it at the sides? Right? And there's a book that was written years ago, which by an Azhari Imam. It was written at the request of Hassan al-Banna. It's called Fiqh al-Sunnah. If you read that book, which nobody who's not trained in ilm should read that book. If you're not trained as a faqih, you should not read that book. That book presents a very simplistic view of the madhabs. And you can really misunderstand, because he's not dealing with the usul of the imams. And so he'll present dalils, but he doesn't understand that within the madhab, that dalil is not the strongest dalil. So he's basically doing tarjih. So he's creating another madhab. That's what madhabs are. They're mujtahidun giving their opinion of what should be followed and what shouldn't be. And that's why, like Nasiruddin al-Albani's book, Salatul Nabi Ka'annaka Tarahu, the prayer of the Prophet as if you see it. That's as if you were Nasiruddin al-Albani seeing it, based on him reading hadith. The Hanafis, they saw, Abu Hanifa saw Sahaba praying. His prayer is the prayer of Ibn Mas'ud. Imam Malik had 600 teachers from the Tabi'een who saw the Sahaba praying, including Ibn Umar. One of his dominant teachers was Nafi', the Mawla of Ibn Umar. Imam Malik studied with him. Nafi' lived with Ibn Umar, who was, of all the Sahaba, he was one of the strictest in following how the Prophet did everything. And the Prophet said, Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. Not ka'annaka tarahu. He didn't say pray as if you see me praying, based on your reading hadiths of how I prayed. He said, pray as you see me praying. Who saw them praying? The Sahaba. Who did they transmit it to? The Tabi'un. Who did they transmit it to? The Tabi'een. This is how our prayer, it's mutawatir. Now if you say, well then why are there differences in praying? What differences are there? You think about this. Go to Mecca right now or Medina. You're praying 5 prayers a day, 5 prayers a day. Not 6, not 7, not 4, not 3. You're praying 5 prayers a day. Whether you're Ibadi, whether you're Ithna Ashari, whether you're Zaydi, whether you're Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, Hanbali. It doesn't matter what sect of Islam you come from. In Mecca and Medina, they all pray 5 prayers a day. Because all 4 imams, all of the imams are in agreement on that. How are they praying? Standing, qiyam. Oh, some people put it here, some people put it here, some people put it here, some do things like that, right? And some people leave it here, based on practice. The Prophet ﷺ did, we know he did the qabd. For me, the strongest dalil for the qabd is in the Muwatta of Imam Malik. People say, well, there it is in the Muwatta. Why don't the Malikis do it? Because Malik put several hadiths in the Muwatta that he didn't practice. To show, I know the hadith. Because it's taken from the Mudawwana, not from the Muwatta. And there's a khilaf amongst the Malikis. The dominant opinion is leave the hands at the side. Now, if you're going to do qabd, for me, the strongest opinion is the Hanafi. Because there's no hadith that indicates where the Prophet put his hands, except the weak hadith that Abu Hanifa took, that he put it under the surah. So when he prayed, they go from here. Some people go from here. Hadwa mankibain, that's where the Malikis go. Some go from behind the ears, right? But they still do the same thing. Right? Whether you do it from here or here, it's the same thing. Allahu Akbar. And then either there, the Shafi'is put it above the surah. فَصَلِّ لِرَبِّكَ وَانْحَرْ. Put it on the nahar, according, that's a weak tafsir, but that is an opinion. And then, so those aren't big differences. There's all standing, and then Fatiha, they all agree on Fatiha. And then they go into ruku', same ruku'. Then they come out of ruku', have to be istiqamah. Then they go into sajda, same sajda. Then they go into julus, same julus with a difference of iftirash, slight difference in where you put your feet. Then they go back into sajda, and then they go up again. That's 1 rak'ah. That's a miracle that our religion prays the same way. There's no other religion on earth in which all of the entire ummah is united in prayer. With slight differences, just relax. Look, I'm a Maliki, I'm bothered by Malikis that do it like that. It's distracting. Even to me. I've got a guy next to me and he's going like that. That wasn't how I was taught. It's a very slight movement. Even Ibn al-Arabi says, don't wave it like that. He said, إِنَّهَا بَلِيَّةٌ لَا تَتْبَعُ مَا فِي الْعُتْبِيَّةِ فَإِنَّهَا بَلِيَّةٌ. Don't do the thing that they say in the Utbi. So there's khilaf about that. But the Malikis, they do the thing. Or some put it like that and do it up and down. That's the dominant opinion like that. Some do it that and then they just raise it when they do the shahada. They put their hands same place. These are very slight differences. The prayer is amazingly unified. really. And then tajweed to me is the great miracle of our ummah. Because nobody in the history of religion has preserved the recitation of their revelation like the Muslims. Nobody. The Greeks, if I studied Koine Greek, my teacher who was a master of New Testament Greek, she didn't know how certain things were sounded at the time of Jesus. Because they don't have tajweed. The Jews differ on how they pronounce things. They don't have the tajweed that we have in recitation of the Torah. They learned a lot of these things from us. How they recite now, they learn these from, this is fact in Jewish religion. Can you please clarify further how permitting some sinfulness, less sin, balanced with the idea of flexibility within the boundaries of Sharia? Yeah, they answered their own question. It has to do with degrees of transgression, avoiding greater harm. That's it. So, in other words, if by forbidding the sinfulness it's going to lead to a greater sin, you don't do it. Those are from the conditions of commanding to good and forbidding evil. And that takes hikmah, وَمَنْ يُؤْتَ الْحِكْمَةَ فَقَدْ أُوتِيَ خَيْرًا كَثِيرًا. Whoever's given hikmah, they have a great good they've been given. The Prophet, لِيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابُ وَالْحِكْمَةِ, to teach them the book and the wisdom of how to apply the book, when to apply the book, when not to apply the book. What about differing between Ali and Muawiyah? They fought each other. Please explain. How do we reconcile this with what we are learning? That's a really good question. They made ijtihad, and their ijtihad led to a fitna. It's called a fitna. So fitnas happen, undeniably. The proof that the Sahaba did it is a proof that even the best people fall into fitna. And this is part of, it's a learning lesson. But the amazing thing about those people is that they had great magnanimity in their character, and they displayed incredible displays of magnanimity. The Umayyad unfortunately did some terrible things. Thank God for Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, who came. He was from Bani Umayyah, and he rectified things. Some people call him the Khalif al-Khamis, the fifth rightly guided caliph, because he stopped a lot of the things that they were doing. But that it happens. Fitna happens. So it's a good question, and fitna does happen. What is the difference between the following position? You said if some ulama encourage something and others prohibit it, like reciting the Quran for the dead, we should side with the Rahmah, Ibn Rushd. But another opinion you mentioned, من اختلف العلماء على تحريره وتحريمه. Yeah, because halal and haram is different from ikhtilaf in karahiyah. If it's an ikhtilaf in karahiyah, then doing it is better than not doing it. If it's an ikhtilaf in prohibition, then not doing it is better than doing it. That's the difference. So maybe I wasn't clear on that. What is the name of the book you are reading from? This book is called Sanan al-Muhtadin. Sanan. Mistakenly sometimes called Sunan. It's Sanan. Sanan is a road. So it's the path of the rightly guided. Fi maqamat ad-din. In the stations of this religion, of which he's identified 9. And it's by Muhammad bin Yusuf al-Abdari, meaning he's from the family, the Qurayshi, Abdul Dar, the Bayt Abdul Dar. He's an Abdari. So he's a Qurayshi originally. Al-Gharanati, he was from Andalusia, Granada. He died in 897, and he's known as Al-Mawaq or Sidi Al-Mawaq. He's a famous Maliki scholar. He's still, to this day, his books are studied in the madhab. Tajul Iklil is a very important resource for Maliki fuqaha in fiqh that he wrote. He was a great usuli scholar, and he literally is khatimat ulama al-Andalus. He's the last great alim of Andalusia. There's nobody after him. He has a famous miracle that's mentioned in Ahmed Baba Timbukti, I think mentions, or Ibn Farahun, one of them, that when they surrendered Granada, he didn't want to go with the group to visit the Christians. So he stayed in his home. And they surrendered with 80 conditions. So it wasn't an unconditional surrender. One of their conditions, they would be left to practice their religion freely. The Pope later on rescinded that, saying that they were infidels and that we had no obligation to fulfill our treaty with them. But the minister wanted, the Christian minister wanted to meet the most learned of their scholars. And so they went to Sidi al-Mawaq and they asked him to come, and he didn't want to go. And they begged him, so he went. When the Christian minister put out his hand, Mawaq kissed his hand, which really ticked off the ulama, because they thought it was khunu', like humiliating them. And they spoke, and then when he left, the man's hand swelled up and started turning black. And he said, "Go get that man and bring him back." And they brought him back, and he took his hand, and the swelling went down, and the color restored. And many people saw that miracle. And they say, in interpreting it, that he was letting them know, that you've defeated us materially, but watch out, because there's still spiritual power in our community. So, wallahu a'lam. Alhamdulillah, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. I want to welcome Sifra Davud Alu, one of the notables of Turkey. Her father's a great man, and she's a great woman too, but and her companions that are here as guests, inshallah. We're really their guests, but they're our guests also. So we welcome them, and inshallah, Allah yubarak fikum. اللهم وفقنا توفيق. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. اللهم وفقنا توفيق الصالحين وارحمنا رحمة المرحومين، وتقبل منا أعمالنا يا رب العالمين. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما، وقل ربي زدني علما. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Bismillah. So, Alhamdulillah. طيب. شهاب الدين القرافي he said لا يحل للمفتي أن يفتي أحدا بالطلاق حتى يعلم أنه من برد ذلك العرف الذي ترتبت الفتية عليه، فإن كان من برد آخر أفتاه باعتبار حال برده. وقال وهذه القاعدة في جميع الأحكام كالنقود والسكوك في المعاملات والمنافع في الإيجارات والأيمان والوصايا والنذور في الإطلاقات. قال وقد غفل عن هذا كثير من الفقهاء، وجدوا الأئمة الأولى سطروا في كتبهم فتاوى بناء على عوائدهم، فأفتى هؤلاء المتأخرون بها وقد زادت تلك العوائد، فكانوا مخطئين خارقين الإجماع، فإن الفتية بالحكم المبني على مدرك بعد زوال مدركه خلاف الإجماع. It's a really important qaida. Imam al-Qarafi says in his 61st 161st farq. He wrote a book called Furuq, which is one of the most important books written in the area of usul and al-qawaid al-fiqhiyya, because what he does, he clarifies that there are many things that one of the things that in logic you build on premises and you move to a conclusion. The famous syllogism form, and you have different ones: categorical, hypothetical, disjunctive. These syllogisms are ways in which we determine if something's sound or not. Because you have 64 possible syllogisms, only 16 of them are actually accurate. And if you learn how to reduce an argument to a syllogism, you can determine whether it's a sound argument or not. I mean, this is one of the benefits of learning logic. But what very often people do is they do what's called qiyas ma' wujud fariq. It's making an analogical, reasoning analogically, but there's a difference that makes it different. And let me give you one example. Many people say, why is it that we can determine the prayer times by calendar and we can't determine the moon by calendar, right? Because we all use these prayer schedules. We go on to iPray.com or something, and we look the city we're in, and we click it on, and which is a bid'ah, clearly. No Sahabi did that, and yet people say, well, if we do that with the prayer time, and nobody seems to have an objection, why can't we do that with the moon times? Well, part of the reason is because first of all, لا اجتهاد مع وجود النص. There's no ijtihad with the wujud al-nas. So there's a fariq. The Quran says, إِنَّ الصَّلَاةَ كَانَتْ عَلَى الْمُؤْمِنِينَ كِتَابًا مَوْقُوتًا. Like the prayer is fixed times, and they don't change. You can look at the prayer 100 years from now, and it's not going to change. It might change in nanoseconds if you're an astronomer, because of the Earth's spin or something like that changing, but it's not going to change. Whereas the moon, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, يَسْأَلُونَ عَنَ الْأَهِلَّةِ قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ لِلنَّاسِ. Right? They're ways of timekeeping for people, but it doesn't have the exactitude of the prayer time. And that's why in the hadith, صُومُوا لِرُؤْيَتِهِ وَأَفْطِرُوا لِرُؤْيَتِهِ وَإِنْ غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ أو أغمي عليكم أو غمي عليكم أو عمي عليكم. They all came down in different narrations. عمي عليكم means you can't see it. It's completely hidden from your sight. Which if it's under the Danjon limit, this French astronomer determined clearly that the moon cannot be seen. There's no reflective light if it's lower than 7 degrees. Even with a telescope, unless you had some type of filter on it, right, that enabled you to see, but it doesn't reflect light below the Danjon limit. There's difference of opinion of why it doesn't. He thought it was because of the surface of the moon, that it was so rough that the light didn't reflect off of it. Other people say it's the atmospheric, the light's too bright from the sun. Anyway, you can't see it. So it could عُمِي عَلَيْكُمْ. The hadith says فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ أو فَقْدِرُوا لَهُ. There's two riwayah. فَقْدُرُوا لَهُ is calculate. That hadith is called mujmal, because that could mean different things. But there's another hadith which is called mubayyin, because in usul you have mujmal, which is, it's not as clear. Mubayyin clarifies it. So the other hadith, أَكْمِلُ الْعِدَّةَ الثَّلَاثِينَ, complete 30 days, if it's hidden from you. Or if cloud, غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ, يعني غَمَام is cloud, so if it's cloudy and you can't see it, عُمِي عَلَيْكُمْ, it's blind, it's under the Danjon limit, you can't see it.
So do that. So Imam al-Qarafi actually deals with this issue in his Furuq. He explains why, and he was an astronomer that knew that you could actually calculate the new moon. This is not new science. People have calculated new moons for millennia, literally. I mean, the Babylonians were doing this. It's not new science. The Fatimids actually believe they during the Fatimid rule in Egypt and Tunis and Libya, the Fatimids moon began scientifically because they believed that you should use science, mathematics enables us to do this, and therefore we do it. So there is a period of time when a deviant sect actually did use calculations, and all of the ulama were against it. And it wasn't that they didn't think that it was possible. They knew it was possible to calculate the new moon. But they said clearly, this is about ru'ya, and it's not about calculation. So we can calculate the prayer times, but we can't calculate. So he wrote this book to show you the differences and how these differences will affect ruling. So one of the things he said is that it's not permissible for a mufti to give a fatwa, for instance, about talaq, until it's known that he's from that place, he knows the urf of the place. So, in other words, he knows the customs of the people. Like, for instance, you could say, you know what, we're through. It's over. And you mean divorce. If that's your intention, that's actually a type of divorce by urf. You don't have to say, anti taliq. You are divorced. You can just say, it's over. It's over, baby. You're out of here. You know, call your parents. So that's a type of divorce if that was the intention. So he has to know what the urf is, because he can't give a fatwa unless he knows that. If he's in another land, he can only give a fatwa based on what happens in his land. This is really important, because we get people coming from, for instance, Arabia. They come to the United States and people ask them questions. They don't know anything about the urf of the country. They don't know the problems of the people in that country. It has to be somebody that really understands that. They should at least know a foreign language. You know, they should know a European language, be reading in that area so they can understand the issues. And then he says, وَهَذِي قَاعِدَةٌ فِي جَمِيعِ الْأَحْكَامِ. This applies to all legal rulings, whether they're monetary rulings, whether they're related to rental problems and the benefits of that, or oaths, whether they're related to bequests or vows, right? All of these. And he says, this is something many fuqaha, many jurists are ignorant of. They neglect this meaning. This is one of our greatest usuli scholars. And he's saying the fuqaha get this wrong. So just because somebody is a faqih or an alim doesn't mean that they've always got it right. And he says that they find the early imams who they trust a lot, they wrote in their books fatawa based on their circumstances and their awa'id, their cultural norms, their traditions. فَأَفْتَ هَؤُلَاءِ الْمُتَأَخِّرُونَ بِهَا. So the people come later, they read those old fatwas, and they give responses from books that were written 1,000 years ago to apply to today. And he says, كَانُوا مُخْطِئِينَ, this is wrong. And خَارِقِينَ الْإِجْمَاعِ, they have broken with the ijma'. فإن الفتية بالحكم مبني على مدرك بعد زوال مدركه خلاف الإجماع. Because a fatwa that's based on something after that thing is gone is no longer applicable. And he says this is the ijma'. In other words, the illa, the hukm, al-hukmu yaduru ma'a al-illa, right? A legal ruling has to do with the rationale behind it. So if the rationale is gone, there's no more purpose of the legal ruling. In fatwas, this is a really important point. And it's a very common mistake. So, And a good example of that is, women who become Muslim in non-Muslim lands, and their husbands aren't Muslim, but their husbands, in some cases, even encourage them. And so this idea that you give a fatwa based on somebody who's, in a Muslim country, what they would say, and you apply it to that same circumstance, they're not compatible. And part of this is just fiqh al-waqi'. It's the fiqh of reality, right? As opposed to fiction, right? So, he says ومن ذلك اللفظ الحرام والخلية والبرية ونحوهما مما هو مسطور لمالك أنه يلزمه به الطلاق الثلاث بناء على عادة كانت في زمانه. Like for instance in the books of the Malikiyah, they used to use these words like, the khaliya, I have nothing to do with you, or ana barra'tu, it's over, like that. And Imam Malik said that these were, they counted for 3 divorces because they were mabtuta, they were like final. He says that's no longer applicable. We can't base it on that. وأكثر المالكية اليوم يفتي بلزوم الطلاق الثلاث. Most of the Malikis today, he's talking about in his place, they use these old fatwas and they say this is 3 divorces. And he said, بناء على عادة كانت في زمانه, based on a customary practice in his time that's no longer applicable. And he says, على المنقول في الكتب عن مالك وتلك العوائد قد زالت. These عوائد are over, these customs. فلا نجد أحدنا اليوم يطلق امرأته بالخلية والبرية. Nobody today uses these words to mean that. وله أيضا في الفرق 69 و200 يباح من إكرام الناس قسمان. And then what he calls what's permissible to honor people. There are 2 types. ما ورد به الشريعة كإفشاء السلام. Things that our sharia says, like spreading greeting, assalamu alaikum. That's part of our urf. The Muslims, we customarily, if we meet, we say assalamu alaikum, and then it's mandub to do that. But it's wajib to reply. So somebody has to reply, at least one person in the group. But it's recommended. This is the Sharia is recommending that we do this. But if somebody does it, you have to reply, because if you don't, it's animosity you're expressing. He could take it wrong and think that, you don't want peace for me, I want peace for you, you don't want, okay, then here's war. Right? So what he said, والثاني ما لم يرد في النصوص ولا كان في السلف لأنه لم يكن أسباب اعتباره بلزومه موجودة حينئذ وتجددت في عصرنا فتعين فعله لتجدد أسبابه كأنواع المخاطبات للملوك وأولي الرفعة من العظماء. So many people misunderstand this today. Like for instance, صاحب السمو. There's people that will take umbrage and say أعوذ بالله يا أخي ليش تقول صاحب السمو هو مو سامي ولا هو عالي ولا شيء هذا سافل. No, he's a hakim. And the urf is to call him صاحب السمو. Right? Or Sa'ada, or Ma'ali, al-Wazir. This is a'raf. And if you don't do them, you're breaking the a'raf, and it's offensive. And so you're creating problems. What did the Prophet write to the Romans? Ila azim al-Rom, the great one of Rome. The Prophet ﷺ, great with who? With his people. So the Prophet was speaking to him as he was spoken to. He didn't say, Ya haqir, Ya kafir. Really, he didn't say that. Ya ahmaq, la tu'min billah. No. He said, ila azim al-Rom, to the great one of Rome. That's a name of Allah, al-Azim. So he's saying that these things like ul al-rif'a min al-udhama wal qiyam lil-ikram, getting up to honor somebody, this is all urf. The Prophet ﷺ said, man ahabba, right? The one, an yatamathal lahu, an-nasu bil-qiyam. The one who wants people to get up for him. That's another thing. And he said, لا تقوموا كما يقوم العجم. Don't get up like the ajam get up. He's talking to the Arabs. In other words, look, this isn't your urf, so don't take somebody else's urf. But he didn't tell them they can't do that. He said they do that. That's their urf. That's not the urf of the Arabs. Don't take another urf, because humility is better. Right? But if the Ajam do something, as long as they don't do it out of ibadah or something like that, khalas, it's their way they show ihtiram. There are things that the Arabs didn't do that it's sunnah for the Arabs not to do. And there's things that the Ajam, it's sunnah that they do things that the Arabs did. Not because it's an Arabian sunnah, but because the Prophet ﷺ did it as a practice. For instance, he ate with his hand. You can eat with a fork or a spoon. There's nothing that says you can't eat with a fork or a spoon. You can do that. But the Prophet ate with his hand. Now, if you eat with your hand, the sunnah is to use 3 fingers, not your whole hand. 3 fingers. That's the sunnah. And to use your right hand. So, if you're going to eat with your hand, then you should do it the way the Prophet ﷺ did it. It's encouraged to do that. And it would be makruh not to do that. وهذا كله ونحو من الأمور العادية. These are customary affairs, matters. لم تكن في السلف ونحن اليوم نفعلها. Today we do it. The Salaf didn't do it. وذلك جائز مأمور به وإن كان بدعة. These things are permissible even if they didn't, he means bid'ah lughawiyya. It wasn't in a practice of the Salaf. ولقد حضرت عند عز الدين ابن عبد السلام وكان من أعيان العلماء وأولي الجد في الدين. So he's of the maqam of jidd in the religion, this highest maqam. عز الدين ابن عبد السلام. And this is Imam al-Qarafi speaking, right? He's writing this. في الدين. وثبات على الكتاب والسنة. He followed the book and the sunnah. غير مكترث بالملوك فضلا عن غيرهم. He could care less about the kings, let alone others. In other words, he wasn't afraid of king. He would speak the truth, say the truth. He's famous for that. His mawqif in front of the ruler. He's famous for that. So he's saying he didn't care about the kings, let alone other people. So he's not saying this because he was worried or something like that. لا تأخذوا في الله لومة لائم. He didn't worry concerning God. He didn't worry about other people blaming him. He would speak the truth and he could care less what other people thought. فَقُدِّمَ لَهُ سُؤَالٌ. A question was asked of him. فِي الْقِيَامِ الَّذِي أَحْدَثُهُ أَهْلُ زَمَانِنَا. About getting up, the way people of our time get up. مَا أَنَّهُ لَمْ يَكُنْ فِي السَّلَفِ هَلْ يَحْرُمْ. This wasn't amongst the Salaf. Is it prohibited because the Prophet didn't do it? فَقَالَ قال رسول الله لا تباغضوا ولا تقاطعوا ولا تدابروا. Didn't the Prophet say, don't hate one another, don't cut off ties with one another, don't turn your backs on one another. وترك القيام في هذا الوقت يفضي وترك القيام في هذا الوقت يفضي للمقاطعة والمدابرة فلو قيل بوجوبه ما كان بعيدا. And if you didn't do this today, it would lead to people never talking to you again. And so, it's not far-fetched to say it's an obligation to stand. This is Izzuddin ibn Abd Salam. It's not far-fetched to say it's an obligation to stand. Because the ulfa and the unity of the Muslims is much more important. And this is why he said that sometimes leaving a sunnah, if it's going to lead to something worse, would be the sunnah in that situation. هذا نص ما كتب وهو معنى قول عمر بن عبد العزيز تحدث للناس أقضية. So things happen with people and then the responses come based on that. And this is one of the reasons why the Prophet said, my death is good for you. Because تحدثون فيحدث لكم. You do things and then Allah responds. So when I die, wahy's cut off. So this doesn't get too overwhelming for you. Right? Because it's a rahmah to have أصل الأشياء الإباحة. If there were too many rules, we would get overwhelmed. وهذا بشرط ألا تستبيح محرما ولا تترك واجبا. But this is conditional upon neither making what is haram permissible nor leaving what is an obligation. And this is really important because one of the things that we have to be very careful about in our religion, because this is an age where the Abrahamic faiths are breaking down. What the occultists call the age of Horus, the one-eyed one. That one of the really sinister occultists of the early 20th century, who died in 1947, and he's very popular amongst artists and things like that. He said that that we are entering into this age of Horus. You know, they call it the age of Aquarius. And what preceded us was the age of Pisces. And that was the age of Isis, interestingly enough. And Isis is this Egyptian god that imposes this patriarchal rule and treats us like children. And we have to follow them and follow these rules. And if we break these rules, we go outside of this patriarchal father god. But now the age of Horus is coming, who's the son. So it's the age of the child. And the child is free to do what it wants. So the only real law now is do whatever you want. Right? Do whatever you want. And as long as you don't hurt anybody. You can hurt yourself. And obviously you can hurt somebody else if it's consensual. But you don't hurt anybody intentionally. Right? So this is the idea. So we have to be very careful that we do not change our religion because of the zeitgeist. So there's people that will say, what's wrong with this? Love wins. Right? No, there's certain things our religion is very clear about. And one of the most important things one of my teachers told me, Shaykh Bashir al-Shaqfa, he's a great scholar from Syria. Allah yahfaduhu. A really brilliant faqih. One of the things that he told me, he said, in America, just tell them, the Muslims there, whatever they do, don't make the haram halal. He said, because as long as, he said, in this religion, no matter what you do, the door of tawbah is open to you. But once you make the haram halal, the door closes. It closes. فلو كان الملك لا يرضى منا إلا بمعصية لم يحل لنا أن نواده بذلك وإنما هذه أمور لولا هذه الأسباب المتجددة كانت مكروهة من غير تحريم فلما تجددت هذه الأسباب صار تركها يوجب المقاطعة المحرمة وإذا تعارض المكروه والمحرم حسم مادة المحرم وإن وقع المكروه ينقسم القيام إلى أقسام الشريعة الخمس. This is really interesting. So he says, so if the king it doesn't accept that, right? لا يرضى منا إلا معصية لم يحل لنا. If the king is demanding something that is prohibited from us, we can't do it. لا طاعة لمخلوق في معصية الخالق. وإنما هذه أمور لولا هذه الأسباب المتجددة كانت مكروهة من غير تحريم. So these are matters that the worst we can say about them is they're makruha, had it not been for the circumstances changing. And من غير تحريم, they're not haram. فلما تجددت هذه الأسباب صار تركها يوجب المقاطعة. But because they've become the norm of the people, leaving them would lead to strife in the society. And for this reason, the rule is إذا تعارض المكروه والمحرم, when there's a choice between, a conflict between what's haram and what's makruh, you cut off the bab of haram. And that's why the makruh in this situation becomes accepted to do it. وينقسم القيام إلى أقسام الشريعة الخمس. And qiyam falls under the five. It can be wajib, it can be mandub, it can be mubah, it can be makruh, and it can be haram. So it falls under these. And this is for the usuli scholars to determine. ولنرجع إلى ما كنت خرجت منه من أن الأخذ بالجد في الدين. So let's go back to what I've gotten out of. You know, like He went on this whole discussion. Remember, he began this about the highest maqam, and he took us through this thing to show us that despite this importance, we have to recognize that there's all these other things happening. So he says, من أن الأخذ بالجد في الدين الذي يكون بحيث لو فجأ المرء الموت لم يجد مستزادا هو الحق الذي لا شك فيه وهو مذهب العارفين. So let us remember that this maqam is basically summed up in this simple statement. If a person was surprised by death, he would not find anything else concerning the truth that he would be wanting to increase to do. That what he's doing is exactly what he would like to have been doing when death came to him. That's the maqam of these people. They're always in that maqam of, they're always doing the most appropriate thing in the situation. And this is the madhab of the arifin. The arifin are the people of ma'rifah of Allah. الَّذِينَ هُمْ أَفْضَلْ مِنَ الْعُلَمَاء بِأَحْكَامِ اللَّهِ. These people are better than the scholars who know the outward rules of Islam. لكن معلوم أن هذا ليس في طوق البشر. But it's well known that this really isn't in the capacity of the majority of people. Even the arifun will slip. So this is just, only the prophets have this isma, and even the Prophet ﷺ, there are a few times when he left the afdal for a fadila. And Allah actually وَبَخَهُ فِي القرآن. In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reprimanded him, عَبَسَهُ تُوَلَّى. It's a gentle reprimand of the Prophet when he found to the person who wanted to hear from him, and he went back to who he was talking to. He was in da'wah, but he was speaking to a man that really wasn't interested, and there was a man that was passionately interested in. One was rich, the other was poor. And so the Prophet was doing a fadila, but his maqam is the maqam of this highest maqam, right? Sabiqun bil khairat. I mean, he's in the highest maqam, and for that reason, Allah said, no, this is what you should have been doing. You should have been speaking to the blind one. And then he says, فَدُونَ هَذَا الْمَقَامِ مَقَامٌ آخَرُ وَهُوَ مَقَامُ الثَّانِي. So the next maqam is the maqam of, well, here's an interesting, he mentions that Imam al-Nawawi, وصف الإمام النووي الصوفية في أذكاره. So in the famous book Al-Adhkar, Imam al-Nawawi spoke about the Sufis. السادة الأجلة من صفوة هذه الأمة أهل تربية السالكين وتأديب المربين. So he said that they were the sada of this ummah. You know, they're the highest group. Al-Ajilla, these majestic masters. من صفوة هذه الأمة, from the best of this ummah. Ahli tarbiyat as-sadiqeen, they're the people that help people on the path to God by getting better. With ta'deeb al-murabbin, and they discipline the souls of others with their insight. Now this has to be understood in the context, because this is a contested term. Sufism, tasawwuf, is a contested term. Sufism is not what you see in many countries in the Muslim world today. In fact, the Sufis would be the first people to reject them. Imam al-Ghazali, in his book, At-Tabyin, he wrote a small treatise called At-Tabyin, elucidating the fact that the vast majority of creation is completely deluded. And when he gets to the last section, he says, the Sufis, and he said, and how great is their delusion. He said they're deluded in their dress. They're deluded in the way they talk. They're deluded in their thinking that they're the elite of God and the elect. So remember that many of the people that were part of this tradition, they were great critics. And they also, some of them say that the Sufiya and the Mutasawwifa are different. Some use these terms technically. The Mutasawwifa are the people that pretend to be Sufis. And in fact, they have a term in the tradition called the mutamawit. The mutamawit is somebody who's like he's acting like a spiritual person because he thinks this is how a spiritual person should be. And so he's pretending to be dead. In other words, like his ego is dead. And he has certain qualities. He's very hushed. He's very, I'm very humble, I am. Right? Like Uriah Heep in David Copperfield. Okay? I'm humble. I know me place in society, But he's meanwhile like tricking and doing all these things to... So, one of the Mauritanians said, عاش بها القوم بخير عيشة فصيرت من بعدهم معيشة يدعى الذي يمشي عليه السالك والسالكوها اليوم حزب هالك. That عاش بها القوم, the qawm, these are the qawm, the Sufiya. They were called the qawm. هم القوم لا يشقى بهم جليسهم. They're the people, because when the angels found the circle of dhikr, they said there was one person, he wasn't from them, but he was sitting with them. He said, and Allah says to the angels, هم القوم لا يشقى بهم جليسهم. They're the people that even if you sit with them, you're in a good state. So he says that these are people that عاش بها القوم بخير عيشة فصيرت من بعدهم معيشة. But it became a means of getting livelihood after that. It became a means of, selling talismans and doing these things, like, and the Pir Sahib who, gets the poor people and convinces them, that support me and all your ailments will go away and I'm going to get jinn out of you. I can see there's a jinni in you, and just give me 5 minutes and I'll, do some mumbo jumbo and it'll all go away. There's a lot of this in our ummah, right? Seriously. And so we can't be naive about these things. I mean, there was one person that came to our area and he made all these claims. That's what the first thing. If they make claims, big red flag. That's the first thing. If they tell you, like, somebody came to me and said, I've got this person in our city, he doesn't pray Jummah at the masjid. He came from, I won't name the country, and he says he prays Jummah with the Prophet ﷺ at his house, right? And a lot of people were like really taking this man seriously. And I just said, he's a kadhab. He's just a liar. Don't believe him. The Prophet ﷺ, first of all, I don't think he'd be praying in England, Jummah. Because most of the fuqaha say Jummah doesn't even apply in foreign countries without an imam, because that's one of the conditions to establish Jummah. I mean, Shaykh Sa'id Ramadan used to pray Jummah and then pray Dhuhr afterwards, because they didn't consider the Jummah valid in Syria. People don't know that, because there was no legitimate government by Sharia. Right? So, anyway, and I don't have a problem telling people that. I don't believe that. I had somebody come to me, we do this dhikr on Thursdays, and this one guy, every day he said the Prophet's in the circle, and he comes to him in his dreams, and he tells them what dhikrs they should do. For me, that's just red flags all over the place. I don't want anything to do with those people. I'm telling you the truth. These are people that, the people that I knew never talked about any of those things. Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, somebody asked him, he actually once said, that he didn't want to see the Prophet in a dream because he would be so ashamed. Like, who am I to see the Prophet ﷺ? That's the people I knew. Sifadul al-Huwari, Habib Ahmed Mashhur al-Haddad. These people were people of no claims. No claims. So people that do that, that tell you, oh, I saw the Prophet and I saw this and that. Now people can genuinely see the Prophet, and we're going to get to that inshallah, I think. And there can be a bushra in that. But if you do see the Prophet ﷺ, keep that to yourself. That's my advice. It's a very special thing, and you should just keep it to yourself. If you want to share it with somebody very special that it has to do with them, or you want to tell somebody that might know something about dream interpretation, that's another thing. But I would not put that on Facebook. You know, and if you hear a sheikh saying, I saw the Prophet and he said support Sisi or something like that, and then, no, I'm sorry. You know. I mean, these are things that destroy our religion, you know, and make people really dislike the religion and turn away from the religion. Is charlatans, religious charlatans. And I'm not saying they're all charlatans, but they're certainly not practicing the sunnah. You know, one of the books that I read when I was starting out, I mean, I wasn't starting out, I was already pretty adept at reading Arabic, but I read Badi'u Zaman al-Hamadani. I was reading it. I went through a period where I read the maqamat. I really liked them. Zamakhsharis were beautiful because they were all spiritual maqamat. But Badi'u Zaman, really, I was conflicted reading it initially. And it took me a while to understand what he was doing, because he wrote about a religious charlatan that he was very eloquent and he knew the book and the sunnah, and he used to go to villages and he would trick people. And he would tell them things like, I saw the Prophet in a dream, and he told me to go to this village, and he said, I'm supposed to pray the rain prayer because you need rain, but he told me I have to do an extremely long sajda or it won't get answered. And so they're all like, Allahu Akbar. And he's very eloquent. He's got this brilliant eloquence. They're all Allahu Akbar. And so they go out and they pray, and he goes into sajda, and then he gets up. They're all in sajda. He gets up and robs all the houses, and then he leaves. You know, and I thought, that's such a weird, why is he doing, this is, you know, 800 years ago. And he's talking about characters. He's warning people about religious charlatanry. That there are mountebanks, there are these people that are dajajila, you know, to use Imam Malik's term, because he was asked about him and he said, Hada dajjalun min ad-dajajila. He's an imposter. He was a scholarly imposter. He was pretending to be something he wasn't. And this has happened many times in our history, that people have been fooled by these people. And so this is why it's very important to learn the religion for yourself, so that you don't become victim to these people, because we have so many people in our community that have been victims. And then what happens? They get scandalized when they find out the truth. The person ended up, you know, having sexual improprieties with people or something. This happens in our community. And then they have their loss of faith. Or they get confused. Or then they don't want to have anything to do with religion, because this charlatan has given religion such a bad name. And this happens, and they suffer from it. People are abused by religion, and that's the worst form of abuse. I would rather have a mafiosa leader and deal with him than deal with a religious charlatan. I really would. I would rather have that, because he's just doing bad, and everybody can see it's bad. But when you do bad in the name of good, you are a truly evil person. So now we're gonna go to the next maqam, maqam al-thamin. This is the 8th maqam. They get shorter, so don't worry, we'll get there. Maqam khawas al-ulama bi ahkamillah. This is the maqam of the khawas. So the first one, these are ahl al-jidd. These are people that, the arifun billah. Now you're in so those were khasatul khasa. Now we're with the khasa. And these know the ahkam of Allah. أقول إنه مقام خواص العلماء بأحكام الله أن يكون المرء سعة وسعة. The Prophet ﷺ روحوا قلوبكم سعة وسعة. And the hadith of Hanzala al-Usayyidi. It's a beautiful hadith where Abu Bakr sees Hanzala and he says, how are you? And he says, نافق Hanzala. Hanzala is a munafiq. Abu Bakr shocked. How could you be a munafiq? He said, we're with the Prophet ﷺ. Our states are so exalted. He reminds us. We feel so good. And then we leave. Asafna al-ahl wa bay'at. We go and we get preoccupied with our families and our farms. And we lose that feeling that we're with. And Abu Bakr says, I feel the same way. Let's go to the Prophet. So they go, and the Prophet sees them, and he says the same thing. And then the Prophet ﷺ says, if you were like you were with me all the time, the angels would be shaking hands with you in the road. Right? Because that's what the Prophet ﷺ was happening to him. The angels were coming up and greeting him. He heard the stones from his irsahat, the irhasat, which are the miracles before he became a prophet. He heard stones greeting him. So the Prophet ﷺ said, وَلَكِنْ سَعَةً وَسَعَةً. Like, little by little, a time for this, a time for that. So this is another maqam, right? A time for this and a time for that, right? لكن يا حنظلة سعة وسعة سعة وسعة. He said it 3 times. So he's saying, this is the maqam of سعة وسعة. ساعة في مهم وسعة في أهم. A sa'a in what's important, like your family and your farms and your livelihood, that's important. But more important is your ibadah and your relationship with Allah. So a time for this, a time for that. So, and this is this يشهد لهذا حديث حنظلة ثم من دون هذا المقام مقام آخر دونه وهو المقام السابع. So now we go to the 7th. So that's the 8th maqam. ساعة وساعة. A time for what's important and a time for what's more important. The first maqam, it's always the most important. They're always doing the most important thing. This maqam, they're either in something important or something more important. But they could miss a more important thing by being preoccupied with an important thing. The next one, وَهُوَ مَا لَمْ يَقْدُرْ أَنْ يَكُونَ عَلَى أَمْرٍ أَهَمٍ. So this is the one who can't be in an important thing. فَلْيَكُونَ عَلَى أَمْرٍ مُهِمٍ. So at least this sabi' is that he's in something important. وَقَدْ يُضَاهِي صَاحِبْ هَذَا الْمَقَامِ مَقَامَ الْعَارِفِينَ بِحُسْنِ النِّيَّةِ. And you can achieve the maqam of the arifin by having a good intention. So this maqam, you can actually get to that first maqam by being aware of the niyyah. وهكذا كما قاله مالك وأحمد بن حنبل والشافعي والسفيان والزهري وغيرهم. فقد قال مالك لابن وهب لما جمع كتبه وقام يتنفل ما الذي قمت إليه بأفضل مما كنت فيه إذا حسنت النية. So Ibn Wahb, the great muhaddith and faqih, was studying with Malik, and he has an opinion in the Maliki madhab. He was studying with Malik, and he got up to pray nafila from the circle. And Malik said, what you're going to is not more important than what you're in if the niyyah is sound. Right? Don't think that this is ibadah if your intention is for Allah and you're studying this knowledge. ونقل أيضا عن أحمد ابن حنبل أن رجلا قال له هذا العلم فمتى العمل؟ فقال أحمد ألسنا نحن في عمل؟ Imam Ahmad was asked, okay, this is knowledge, when are we going to act on it? He said, this is action. Studying knowledge is action. Don't belittle what you're doing. Learning knowledge is action. This is from our amal. Malik said, when you learn that speaking is from your action, you'll start speaking less. People say, هذا الرجل هو فقط يتكلم. If he's calling people to Allah, it's not just speech, it's action. He's an amal. It's not, if he's a munafiq, that's another thing, like the Iraqi say, hachi fadi. For him, but not for the people that are benefiting from him. Right? وقال الشافعي طالب العلم أفضل من النافلة. Imam Shafi'i said to seek knowledge is higher than doing extra acts. وقال سفيان ما أعلم عملا أفضل من طلب العلم. The great Sufyan said, I know of no action higher than seeking knowledge. This is something that I've tried to instill into the Zaytuna students. That you're not here to do inshad of qasa'id. You're not here to do mawlid. Right? You're here to study. If you want to do extra acts, memorize Quran, get up at night, do tahajjud, those are the things those are the awrad of the student of knowledge. If you want to be like the amma, then go and do those other things. But that's actually the good amma that are doing dhikr. Those are the ubad, and they're important people, and you should never belittle them. And they may be better than the students of knowledge. So you should, but what the students of knowledge are doing is better than what they're doing. They might be better with Allah. Their maqam as an individual might be better than some student of knowledge because he's got kibr and arrogance in his heart because he's a student of knowledge. So he might be better, so you can't belittle them. Like Omar, when he went in and he found a man doing dhikr and he said, Man yaqutuka? Who's taking care of you? He said, my brother. He said, Akhuka khayrun minka? Your brother's better than you? He didn't say, get out of here and go earn your livelihood. What he was reminding him was, your brother who's out there working so that you can be in here doing dhikr, he gets all the reward of your dhikr as well as his work. So he's better than you. Don't get arrogant and think, I'm in here doing dhikr and my brother's out there working to support me to do dhikr, so I'm obviously better than him. No, he's better than you. And this is why the shuyukh have always honored wealthy people that support knowledge. It's not nifaq. It's not nifaq. Because those people, they're not doing what, if they're supporting a madrasa, or if they're supporting a place where students of knowledge can learn, or a hospital that's giving free, like the Ummah Free Clinic, or something like that we have in America, where people are treated for free. There's people supporting that. When they come, you have to treat them well. And it's not nifaq. It's recognizing these are the people that are enabling you to do the good that you're doing, and without them you couldn't do that good, and so show gratitude to them. That's not nifaq. It's nifaq if it's you're getting personal gain out of it or something like that, or tamalluq or something, but it's not nifaq to honor those people. ونقل عياض عن ابن أخي ابن وهب قال كنت مع عمي بالإسكندرية مرابطا فاجتمع علي الناس يسألونه فقال لي هذه بلد عبادة وقلما أمهد لنفسي فيه مع شغل الناس فترك الجلوس لهم في الأوقات التي كان يجلس وأقبل على العبادة والحراسة فبعد يومين أتاه إنسان فأخبره أنه رأى نفسه في مسجد عظيم نحو المسجد الحرام والنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فيه وأبو بكر عن يمينه وعمر عن شماله وأنت بين يديه وفي المسجد قناديل تزهر أحسن شيء وأشدها بياضا وإذا إذ خفت منها قنديل فانطفأ فقال لك رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يا عبد الله أوقده فأوقدته ثم آخر كذلك ثم أقمنا مليا فرأيت القناديل كلها همت تطفأ فقال أبو بكر يا رسول الله أما ترى هذه القناديل فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم هذا عمل عبد الله ابن وهب يريد يطفئها فبكى ابن وهب فقال له الرجل جئت لأبشرك ولو علمت أنه يغمك لما أتيك فقال له هو خير رؤياك هذه وعظت بها ظننت أن العبادة أفضل من نشر العلم ثم ترك كثيرا من عمره ورجع إلى الناس وحبس نفسه عليهم يقرؤون عليه ويسألونه. Amazing story. Ibn Wahb, a great, really truly great faqih and scholar and muhaddith. He's from the rijal of al-Bukhari and Qadi Iyad, the great muhaddith and Maliki jurist, said that he relates this from the cousin of Ibn Wahb. He said, I was the son of the brother of Ibn Wahb. He said, I was with my uncle in Alexandria doing ribat. The ribat, murabit, ribat was it was almost like a monastery. It was a place where people would go, sometimes for 40 days, tamam al-ribat, 40 yawman. You know, there's a, warada, hadha al-athar, that you know how Jama'at Tabligh goes out for 40 days. They get it from this tradition. The ribat were places where they were fortresses in areas where enemies could attack the lands of Islam. And there was a great reward in being a guard in those places. But one of the things that they did in those places was a lot of ibadah. And so they were really almost like places of retreat where people would go and they would do military service, but at the same time they would be doing a lot of Quran, a lot of tahajjud. So it was a place of ibadah. The Murabitun were famous for this. They built the Murabitun and then they conquered Morocco and Andalusia. So he says, I was there in Ribat. And people used to come, they found out Ibn Wahb was there, so they used to come to ask him questions. And he said to his nephew, he He said, this is a place of devotion. And he said, I'm not able to prepare myself because I'm so preoccupied with these people. And so he stopped sitting for them. He used to sit with them to teach and give them lessons in the ribat. He stopped sitting for them and he just started doing ibadah and hirasa. So doing devotion and then watching at night, they would watch the borders. After 2 days, a man came to him and he said, I saw myself in a great masjid near the Masjid al-Haram. And the Prophet ﷺ was in it. And Abu Bakr was on his right and Umar was on his left. This is tafdeel. So Abu Bakr is better than Umar. So right, left. And you were sitting in front of them. And in the masjid were candles. And they were emanating a brilliant light, incredibly white. But then they started dimming. One of the candles dimmed and then went out. خَفَتَ قِنْدِيرٌ فَانْطَفَأَ. It started dimming and then it went out. فَقَالَ لَكَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ يَا عَبْدَ اللَّهِ. And then the Prophet said to you, he's talking to Ibn Wahab, his name was Abdullah. Ya Abdullah, light this candle. And so you lit it, and then you lit another. And then we stayed there for a while, and then I saw the candles, all of them, it was as if they wanted to go out. And Abu Bakr said to the Prophet ﷺ, look at those candles. And the Prophet ﷺ said, this is the action of Abdullah ibn Wahab. He wants to put out the candles. فَبَكَى ibn Wahab, he started crying. And the man said to him, I thought I was going to make you happy. I came to give you good news. He said, if I knew this would depress you, I would have never come. He said, no, this is good. He said, this vision you had, I've learned from it. I've been exhorted by it. He said, I thought that my devotion was better than my teaching knowledge. And so after that, he left a lot of devotion and he just started sitting with people and teaching. وَحَبَسَ نَفْسُهُ, forced himself to do that. And they would read with him and ask him questions. It's an amazing story. قال الزهري العالم إذا لم يخل بواجب ولم يقصر في فرض أفضل من العابد. A scholar, if he does not stint in some obligation and he doesn't shortchange any obligation, he's better than the devotee, the abid. You have alim and abid. The Prophet ﷺ said the preference of one scholar over the abid is like the preference of me over the least of you. And he said, فَقِيهٌ وَاحِدٌ أَشَدُّ عَلَى الشَّيْطَانِ مِنْ أَلْفِ عَابِدٍ. One faqih is harder on shaitan than 1,000 devotees. This is the maqam of knowledge in our ummah. وَسُئِلَ عِزُّ الدِّينِ أَقِرَاءَةُ الْقُرْآنِ أَفْضَلُ أَمَ النَّظْرُ فِي الْعِلْمِ. Is it better to recite the Quran or to study knowledge? فقال معرفة الأحكام الشرعية أفضل لعموم الحاجة إليها في الفتاوي والأقضية والولايات العامة والخاصة. ومصلحة القرآن مقصورة على القارئ وما عمت مصلحته ومست الضرورة والحاجة إليه أفضل مما كانت مصلحته مقصورة على فاعله. So he said the rules of Sharia, that knowing the rules of Sharia is better because of the general need for people that they have it in terms of fatwa and judgments and rulings. Also wilaya al-amma, political power, and then wilaya al-khassa. So wilaya al-amma, those things that you're personally responsible for and those things that have the public trust. And he said, as for the benefit of the Quran, that it's maqsuratun ala al-qari, that it's limited to the one reciting it. So to learn knowledge in order to help people is better. وَمَا عَمَّتْ مَصْلَحَتُهُ. So if the benefit is general and the darura is touched by this thing and the need, then it's better than what is simply for the individual. And this is why we forget this. A lot of people during Ramadan, the benefit of feeding poor people, the benefit of serving poor people, social services, much of and this is where the Christians often outdo us. If we were honest with ourselves, you will find Christian doctors who could be very wealthy if they were in the United States, you'll find them in the worst places. I met a physician in Mali when I was probably 19. I met a physician in Mali who'd been there like 10 years. He's from Montana. He went through a period where they had to eat leaves because there was no food, and he wanted to be with the people. And he was spreading the gospel amongst the Tuareg. He told me in 20 years he didn't get one conversion. Like, alhamdulillah, ya Rabbil Alameen. But I was really amazed at that man's devotion to do that. You know, it's amazing. You know, and we have all these doctors that they've got their giant houses and their cars, which is all fine and good, but serve people too. Take some time, go do some service to people. You know, take 2 weeks out of the year. Take your vacation. You know, take your vacation, because half the time they're in those offices letting people wait outside. I know that, because you wait so long. You have an appointment at 3, you get in at 4, right? I'm just kidding. I have lots of friends that are doctors. So. But, you know, take 2 weeks and go and treat people somewhere, or do something for people, or get people to donate, you know, ambulances. Like, there should be a kickstart to get ambulances. You know, Mauritania does not have an emergency system for people. There's no 911 in Mauritania. If you have a car accident, they put you in the back of a truck or something, or in a Jeep, and they drive you to the hospital. There's no ambulance like that, you know. I mean, it's changing, but, you know, there's a lot of help that we can do for many parts of the Muslim world. Instead of allowing the Christians to take these challenges, you know, and a lot of them are very sincere. You know, these Christian people, they're really, truly sincere people. They go and they serve poor people because their book tells them that this is, you know, this is a blessed thing to sit, that Jesus sat amongst the poor, that he was with the wine bibbers, the prostitutes, he was helping the least of the community. And that's a high thing. You know, visiting prisoners is a great thing to do, helping people in the prisons, right? And you know, they're so appreciative when you go. It's amazing. They're just so appreciative that somebody thought about them. And these are people that did something wrong. They made tawbah. You know, a lot of them, they made tawbah, and they need help. They're on the mend, as the Brits say. You know, they're trying to get better. And so, وقال في الإحياء, Imam Ghazali, he said, now this is really very, very important. لما ذكر أن الطريق إلى الله عمارة الأوقات بالأوراد قال أما العالم الذي ينتفع الناس بعلمه في فتوى أو تدريس فترتيب أوراده تخالف أوراد العابد فإنه محتاج إلى المطالعة والإفادة فإن أمكنه أن يستغرق أوقاته في ذلك فهو أفضل ما يشغل به بعد المكتوبات ورواتبها. And this is really important for students of knowledge to understand this. Imam al-Ghazali said that the way to God is to fill your time with dhikr. But as for the scholar, الذي ينتفع الناس بعلمه, those who people benefit from their fatwa and their tadris, their awrad are different. They should do that. They should do the maktubat, and then the awrad that go with that. There's certain things that you do, like the what they call the baqiyat al-salihat after the prayer and things like that. Those are important. Do like Shaykh Abdullah al-Qadhi. He does the wird of Nawawi, which takes literally 5 minutes, and all his other is Quran and tafsir and fiqh and teaching. That's what he does. Just a really short dhikr, and so. Now, listen to what he says. That's better for him to fill his time with reading, other than the maktubat and the rawatib that go with them. Those dhikrs that go with the maktubat. قال وكذلك المتعلم. He said, and then he says, and like that, the student, الاشتغال بالتعلم أفضل من النوافل. قال فحكمه حكم العالم.
The student has the same category as the scholar in this situation. It's better for him to be studying. We need scholars. We need scholarship. We need more women scholars. I would love to have women scholars teach. It's hard to find traditionally trained women scholars. You know, we need more women scholars. We had great female scholars in our history. Hani, she knew the 4 madhabs. She had 4 sons. She taught each one a madhab. You know, Imam al-Sakhawi said that he got the musalsal of Surah As-Saff from her. She read, that's the best of all the hadiths of musalsal, where every alim does something in the hadith. She read Saff to him, and he said in a beautiful voice. Right? So, we need scholars, but it's a path. Scholarship is a path. Devotion is another path. Salah ala Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is a path. That's a path. And the Prophet actually said, if you did only Salah ala Nabi, then it's a good thing. Other than the maktubat. Just prayer on the Prophet. Leave everything else and just do prayer on the Prophet. Hence the Dalail Khairat in our ummah, because that's a sahih hadith, and the Prophet aqarra, he said, if you make all of your extra acts prayer on me, it'll suffice you and take care of all your anxiety. All your needs will be taken care of. And I know people that do that. That's all they do. And they're amazing people, filled with light and love. You know, really. There's amazing people that do that. And that's a path. That's not the path of scholarship. That's the path of ibadah. It's a good thing. If you're not inclined towards scholarship, that's the best path for you to take. If you fall asleep when you read, that's the best path. Some people do. They start reading and I just puts me to sleep. They don't need sleeping pills. They just get a book. And the next thing they know, they're asleep. That's those type people, the best thing they can do is imarat al-awqat bil-awrad. Do dhikr, right? When you're awake, do dhikr. But for the students of knowledge, for the scholars, the best thing they can do is read and study and teach. وقد تبين بهذا أن العالم قد يكون من السابقين بنسبة ومن المقتصدين بنسبة ومن الظالمين لأنفسهم بنسبة فالذي هو من السابقين فكما قال هو الذي لو قيل له غدا تموت ولم يضع الكتاب من يده والذي من المقتصدين فمن جعل سببه الدنيا ومن قائل يقول وهو من خير الأسباب ومن قائل يقول طلب الدنيا بالدف والمزمار أحب إليه من طلبه بالعلم والدين. So he says, this should make it clear that a scholar can be from that first group, as-sabiqun bil khairat, binisbatin, you know, it's all, this is relative to what he's doing. And he could be from the muqtasid, from these moderate ones, and he could also be from the zalimin li anfusihim, those who oppress themselves, depending on what he's doing. So the sabiqun are the ones that if you said to them, you're going to die tomorrow, and he's reading a book, he wouldn't change the book he's reading. So, if he's going to die tomorrow and he's reading Brothers Karamazov, and he's, put that away, enough of Dostoevsky, get the Book of Allah out, then then he's not from that group. Or the muqtasid, right? He could be from that, because he could have, he's taking care of his asbab in the dunya, min qa'ilin yaquluhu min khairul asbab. Right? Those who say that it's good, better to take the asbab, and then saying to seek dunya with a drum, a tar drum, and flutes, I would prefer that over seeking dunya with knowledge and religion. Yeah. Better you're a musician, entertaining people, than that you make, your knowledge a source of dunya. وحكى السيد مفتي تونس البرزلي قال قدم علينا الشيخ الدكالي وكان شيخا صالحا يأكل من كد يمينه البلغة من القوت فأنكر أشياء منها لبس العمامة بغير حنك على ما يلبسها اليوم الفقهاء ومنها أخذ المراتب من الأوقاف على الإمامة وأظن والتدريس حتى أداه ذلك إلى عدم الصلاة خلف الأئمة الذين يصلون بالراتب فأوجع ذلك سيدنا الإمام
meaning Ibn Arafah, فقلت له نجتمع به ونتكلم معه في هذه المسائل فمنعني فلما قدر وحججت اجتمعت به في زاوية في الإسكندرية وقلت له أنا آخذ مرتب على التدريس والإمامة وأعتقد أنه أحل لي من أخذه من بيت المال لأن بيت المال لعموم الناس والمرتب مختص بي من واضعه وهو إعانة على القول الصحيح لا على معنى الأجرة فلم يكن له جواب إلا أنه قال ما قلت ظاهر إلا أني لا أريد لك هذه السخسخة ففهمت من كلامه أنه كان زاهدا من نوازله أول النوازل وآخر. So he says Dukali was a very pious zahid, and when he came to Tunis, he used to only eat from what he earned. The bulgha is kafaf, it's just enough to get you by. And he condemned certain things that he saw, like he didn't like the fact people wore the imama without the tahniq, right? Because the sunnah was to wear the hanak under your chin. The Prophet put, like the Sokoto people do. You know, if you look at the Amir of Sokoto, you know, the African Amir, they wear it like that. The Tuareg wear it like that. They sometimes veil, but the tahniq was the sunnah. And so early fuqaha didn't like it if they wore the turban. In fact, Uthman Danfodio, I mean, this is, take it for what it's worth. Uthman Danfodio said, this is imamatu shayateen. He said it's an imam of the demons that didn't, because they weren't following the sunnah. And what he meant was, this is what shaitan does. He changes things to get people out of the sunnah, right? So he said, and this is the way a lot of fuqaha wear it today. And he also rejected taking a murattab, a salary from the awqaf for being imam. And I think he also said for teaching. And that even led to him not praying behind the imams in Tunisia. Because he said they all get paid to pray. Why should I pray behind somebody getting paid to pray? فَأَوْجَعَ ذَلِكَ سَيْدَنَا الْإِمَامِ. This pained our master Imam Ibn Arafah, who was a great, great faqih, and certainly greater than Dukali in his knowledge. And so I said, we should meet with him and talk to him about these things. And so he said no. And then when I was able to go on Hajj, I met with him in a zawiya in Iskandariya. And I said to him, I take a salary for teaching and for being an imam, and I consider it that it's more halal for me than taking it from the Bayt al-Mal, because there were awqaf for the imams. So he wasn't taking it from the general the coffers of the state. He was taking it for awqaf made for the imam. So he said, I think that's better for me than taking it from the Bayt al-Mal. And he said that this was put for that purpose by the people that gave the endowment, and it helps to teach people, and it doesn't have the meaning of taking a ujra, like in the hadith, taking the Prophet ﷺ condemned taking some kind of money for teaching. He said he didn't think that it went under that category, which the fuqaha don't. He didn't have an answer to that, except that he said, what you said is zahir, it's clear. He said, I just don't like this kind of, like sophistry in your, he still saw it as kind of like, you're just trying to get around something. Still not a good thing. And I understood from his words that he was a zahid. فَنَقْرَأَ أَيْضًا مِنْ أَوَّلِ. So, that's an example of the maqams, the different maqams. For him, he couldn't do it, Dukali. He had to earn from his own hand. He's not going to take it from Bayt al-Mal. A lot of male shuyukh mentor male students of sacred knowledge. A lot of senior prominent scholars are males, many of whom have expressed the need for more female scholars. But whenever I inquire about mentorship, many say they won't teach women. How can we get out of this catch-22 situation? Part of it, I think we need older shuyukh. Like, I'm really quite serious, we need shuyukh that
it's a more of a father-daughter relationship because polarity, people can fall in love, it happens. And it can be a fitna for both the teacher and for the student. And that happens. And especially with the younger scholars, many of them are charismatic and it can be a fitna. I'm talking quite realistically, and this has happened in many occasions. And it's just, these are normal. This is reality. Look, in classical Freudian psychiatry, it's actually considered a part of the process for the patient to fall in love with the psychiatrist. And it's very sick, but that's legit because it happens when you have a close relationship with somebody and they're guiding you. The hearts are inclined towards those who do good to them, so they can actually fall in love. This is realistic, it happens. And so that's one of the things. Some of these teachers are just trying to guard themselves because they're human. They could be attracted to, if they have a really brilliant student, there can be a lot of compatibility. They feel, attracted. That happens. It's just human nature. And Islam is very realistic about these things. And so even in tasawwuf, young shuyukh were never the norm in tasawwuf. It's very, very tricky to have young shuyukh. Traditionally they were older. Their nafs, Ibn al-Munkadir said it took him 50 years to get his nafs under control. So to be guiding other people and helping other people and you're still struggling with your nafs, that's a little tricky. So it's a problem. It is a type of catch-22 situation. I think there are ways around. We've even, at the college, this is one of the things we're struggling with. I know Dr. Wincher's struggling with it because when you put males and females together, they also, the students tend to fall in love and things happen and it's normal. This is part of human nature. If you read the early period when they started introducing co-ed education in America, which is the first place that did it. They never had co-education anywhere. All the teachers said, this is insane. You can't put young men and women together to study and not think they're going to be distracted. So this is human nature. Islam is a very practical, realistic religion. So I know it's a problem and I know it's frustrating for the women because the Prophet gave one day out of the week just for the women, and that was with the understanding that the men were going home and teaching the women, but they came and complained. They said, no, we don't want to hear it from our husbands. We want to hear it directly. He gave them a day out of the week just for them. And so that is a sunnah to teach the women. And it's important. So that's undeniable. But we have to work out ways in which we can protect the hearts of both sides of because most of these teachers are married. They have wives, and their wives have rights as well. So because some of the wives have suffered because of these situations. So these are things that people have to think about. Given the current situation in the world, where would you recommend as an authentic, safe place for females to seek traditional Islamic knowledge and scholarship? Can you suggest ways in which we can make a good start on this path from our countries of residence in the West? There's certain things. We have very good teachers of tajweed that are women. And it's much better for you to learn the Quran from women. Because tajweed is actually a kind of intimate thing, because you have to look at the lips and make sure they're like the ishmam it's something seen. And so those type things are very, and then Arabic, we have a lot of women that know Arabic to a very good level. And so the foundational knowledges are definitely to be done. When you get into hadith, fiqh and things like that, then there are less, certainly. This was not always the case. In our autobiographical literature, on average, there were about 10 to 15% of the notable scholars of any given period of time were women. And we're talking not about just scholars. We're talking about the a'yan, the notable scholars in Islamic tradition. Ibn Sa'd, if you read his tabaqat, the women are very, very well placed in that early period. Many great female scholars. Women did not tend to write, which is why we don't have a lot of books from the women. There are some books, but they did not tend to write. Partially because there were opinions that women should be taught to read and not to write. And the reason for that was like what we call texting today. Pre-modern texting existed, where you wrote notes and could turn them. And so they saw it as a source of fitna. My own teacher, Marab Tarhad, said in the early period he did not teach his wife to write because of that, and later he realized that it wasn't a correct fatwa. But his wife never learned how to write very well. But she was a scholar in her own right. Maryam was amazing. She had a phenomenal memory. She memorized an incredible amount of poetry. She knew the Quran by heart. She knew fiqh very well. Amazing scholar. So she didn't teach, but she sat listening for 60 years to her husband teach, and she had a photographic memory as far as I can tell. You know, I realized when I first came there, she asked me all my family's name. So she's like, my mother, I said Elizabeth, and she's like, Elizabeth. I said, yeah. And my father, David. And then my sisters, she knew, because I have 6 brothers and sisters, she knew all their names. She asked me for all their names. After I left, when I came back 10 years later, and the first thing she said to me after the just greeting, she said, Kif Elizabeth, or Kif David, or Kif, and she started asking me, I totally broke down. It's just, you know, that humanity, it's just so amazing. But I realized later that she probably was making dua for them. And that's how she retained their names, wallahu alam, because they were foreign names to her. But, so there's a lot of things that you can learn with resources in your own communities, and that's the best. I think Skype also is a possibility in this time. It's difficult for students. I think just because of time factors, a lot of people are very, very extremely busy. I know a lot of the people. I mean, I'm constantly at a loss for time, just trying to find more time for different things, because I'm doing a lot of things. I mean, Zaytuna alone is like a full-time job, and I've got other things besides that. And I'm pretty much every day, even while I'm here, I'm having to deal with a lot of Zaytuna issues, and because the catalog's being written right now, and you know, I get weekly reports, and I'm in contact with my assistant there, you know, quite often. So it's just time is a problem. But yeah, we need to do that. Right now, the Muslim world's in a lot of turmoil. Isar is an excellent option for women that have a degree to study. They have a women's program, and Dr. Rajab Shenturk, to me, is really one of the brilliant, innovative, and not mubtadi'a, but mubdi', you know, like a creative person, innovative, not in a negative way. Because you have mubdi' and you have mubtadi', you know, and one's negative, the other's positive. But he's a very, very creative thinker. He's rooted in the Islamic tradition. He himself is a scholar of the Islamic tradition. He also has a PhD from Columbia University in sociology, so he's very familiar with modern world. And he's doing very similar things that we're trying to do at Zaytuna, which is bridging these two worlds, trying to make tradition relevant in the modern times, how we grapple with the contradictions of our time, renewing and trying to understand tradition in light of the modern world with all its complexities. So he's really good. We had one of our students was there. She was studying Turkish here. And Turkish is a barrier. You can learn it, because I've met people that have learned it, but there's a character on the YouTube that speaks 20 languages, and he's pretty fluent in them. Freydun said his daddy was really good, and his Arabic was, I thought, very good. He was a young Jewish kid. There's a whole community of polyglots. But when he got to Turkish, out of the 20 languages he spoke,
When he got to Turkish, he said, now here's a really hard language. It was the only one he said that. So I was like, somebody told me it was like doing math in your head. But anyway, it can be learned. The great language after Arabic, in all honesty, is Persian. It is a truly great language, worthy of being learned after Arabic. And I think Urdu is also another great language of the Islamic tradition. And then there are some languages that are worth knowing. Mandarin Chinese, I would really encourage people, if they're young, to learn Mandarin Chinese, because it's going to help when they finally do invade. You can start saying, don't shoot in Mandarin, hopefully they're not Cantonese speakers, languages are good to learn. Malay's a good Muslim language, although most Malays, other than the Orang Asli, speak English now. But Malay is a really sweet language, and I think it's not that difficult to learn, according to a lot of people that I know who've learned it. Somebody asked why the order of Islam, Iman, and Ihsan. That comes from the hadith of Jibreel. Islam is used to mean many different things. It's the deen of Allah with a capital I, Islam, which includes Islam, Iman, Ihsan. So it's used as a generic term, and under that are those three rubrics. And then it's also used to mean specifically the 5 pillars, and then fiqh that relates to that. Iman is used to refer to the belief, the tasdeeq, the assertion in one's heart that Allah is real, the Prophet's real, that Jannah and the fire are real, that there's a day of judgment, that we believe in angels, the books, we believe in the qadar, khayrihi wa sharrihi, hulwihi wa murrihi. That's Iman. And then you have Aqidah that also goes under Iman, which is the dogmatic theology. It's learning the rules of theology, dogma. In the positive term, I'm not using that negatively. It's used in the modern world very negatively. That's just dogma. But it's actually traditionally, it's a doxa. It's belief, dogma. It's what you believe. It's the articulation of what you believe. And dogmatic theology is important. It's not that difficult to learn basic dogmatic theology. To get into what's called speculative theology takes a long time. And some people have to do that. That's a fard kifaya. It's not a fard ayn. Dogmatic theology is fard ayn. Speculative theology, or what's sometimes referred to as natural theology, which is rational theology, it's a type of metaphysical theology in which you're able through it to refute obfuscations, to refute atheists, to refute their arguments. And right now, the best people at it, unfortunately, fortunately for them, but unfortunately for us, because we used to be the best at this. And much of the Catholic tradition benefited greatly from our great theologians. But the Catholics are still quite formidable at speculative theology. And I think Muslims actually could, I'm talking about the Muslim scholars, could benefit from modern Catholic theology, because they're writing some of the best refutations of the new atheism. They're also, some of them are formidable in physics. They know a lot of the modern sciences, and yet they're also well-versed. Somebody like quantum enigma, Wolfgang Smith. Somebody like Wolfgang Smith is a very, very formidable intellect because he's an acknowledged scientist, but he's also a brilliant metaphysician. And so and this is why, atheists are very glib, and their attitudes are very facile and really not strong. A friend of mine he lived in England. He died, Allah yarhamhu, but he said that, he had a neighbor who was he was cutting the hedges, and his neighbor, they started talking. And he asked him what he did. He said he was a theologian. And his neighbor said, I don't believe in God. And he said, have you read Augustine? He said, no. He said,
have you read St. Thomas Aquinas on God? He said, no. He said, you ever read St. Gregory? No. He said, have you ever read Ghazali, Abu Hamid? He said, no. You know, you kept asking him these, read Wolfgang Smith? No. He said, sir, you're not an atheist, you're an ignoramus. You know, it's interesting, somebody who, very glib, I think, in his attitude is Bill Maher, who hates religion. And, you know, he belittles religious people. They're all stupid. He did this film called Religulous, you know, making these people look really dumb. And his attitude is you can't be intelligent and be a believer. And first of all, the arrogance is palpable. But the reality of it is that religion has always, the great religions have always been profoundly intellectual. Islam is a profoundly intellectual tradition. A lot of the metaphysics of the great Abrahamic faith has been undermined because of modern philosophy. But it's not to say that it diminishes the truth of those other perspectives. It's simply materialism and nominalism have become the dominant currency intellectually on the planet. And so if you're a metaphysical essentialist coming out of that tradition, it's not taken seriously. So people don't read the great metaphysicians anymore. But those who do very often become believers. And a great example of that is one of my teachers, who was a friend of my father's, and you know, I had the good fortune of knowing him, was Mortimer Adler. And Adler was an atheist who, through falling into Aquinas as a philosopher, could never get out, and in the end converted as a Jew, a secular Jew, converted to Catholicism in his 80s. He grappled with Aquinas for 50 years. Another example is C.S. Lewis, the famous Christian apologist. A lot of people don't know that C.S. Lewis was an atheist that thought that believing in God was just a pre-modern fallacy, until he met G.K. Chesterton, who was the most brilliant human being he'd ever met. And he said it forced him to reassess his beliefs, because he said, if a man that intelligent could believe in God, there must be something here that I'm missing. And that got him into studying theology, and ended up, he became one of the great Christian apologists of the 20th century, whose books are incredibly rich. So, unfortunately, our tradition has fallen on hard times, but we're trying to do our best. I mean, we're a pretty pathetic, pale imitation of the people that went before us, but we're trying to do our best, and maybe Allah will inspire some people that normally might have gone into engineering and become brilliant engineers, or medicine and become brilliant doctors, to reconsider studying theology and jurisprudence. We need legal minds. You know, the Americans still have some great legal minds in their legal tradition, but it's very hard to find them in the Muslim world. Most of our scholars come out of mediocre training now. So this is a crisis that's happened that we need to remedy. There's a lot of ignorance. Anyway, enough said. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله. اللهم افتح علينا فتح العارفين، ووفقنا توفيق الصالحين، وزدنا علما. وصلي اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. So we're on the 8th maqam. And the way he structured this book is that he does what he called tadalli, and then he has taraqi. So he goes from the 9th maqam, and then he goes down to the 1st maqam. And then he goes up from the first lowest maqam of the zalimun li nafsi. Then each group, the zalimun li nafsi has 3 maqamat. The muqtasid has 3. And the sabiq bil khairat has 3. So there's 9 altogether. So he deals with each maqam. But in the first section of the first half of the book is tadalli. It's going down. So he starts at the top where he is. And he goes down to the bottom. In order to show you the ladder. What he does in the second half is he does the taraqi, to show you how to go up that ladder, how to ascend the ladder. So, we're on the 8th maqam. And we did that, the maqam of the khawas al-ulama bi ahkamillah. And this is the maqam of sa'atan, little by little. You're either in something important or more important, but you're in something important. And then the 7th maqam is that an yakun fi muhimmin in lam yakun fi aham, that he's in something that's important if he's not in. It's similar to the 8th maqam, but it's less, because in the 8th maqam he's going to be these are for the khawas of the ulama of the ahkam of Allah. The first one are the ulama of Allah and the ahkam of Allah. This one is the ulama of the ahkam of Allah. This next one is it's less, it's similar, but it's less than the 8th. And he mentions the importance of studying knowledge, which we went over yesterday, and Ibn Wahbin's experience that he had. So, he talks also about taking a reward for prayer, and he goes into that because it was a very important issue in the early period of Islam. And that's where we left off yesterday. So he says, وَإِلَى هَذَا كَانَ يَذْهَبُ سَيْدَ الْمُفْتِي سَرَقُسْطِي رَحِمَهُ اللَّهُ وَنَصُّهُ. So he's quoting the Mufti Saraqusṭi, in which he says, مَا يَأْخُذُهُ الْإِمَامُ عَلَى الْإِمَامَةِ مِنْ أَحْبَاسِهِ أَوْ مِنْ أَقْوَارِهِمْ إِجَارَةٌ لَهُ عَلَى عَمْلِهِ. So to take a reward for praying is a type of ijara. It's like you're renting him for the action. So it's like you're hiring him to do a particular thing, which is the imama. And he says, min al-wara' al-khuruj min al-khilaf. To get out of khilaf is good, because the ulama differed on this. Some of them said the imam could not take a ratib. Others said the mu'adhin could, because he has to go early. So not everybody has to. But for the imama, you have to have a group praying in the masjid, so somebody has to be there. So he has to be there anyway. So why should he take a ratib on it? These were the debates of the early Islam. And so some of the scholars argued that no, they shouldn't take it, and others said that it's, as society gets more complicated, you need the imams, and so taking the ajr is not. And then the ahbas, which is the North African way of talking about endowments, because in the East they say awqaf, In the West, they say ahbas or hubus. So it's wizarat al-ahbas or wizarat al-hubus. So the Moroccans know that term because that's what they use. And they both come from the hadith. One uses habis, like to tahbis, and the other uses awqif, right? So he says, قال شارح الحكم إنه بين فيها طريق العارفين ومنهاج السالكين وأما من عدا هؤلاء من مقتصد أو ظالم لنفسه إذا لم تكن فيه جرحة فالعلم له رحمة وإن لم تدركه خشية. So he's talking now about العلم in the hikam. العلم إن قارنته الخشية فلك وإلا عليك. Knowledge, if it is coupled with awe of God, then it's for you. If not, it's against you. He argues that that's for this highest maqam. That's not for the lower maqams, because not everybody has khashya. And so he says still knowledge is better. And he gives the example, muttaqi shirk in amila bima alima faqad ata'a Allah ta'atain. So the muttaqi shirk, there are 5 categories of taqwa. The first and least of all of them is the one who fears shirk. Every Muslim has that maqam. And in that way they all enter into those ayahs that talk about the muttaqeen. But there's also the taqwa of kaba'ir, because somebody fears shirk, but he falls into enormities, major wrong actions. Then there's the muttaqi as-sagha'ir, those who fear the lesser actions. And then there's the muttaqi al-mubahat, those who actually fear, this is the highest maqam, those who fear even the permissible things, because like Imam Ali said, ad-dunya mal'unatun, halaluha hisab, wa haramuha iqab. This dunya is really a damned place, because what's permissible in it is a reckoning, and what's haram is a chastisement. So you're going to be reckoned for what you take from it. And this is why a lot of these arifin, what they would do was take the mubah and make it into the mandub, or even the wajib, by niyyah, which is a high maqam. So he says that if somebody learns and then acts according to his knowledge, he's obeyed Allah in 2 things, in the learning and then in the acting according to the knowledge. And then he says that وَإِن لَمْ يَعْلَمْ وَلَمْ يَعْمَلْ فَقَدْ عَصَى اللَّهَ مَعْصِيَتَيْنِ. But if he's ignorant and he's disobedient, he's disobeyed Allah with 2 ma'siyahs, with 2 acts of disobedience. Being ignorant and not acting according to it. وَإِنْ عَلِمَ وَلَمْ يَعْمَلْ بِمُقْتَضَى عِلْمِهِ فَقَدْ أَطَاعَ اللَّهَ سُبْحَانَهُ وَتَعَالَى طَاعَةً وَعَصَاهُ مَعْصِيَةً. قَالَهُ شِهَابُ الدِّينِ الْقَرَافِي. So he said, whereas if he learns and doesn't act according to it, he's only done one sinful thing. So it's better, what he's saying is, it's still better to learn and not acting and act according to your knowledge than it is to not learn and just disobey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now some of the Sufiya would say that the danger of learning and not acting according to your knowledge is Allah might excuse the ignorant one. So don't get deluded by this. Like, He might excuse the ignorant one because he just doesn't know, whereas He afforded you the opportunity to learn knowledge, because not everybody is afforded that opportunity to sit with the scholars and to learn and have this knowledge transmitted to them. And so not to act according to this great gift that you've been given is like throwing the gift back in the giver's face, to use an analogy. وَلِلَّهِ الْمَثَلُ الْعَلَى. So then he says, فَقَدْ حَصَرَ مِنْ هَذَا إِنَّ الْعِلْمَ نِعْمَةٌ. Knowledge is a blessing. وَالْعَمَلَ بِهِ نِعْمَةٌ. And acting according is a blessing. So there's 2 blessings. The blessing of knowledge and the blessing of acting according to it. يَسْأَلُهُمَ الْعَبْدُ مِنْ رَبِّهِ مُفَرَّقَيْنِ. This is a really amazing insight. When you ask Allah, the dua, the famous dua of the Prophet, when he asked Allah, he asked Him for both separately. He didn't ask Him for them together. He said they're together in the statement, but they're distinguished as separate in the dua. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Allahumma arini al-haqqa haqqa warzuqni ittiba'a. So show me the truth as truth,
That's the knowledge. وَارْزُقْنِي اتِّبَاعًا. And then let me act according to it. So he asked them separately. وَأَرِينِي الْبَاطِلَ بَاطِلًا وَارْزُقْنِي اجْتِنَابًا. And show me falsehood as falsehood and give me the ability to avoid it. So he separated between the knowledge and acting according to that knowledge in the dua. He asked for them separately. So this is his point, is these are separate things. ثم إذا لم يكن العلم يورثه خشية فلا يزهد في قراءته. So even if you do not get this awe from the knowledge, it still should not prevent you from studying. And Imam Abu Hamid, his famous statement, تَعْلَمْتُ الْعِلْمَ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ فَأَبَى الْعِلْمُ إِلَّا أَنْ يَكُونَ لِلَّهِ. I learned knowledge for other than the sake of Allah, because he initially went to the madrasa for food and shelter, because his father died, he was impoverished. The man that took care of them got to a point where he couldn't afford it. And so he took him to the madrasa because they used to have madrasa for orphans. So they could go and learn knowledge. So he said initially he went there because they didn't have anywhere else to go. And that was where they got food and shelter. So he said, تَعْلَمْتُ الْعِلْمَ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ. I learned it for other than Allah. I learned it for food and shelter. فَأَبَى الْعِلْمُ إِلَّا أَنْ يَكُونَ لِلَّهِ. But through learning it, the knowledge that I acquired refused to be for other than the sake of Allah. So as he grew in his knowledge, he grew closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so he said, لأنه كما تقدم من نعمة لكن ينبغي أن يكون في قراءته متأدبا بآداب الشرع. So he should learn it with the comportment of the Sharia, with the ethics of the Sharia. وحينئذ تسوغ له الجراية عليه والأجر. And then it becomes acceptable to take the jiraya is like the daily bread. You know, salary actually comes from the salt that they used to give. So there used to be the idea of giving people, like students used to get a loaf of bread and soup in Fez every day. They got a small loaf of bread and they got soup, and that was what they were given. They used to do naskh of books, and then they would sell the books to get other food, but the madrasa gave them the jiraya, enough to get them to last through it. So you can take the jiraya alayhi wal ajr, so you can take the food and then a stipend for the knowledge. وَلَا يُؤْيِسُهُ مِنْ طَلَبِ الْعِلْمِ قَوْلُ تَاجِدِينَ. Don't be despondent because of Ibn Ata'illah's word, إِنَّ الْعِلْمَ إِذَا لَمْ تُقَارِنْهُ خَشْيَةٌ إِنَّهُ عَلَى قَارِئِهِ نِقْمَةٌ فَقَطْ. So don't despair by what Ibn Ata'illah says, because he's talking to the Arifin. He's talking to a whole other level of spirituality. ما هو كذا كما تقدم للإمام الموثوق بدينه شهاب الدين. Like Shihab al-Din al-Qarafi said, it's still a blessing to know knowledge whether you act on it or not. وما يقال هذا إلا في العلوم المذمومة كعلم السحر والطلسمات. وأما العلوم الخادمة للشريعة فقراءتها حسنة. And this is only said about negative knowledges, you know, that learning them, that it's better not to know something than to know it. This is only like magic or the talismanic knowledge. As for those knowledges that serve, the instrumental knowledges of the Sharia, like Arabic and other, the studying them is a good thing. وَالْمُرَتَّبْ عَلَى ذَلِكَ سَائِغٌ. And to take a salary for that, there's nothing wrong. It's acceptable. And this is the dominant opinion of all the later scholars. And that's why when he referred Dukali mentioned to Al-Barzali about that, that bothered Ibn Arafah, that he explained to him why he was taking it, and he said, that's sakhsakha, it's like a joke, and so why are you even bringing that? He said, from his point of view, that was true, because he was taking the wara', but remember, the qa'ida is, يتورع المرء في نفسه ولا يحمل أهله ولا غيره عليه. That a man is scrupulous in and of himself, but he doesn't force it on other people. So if somebody wants to be scrupulous in that and not take money, that's his prerogative. إذا كان القارئ فيه إذا كان القارئ فيه أهلية ذلك. I think he's saying إذا كان للقارئ فيه أهلية لذلك. So if he has the appropriate ability to do that. وقرأ على ما ينبغي فأول ذلك أن يعتني بما ينبني عليه عمل في الدين. The first thing you should be concerned about is what is necessary to act according to your religion. وَيَكُونُ فِي طَلَبِ الْعِلْمِ كَمُنْشِدِ ضَالَّةٍ. You should be like one seeking a lost thing, right? Because the Prophet ﷺ said, الْحِكْمَةُ ضَالَّةُ الْمُؤْمِنِ. Wisdom is the lost property of the believer. And the munshid is the one that seeks it out. وَلَا يُفَرِّقُ بَيْنَ أَن تَظْهَرَ الضَّالَّةُ عَلَى يَدِهِ أَوْ عَلَى يَدِ مَنْ يَقْرَأُ مَعَهُ. He shouldn't be concerned whether that lost thing manifests on his hand or the hand of somebody he's reading with. مُعِينًا لَا خَصْمًا. Somebody to help him, not to argue with him. وَيَشْكُرُ لَهُ إِذَا عَرَّفُوا الْخَطَأَ أَوْ أَظْهَرَ لَهُ الْحَقَّ. And he should be grateful if he identifies for him some mistake or manifests the truth for him. كما لو أخذ طريقا في طلب ضالته فينبهه صاحبه على ضالته في موضع آخر. And like that, if he's taking this path, looking for this lost thing, his companion should remind him about it when it's appropriate. أكان يشكره أم يذمه أكان يكرهه أم يفرح به. So he has to look at, is he grateful or is he blameful? Does he dislike it or is he happy with it? كذا الشيخ مع التلميذ. And this is the relationship of the teacher with the student. He has to, because there's different types of relationships. So the teacher with the student, with تلميذ مع الشيخ, and also the student with the teacher, كلاهما لا تكون همته إلا في إصلاح متن وتكميل نقص وتبيين ما أشكله. هكذا قال بعضهم. So you could have a student whose himma is in rectifying the matan. Like when you read a book, there's mistakes. This book has mistakes. It's well published. There's still mistakes in it. Sometimes there's some missing letter or a dot missing or something. And you can make those mistakes. So the matan that you're reading, which is the text, like the hadith, there are different hadiths. Sometimes the tashkil differs according to the riwayah. Sometimes the whole word changes the meaning because of how it's articulated. And there's two types of ulama. There's the ulama that read from their books, and even the muhaddithun. There are muhaddithun that did not have great memories, but they read with shuyukh and they had corrected additions. And they were still considered thiqah if they read from their books. But if they lost their books, like Ibn al-Lahi'a, whose books, he was a thiqah before his books burnt down. His house burnt down, he lost all his books. He was a thiqah before that. But then after that, he was considered weak in hadith, because he didn't have his books to rely on. And then there's the ulama that they don't need the books, like Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayyah. He carries his library with him. Like Imam Shafi'i said, علمي معي حيثما يممت يتبعني قلبي وعى له لا بطن صندوقي فإن كنت في البيت كان العلم فيه معي أو كنت في السوق كان العلم في السوق. Imam Shafi'i said, my knowledge is with me wherever I go. My sunduq, the chest of knowledge, is in my heart. And he said, so if I'm in my house, my knowledge is in my house with me. And if I'm in the marketplace, my knowledge is in the marketplace. So wherever he went, that's the real alim, is the one that fi sudur alladhina utul ilm. Allah says it's in the breast of people given knowledge. And then there's other people that learn the tools of knowledge and they're able to work with their books. That's a certain type of scholarship in our tradition, because not everybody's gifted with the brilliant memory. So they learn a good level of grammar. They can work with the books. They read with their teachers from the books. They have their books that they've read with them and things like that. That's another level of knowledge. So these are maratib al-ilm, they're ranks of knowledge. Then he says, so one is to rectify the matan. And one is to takmil naqs, like to complete, if there's something missing, to complete it, the deficiency. وَتَبْيِينَ مَا أَشْكَالٍ, and also to make clear what's difficult in the text. So you have the problem of rectifying the text, because there's mistakes in all of our written works. And one of the things, Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayyah, Allah yahfaduhu, one of the things that he found in Ibn Taymiyyah's famous Fatwa of Mardin, that there was a misprint from 100 years ago. And all the books that were printed had this misprint in it. And the Al-Qaeda based a fatwa on that misprint. And when he refuted it and showed actually that it was a mistake, they actually condemned him their people condemned him. And they put me in there as well, because I was part of that. Right. So, there was a misprint. And one of the ulama at that time was a little upset with the sheikh because he challenged the fatwa. He said, I don't think this is correct. Because it said, يُقَاتَلُوا بِمَا يَسْتَحِقُ. And he said, it doesn't make sense. And so they went back and he asked somebody in Damascus to send them manuscripts of the earliest texts. And they found that it was yu'amadu, it wasn't yuqatilu. He should be treated, not fought. And then he found in Ibn Muflih, who was a student of Ibn Taymiyyah, in his book it had yu'amalu. So one of the ulama at that time, he said, نَتَّهِمَ التُّرَاث, يعني we have to be suspect of our tradition without tahqiq. I mean, I'll give you an example. Every edition of the Ihya Ulumuddin has major mistakes in it, except for Dar al-Minhaj. They took 20 of the earliest makhtutat, and they had several scholars working on it, and they brought out a critical edition. That's very important to have a critical edition. Much of our printed Turath has filled with mistakes. In Mauritania, when they do the naskh of a text, and I did this many times, like I copied out the books I studied by hand. When you did the naskh, then you did muqabala, which is you sit and read the whole text with other people that have the same text that are corrected. So you make, because every nasikh makes mistakes. The scribes make mistakes when you write them down. And so this was really important. So people don't realize. I'll give you an example. In the West, when you read, if you're reading from a really good publishing house, you will rarely find mistakes, but you still find mistakes. But it's not that often. That's because they go through multiple edits before they actually go to the printers. In the Muslim world, they don't. It's just for tijara. So they do very fast and sloppy work. And so you literally get opposite meanings sometimes. And then sometimes they take things out that they don't like. Like I had an edition that was published in one of the Muslim countries that had a commentary of Imam Nawawi on the 40 hadith. When it got to لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه, they took out والأولى أن يحمل على الكافر, right? As well, يشمل الكافر. So this should include the non-believers, that you should love for them what you love for yourself. And then it said كاليهودي والنصراني والمشرك. And he says, because this is the angelic nature, Allah is challenging us to rise above our vengeful nature to an angelic nature of forgiveness. And so Imam Nawawi wrote that. They just took it out. They didn't like it, because when you're fighting the Israelis, you don't want people to, right? That they just took it out. Because it was politically, they didn't like it. That's called khiyana. This treachery. It's treachery with people's words. Shabrakhiti said the same thing. Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali. This is what the great Imam said, that it includes everybody. You should love for everybody what you love for yourself. The Prophet was not hashahu. He wasn't a miser with his love. He had love for all of humanity. And I wrote in the translation of Dua al-Nasiri, I wrote an essay on universal love. That's part of our tradition, that people misread the Quran when it says, La yuhib al-zalimin, he doesn't love the zalimin. Because he has two types of love. He has a universal love for his creation, and then he has a specific love that's only given to those of the awliya. And Amir Abdul Qadir al-Jazairi made a beautiful distinction in his book Al-Mawaqif about that. So a lot of Muslims don't understand that rahmati wasi'at kulla shay. His mercy encompasses all things. All things. What's mercy from? It's from love. Right? Mercy is from love. It's the love of Allah that He sent the Prophet. The Prophet's existence, one of the things about his ummah, and don't forget, his ummah is the Muslim and the non-Muslim. They're all included in his ummah. There's ummatul da'wah and ummatul istijaba. The ummah that are called and that's everybody after he comes into the world. And then the ummah who answers, and those are the people that respond or are born into it and just inherit it. And that's why the converts have a higher maqam, right? The Sahaba were converts, right? They didn't choose it. The Prophet ﷺ said that converts get 2 rewards, right? They get 2 rewards. So it's a high station because they're choosing it. Whereas other people are just born into it, they're raised into it, they might not even really appreciate what they have. So he says, and this is really interesting, right? وهكذا قال بعضهم وأنا أقول تبيين ما أشكل ليس بمتعين على المقلد. You know, clarifying the difficulties of these texts is not something that the muqallid should concern himself with. If he's just a muqallid, he just follows, he doesn't, because understanding is a higher maqam. ونقل الخلاف, and there's a difference of opinion about this. فإن قلت أنت إنه مهم فأقول أنا ليس بأهم. So if you say it's important, I'll say it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is he doesn't make mistakes. والأولى لكل ذي عزم وحزم أن يبدأ في العلم بالأهم فالأهم. The priority of everyone who has resolution and resolve is that he begins with knowledge that's most important and then the next following. So you don't start learning things that are not very important before you learn the important things. قال السيد مفتي تونس البرزلي, the Mufti of Tunis Barzali said, لا يخلو السائل للعالم من 4 أوجه. People that ask scholars questions will fall into 4 categories. This is a really useful wisdom for those, especially those who teach. Murstashidun, the one who's actually seeking rushd, right? They're seeking to know something. Wajibun ala al-alami tilalatuhu. The alim has to point him in the right direction. وَعَلَامَةُ ذَلِكَ فِي السَّائِرِ قَبُولُهُ وَتَسْلِيمُهُ. The sign of this is that he accepts it and resigns himself to it. This is the muqallid. Somebody who's not, they're just looking for guidance. They're not like a scholar. And if they're asking a valid scholar, the sign that they're mustashid, that this is their maqam, their station, is that they accept it and are resigned to it. Thank you. The next one is mustafhim. This is a student of knowledge. He's trying to understand something. Wajibun ala al-alami hidayatuhu. The scholar has to guide him. وَعَلَامَةُ ذَلِكَ فِي السَّائِلِ بَحْثُهُ بِالرِّفْقِ وَطَرَبُ الدَّلِيلِ بِالْوَقَارِ. And the sign of this is that he's seeking it gently, and he's requesting from you a dalil with respect. He's dignified in his request. He's not saying, like some people say, مَا دَلِيلُكَ? You know, what's your dalil? Right? That's a whole other attitude. And so you have to answer that one. وَعَلَامَةُ ذَلِكَ بَحْثُهُ بِالرِّفْقِ وَطَرَبُ الدَّلِيلِ بِالْوَقَارِ وَمُسْتَخْبِرٌ. And then there's people that are just trying to get information. Right? وَاجِبٌ عَلَى الْإِمَامِ الْإِعْرَاضُ عَنْهُ. The imam should be wary of this one. وَالتَّنَزُّهُ عَنَ الْجِدَالِ وَالْخُصُومَةِ وَالتَّعْرِيضِ بِاللَّهِ وَبِرَسُولِهِ وَبِأَئِمَّةِ الدِّينِ لِلرَّدِّ عَلَيْهِمْ وَالتَّكْذِيبِ لَهُمْ. Because these people, they're just there to argue. They want argumentation. They also want to try to expose the words of Allah and the Messenger and the Imams of our religion in order to refute them. That's what they're looking for, is to refute them. These are like Islamophobes and people like that who study and ask questions. And what they're really trying to find out is just information in order to attack the religion. And then he says, and the last one, maftunun bid-da'wah. This is somebody who he's being tried with a kind of claim. He sees himself as more than he actually is. Mustadrajun birru'yati lihalihi. Mustadraj is the one who's yastadrijuhum Allah. These are people that Allah takes by degrees. They become deluded in themselves. So this is somebody who thinks that he's something, and he's really studying to puff himself up. And he says about him, wajibun al-alim as-samtu anhu. Just leave him alone. You know, just these people they have ibtila, just leave them alone. ونقل الإمام الماوردي إن قوما تحققوا بالعلم تحقق المتكلفين. And Imam al-Mawardi, the great Shafi'i scholar, he related that some people mastered knowledge, a type of contrived mastery, the takallafu, they learned it with takalluf, واشتهروا به اشتهارا منحرفين, and they became notorious for it with a notoriety of being deviants. وإذا أخذوا في المناظرة ظهر كلامهم. When they start to argue, you see quickly what they're really about. And there's a lot of people like this. وإذا سئلوا عن واضح المذهب ضلت أفهمهم حتى أنهم يتخبطون في الجواب خط عشواء فلا يظهر لهم صواب ولا يتقرر منهم جواب ولا يرون ذلك نقصا إذا لفقوا على المخالف حججا مألوفة وهم قد جهلوا من المذهب ما يعلمه المبتدئ. So these are people that they really don't know true knowledge, and you find these people, they learn certain verses that they always ask, like, what do you say about وَمَنْ لَمْ يَحْكُمْ بِمَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهِ? You know, what do you say about those who don't give the... I mean, I was with Shaykh Sawi and somebody asked him, يا شيخ ماذا تقول في قوله تعالى ومن لم يحكم بما أنزل الله فأولئك هم الكافرون. And this is somebody who just wants to say that the hukam of the Muslims are kafirs because they don't implement the sharia. That's what they want to make takfir of the rulers. So Shaykh Sawi said, could you tell me the ayah before it so I can know the context? He couldn't. He said, can you tell me the ayah after it? He couldn't. He was just exposing him, you know. And then he said, what do you do? What's your job? He said, I'm an auto mechanic. He said, أصلح السيارات أصلحك الله. You know, fix cars, may Allah fix you. You know? And so that's what he's saying, that there's people that learn these things, but if you actually ask them basic questions about the school of fiqh, they don't know, and they يتخبطون في الجواب, they're kind of lost in their answers, like, the blind, just night-blinded animal. فَلَا يَظْهَرُ لَهُمْ صَوَابٌ. The correctness doesn't come from them, and they don't really have the proper answer. وَلَا يَرَوْنَ ذَلِكَ نَقْصًا. But they still don't see this as a deficiency, because لَفَقُوا عَلَى الْمُخَالِفِ حُجَجًا مَأْلُوفًا. They contrive trite answer proofs, to kind of attack them. So they've got their little hackneyed proofs, because they read their little book on the Khilafah or something like that. And this is, and so they've got their responses, or some book on Aqidah to attack people that have an Aqidah that differs from them. And then he says, وَهُمْ قَدْ يَهِرُوا مِنَ الْمَذْهَبِ مَا يَعْلَمُونَ مُبْتَدِئ. They're ignorant of even the most basic things in a school of fiqh, that even a tyro would know. وقالوا أبو درداء لا تتعلموا العلم لتتجملوا به فإنه يوشك إن طال بكم عمره أن يتجمل أحدكم بعلمه كما يتجمل ذو البزة ببزته. Abu Darda, the great Sahabi radiallahu anhu, said, do not learn this knowledge to adorn yourselves with it, because the time is coming soon. If you live long enough, you will see people learning this knowledge to adorn themselves with it, like somebody adorns himself with some fancy suit. Put it on. It's just an outward thing. It has no inward reality, like the suit adorns your body, but there's nothing under that suit other than nakedness. ونقل ابن أبي زيد في صدر مختصره, Ibn Abi Zayd al-Qayrawani, in his abridged book of fiqh, قال نبينا من تعلم العلم ليباهي به أو ليرائي به. He's this must be another riwayah. أوقفه الله موقف الظلم وجعله عليه حسرة يوم القيامة. It's ليباهي به العلماء أو ليرائي به السفهاء. Like, just to show off to scholars and things like that. Allah will put him in a humiliated place and make this regret and remorse on the Day of Judgment. وَلَا يُقَالُ هَذِهِ الْآفَةِ مِنْ قِرَاءَةِ الْعِلْمِ. It should not be said that this is some fault in actually studying. إِنَّمَا هِيَ مِنْ خُبْثِ الدَّخِيلَةِ. it really relates to the sickness of the person who's studying. It's not the fault of the knowledge, it's the fault of the one learning. كالمنافق يقرأ القرآن, like a hypocrite who reads the Quran, and then he says, ولذلك قال ربيعة لا تعلم العلم سفهاءكم فيصرف أخلاقهم فيه. Don't teach this knowledge to idiots, to fools, because they will do their foolishness with the knowledge, so the knowledge gets attributed to that foolishness. So don't teach the fools this knowledge, because their bad character, they'll express their bad character knowing this knowledge, and people will associate it with this. قال وهب ابن منبه العلم كالغيث ينزل من السماء حلوا صافيا فتشربه الأشجار فتحوره على قدر طعومها يزداد المر مرارة والحلو حلاوة. This knowledge is like rain that comes down from the heaven. It's pure, and then the foliage, the trees drink it in. They take that water and then they transform that water based on their nature. So if they're sweet trees, then that water is transformed into a sweet fruit. But if they're bitter, it's transmitted into something bitter. So this is how knowledge is. Depending on your tree, whether you're sweet or bitter, is going to be how that knowledge manifests in you. So that shows you who you are. It's not the knowledge, it's you. فالقائل أعوذ بالله من العلم يضاهي من يقول أعوذ بالله من الغيث. So the one who says, I seek refuge in knowledge, and unfortunately we have people like that. You know, there's a type of, there's a type of people in deviated forms of Sufism that really belittle knowledge and say, that's outward knowledge. You know, the fuqaha, these people don't listen to the fuqaha. The Sufiya, they know the real thing. They've tasted the true thing. They have the inner knowledge. That outward knowledge is just a hijab. It's a veil from God. That's a shaitan, Iblis saying that. So to say, I seek refuge from knowledge is like saying, I seek refuge from rain. Qala Shatibi. This is an amazing statement by Shatibi. أجاز النظار أن يتصور الاجتهاد في الشريعة من غير المسلم. The theorist of our religion deemed it conceptually possible that a non-Muslim could reach the level of ijtihad. Amazing statement. Amazing statement. You know, there's a hadith that the Prophet said the end of time won't come until the kafir will argue with the Muslim with the words of his religion. يجادل المنافق الكافر المشرك المؤمن بما يقول. He'll argue with him with the very same things that he says. So they'll learn the religion to argue against the religion. ومن الأحياء أدركنا الشيوخ وهم يتعوذون بالله من الفاجر العالم بالسنة. In the Ihya, he said, our teachers, they used to seek refuge in Allah from scholars that were profligates, that didn't practice the Sunnah. وروى ابن ماجه بسند جيد قيل متى يترك الأمر بالمعروف والنهي عن المنكر. And in Ibn Majah it says, when should we stop doing Amr bin Ma'ruf and Nahi an Munkar? He said, إِذَا ظَهَرَ الْإِتِّهَانُ فِي خِيَارِكُمْ وَالْفِقْهُ فِي أَرَادِلِكُمْ. When you see cajolery and you see flattery in the best of you, if they're just flattering each other, they never, and you see fiqh in the worst of you, the despicable, amongst the lowest segment of society. At that time, there's no point in Amr bin Ma'ruf and Nahi an al-Munkar. وَقَالَ رَبِيعًا لَا تُعَلِّمُ الْعِلْمِ سُفَهَاءَكُمْ فَيَصْرِفُ أَخْلَاقٌ فِيهِ. He repeated that. وَقَدْ تَقَدَّمَ قَوْلِ ابْنِ وَهْبٍ قال مكحول بفقه الرعاء فساد الدنيا وبفقه السفرة فساد الدين. With the fiqh of the rabble is the ruin of the world. And with the fiqh of degraded people is the ruin of the religion. So when the rabble are, suddenly the rabble know everything, right? When they've got all the religious rulings, they don't listen to the ulama who tell them, don't do this. They say, no, we know better than you. The deen is destroyed. Right? Seriously. It's like revolutionaries. You know, the ulama say, don't do this. What do you know? If the fiqh is in the ra'a, that's fasadu dunya. It's ruinous for the world. And when it's in the degraded people, then it destroys the religion. وكان سفيان إذا رأى هؤلاء القبط أو القبط يكتبون العلم يتغير وجهه فقيل له في ذلك فقال كان العلم في سادات الناس فإذا خرج وصار إلى هؤلاء السفرة غير الدين. Sufyan saw, and I'm going to assume this is Coptic, because that's Qibt, or Qubt is a Coptic. When he saw some of the Coptic people studying the religion, he got upset about it, his face changed, and they asked him about that. He said, this knowledge was in the best people. If it goes down to people then the religion is going to be changed. وهكذا كما قيل لا يخون أمين ولكن إذا اؤتمن الخائن خان. And like that it said, the trustworthy one will not be treacherous. But if a treacherous one is given a trust, he'll be treacherous. ونقل عياض في مداركه تقديم من أخر الله وتأخير من قدم الله فتنة في الأرض وفساد كبير. That putting forward those who Allah has put behind or delayed, like when you have an imam and you put forward somebody who's got a good voice but they're not a faqih, and the faqih is not put forward, so that's like taqdeem and ta'khir. It's inappropriate, because the Prophet said the end of time won't come till people put forward imams just to hear a beautiful voice. They're not really fuqaha, they just want to hear them yataghanna bil Quran. And so he's saying, and Zamakhshari has very funny, it's not funny, it's actually quite tragic, but he says, إذا سألوني عن مذهبي لم أبوح به وأكتمه كتمانه لي أسلم. If they ask me about my school of thought, I don't reveal it. Concealing it is much safer for me. إن حنفيا قلت قالوا بأنني أبيح الطلاء وهو شراب محرم. If I say I'm Hanafi, they say, oh, he permits wine. And everybody knows wine is haram. Because the Hanafis, the tila it's a type of grape drink that they boil, and until 2/3 of it go, they drink it. And so the Hanafis permitted nabidh, a type of fermented. It wasn't wine yet, but it still had a fermented, and so there was a khilaf about it. Some said it was actually had the hukm of wine. So they'll say, خلاص. وإن مالكيا قلت قالوا بأنني أبيح لهم أكل الكلاب وهم هم. If I say I'm Maliki, they say, oh, he permits the eating of dogs, and they're the dogs, right? وإن شافعيا قلت قالوا بأنني أبيح نكاح البنت والبنت تحرم. And if I say I'm Shafi'i, they say, oh, he permits marrying daughters, and everybody knows the daughter's haram. And this comes from a mas'ala far'iyya. If a man fornicated and the woman had a child and it was a girl, and then he married the girl later, that legally the contract would be valid. It's it's a horrible thing, but it's one of those legalisms. And so they said, oh, well, he permits marrying the daughter, and everybody knows the daughter's haram. And then he said, وَإِنْ حَنْبَلِيًّا قُلْتُ قَالُوا بِأَنَّنِي بغيض حلولي ثقيل مجسم. And if I say I'm Hanbali, they say he's gruff, anthropomorphist, heavy to be around, and somebody that associates with Allah. وإن قلت من أهل الحديث وحزبه يقولون تيس ليس يدري ويفهم. And if I say I'm like Salafi, like a person who just follows the dalil, they say, you're a goat that doesn't understand anything. And then he says, إني تعجبت من هذا الزمان وأهله. I'm amazed at this time and its people. فما أحد من ألسن الناس يسلم. Because nobody's safe from tongues of people. وأخرني دهري وقدم معشرة على أنهم لا يعلمون وأعلموا. And this time put forward people It held me back. أخرني دهري وقدم معشرة. So it held me back with all my genius and put these people forward. Why? Because they don't know and I know. And then he says, ومذ أفلح الجهار أيقنت أنني أنا الميم والأيام أفلح أعلم. And since I've seen ignoramuses prospering, I realized I'm the meme, the harf meme. And the age that I'm living in is أفلح أعلم. Aflah is the one whose the lower part of the lip is defective, so it's hard for them to pronounce the labials. Like meme is a labial, and the a'lamu is the one whose upper lip is defective. So he's saying, I'm a meme, and the time I live in, it can't pronounce me. But that shows you that this is like when he died in the 6th century. So it's all there, right? I mean, even Mutanabbi said, أغاية العلم أن تحفو شواربكم يا أمة ضحكت من جاهلها الأمم. Al-Mutanabbi said, is the extent of your knowledge that we have to trim our mustaches? Oh ummah, that other ummah are laughing at our ignorance. And that's Mutanabbi, 4th century. So, these are perennial problems in our community. So, then he says, قال ابن مسعود لا يزال الناس بخير ما أخذوا العلم من أكابرهم فإذا أخذوه من أشرارهم ضلوا. Ibn Mas'ud said, people will remain in a good state as long as they take knowledge from their elders. When they start taking it from the lower people, the ashrar, they'll go astray. قال عمر قد علمت متى صلاح الناس ومتى فسادهم. Omar said, I know when people will be sound and when they'll be corrupted. إذا جاء الفقه من قبل الصغير استعصى عليه الكبير وإذا جاء من قبل الكبير تابعه الصغير فاهتدى. He said, if this knowledge of the religion comes from the صغير, the immature, then the mature one will find it difficult to accept it from him. Right? But if it comes from the elder, then the younger one will follow him and they'll both be guided. ونقل أبو عمر بسنده عن عطار خرساني كان إذا صلى يتكلم بكلمات فغاب يوما فتكلم رجل من المؤذنين فسمع رجاء بن حيوة صوته فقال من هذا؟ قال أنا. قال اسكت فإنا نكره أن نسمع الخير إلا من أهله. Abu Amr relates from Atar Khurasani that when he used to pray, he would speak. But one day he was absent, and so one of the mu'adhins spoke in his place, and Raja ibn Haywa heard him, and he heard his voice, and he said, who's that speaking? And the man said, it's me. He said, shut up. He said, we don't want to hear something unless it's from the people of this knowledge. Like you don't really have any right to speak in place of the imam. That's not your maqam. تاب قيس بن الخمر في الجاهلية فجمع بني عند موته فقال لهم يا بني احفظوا عني فلا أحد أنصح لكم مني إذا مت فسيدوا كباركم ولا تسودوا صغاركم فيسفه الناس كباركم وتهونوا على الناس. This is Qais Tab Qais min al-Khamr fil Jahiliyyah. Qais made tawbah from wine in Jahiliyyah, and he got all his sons together before he died, and he said to them, listen to me and remember what I'm saying, because nobody is more sincere in his advice to me than you than me. If I die, make your sadam, your leaders from amongst your elders, and don't give any authority to your youngsters, because people will deem your elders incompetent if you do, and then you'll lose your dignity amongst the people. انظر هذا مع ما نقل ابن العربي في سراجه في الاسم التاسع والسبعين. And then I don't have that source, but he says to look at what Siraj Siraj al-Muridin is a very important book that Qadi Abu Bakr wrote that still hadn't been published. It's quoted a lot, but... وانظر قول الإمام الماوردي إذا أخذوا في المناظرة ظهر كلامهم وإذا سئلوا عن واضح المذهب ضلت أفهامهم. And look what Imam al-Mawardi said. When they start debating, you'll see who they are. And if they're asked about simple questions, they'd have no understanding. In the Ihya he says, أي فائدة في المناظرة بمن ليس له رتبة الاجتهاد. What benefit is it to debate somebody that hasn't reached a level of ijtihad? Now listen to this. وهو حكم كل أهل العصر. And this is the reality of all the people of our time. Nobody is a mujtahid mutlaq. So all these people debating, they really don't know what they're talking about. And then he said, الذي لو ظهر له ضعف مذهب مقلده لم يجوز له أن يتركه بل يجب عليه أن يقول ولعل لمقلده مدرك لم يدركه. So if he finds something in the person that he's imitating of the ulama that differs from another dalil, he has to say he must have a dalil I don't know about. If he's not at the level of mastering all the dalils. I mean, you have to see the wisdom in this. It's not saying that you're not following the dalil. It's saying, I don't have the knowledge to question Malik or Abu Hanifa or Shafi'i. If you have that level of knowledge, you have every right to question them. But if you don't, then don't be fooled by these people that claim they do. Hum rijal wa nahnu rijal. We're men and they're men. It's not like that. ثم قال من وظائف المتعلم الاحتراز من الإصغاء لاختلاف الناس. One of the things that students have to be aware of is listening to the differences of opinion. فإن إصغاءه لذلك يدهش عقله ويحير ذهنه ويفتر رأيه ويؤيسه من الإدراك والاطلاع بل ينبغي أن يتقن أولا الطريقة الواحدة المرضية عند أستاذه فإن كان أستاذه من عادته نقل المذاهب فليحذر منه فإن إضلاله أكبر من إرشاده ولا يصلح الأعمى لقود العميان وإرشادهم ومن هذه حاله فهو يعد في عمل حيرة وتيه الجهل. Beware of listening to differences of opinion because these will perplex your intellects, confuse your minds, they will enfeeble your opinions and cause you to despair about truly understanding. Rather, you should first master one way that's pleasing with the ulama. Master one way that's pleasing with your teacher. And if your teacher, if it's his habit to talk about the other opinions, beware of him. Because his problems are greater than his good. Like he'll lead you astray in that. You'll get confused. And it's not permitted. And it makes no sense that a blind man lead the blind. And if this is his state, then you have to see that he is amongst those who have blinded perplexity and are lost in ignorance. قال المازري كنت بين يدي أستاذي في الأصول فجاء الثبت أن اليوم من رمضان فقلت هذا اليوم لا يقضى على رواية مالك وبعض أصحابه فأخذ بأذني أستاذي وقال لي إن قرأت العلم على هذا فلا تقرأه بأنه يجي منك زنيديق. Imam al-Ma'ziri, one of the truly great scholars, when he was a student, he said, I was in the presence of my teacher of usul. And al-Ma'ziri was a great usuli scholar, so his teacher was. And he said, a sound source came to tell us that Ramadan had begun. And so I said, according to one opinion on the riwayah of Malik and some of his companions, we don't have to make it up. Right? But you're supposed to make it up. But there's difference of opinion about it. So he quoted this differing opinion. He said, my teacher took me by the ear. Right? And that's something they call tahkim al-udhun. Like the sheikh will twist your ear. It's interesting because in Chinese medicine it's supposed to stimulate the brain. Right? So he twisted the ear. And he said, if you're going to study knowledge don't read it because, it's just little heretics come out of this type of attitude. You won't be a big heretic, you'll be a little one. And a heretic, zindiq, is the Greek word haraseia, means to choose for yourself. That's the essence of heresy, is that you don't follow the tradition. You think you're big enough to choose for yourself. وقد يكون بعضهم قارئ في مسألة تداخل العدل. Now, listen to this. This is really, really useful. If you get this, if this is all you got a lot. For the muqtasid, when you read knowledge, so this is somebody who's a moderate in his religion. When you read knowledge, he's, you know, it's not necessary that he become a master of dialectic and debate. And they said, لا يلزم المرأة معرفة الجوهر والعرض. It's not necessary for a man to have knowledge of the essence and the accident. These are theological terms that are used in kalam. وإذا مات الصحابة رضوان الله عليهم ولا عرفوهما ولا يلزمه أيضا. Because the Sahaba died and they didn't know the jawhar and the essence, right? The essence and the accident. ولا يلزمه أيضا أن يعرف هل الاسم هو المسمى أو لا. ولا تفسير الأحاديث التي فيها الوجه واليد والاستواء والكلام والتنزل والرؤية والكرسي والضحك ومسح ظهر آدم. وأن قل هو الله أحد تعدل ثلث القرآن. ولا يسأل المرء يوم القيامة عن القضاء والقدر. ولا يلزم أن يعلم حكم الأطفال الذين ماتوا صغارا. ولا فلان أفضل من فلان ولو كان صحابيا. ولا هل مع الكفار ملائكة. ولا حكم يأجوج ومأجوج. ولا هل الروح أرض أو جسم. ولا كيفية قبض الروح. ومحاجة آدم موسى. ورؤية النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عيسى والدجال. ولا معنى نقص من أجره قيراط. ولا معنى إنما نسمة المؤمن طائر. ومدى صوت المؤذن. وعقد الشيطان على قافية الرأس. وكيفية أكل الشيطان شياطين وشربهم. ولا معنى إنزال القرآن على 7 أحرف. ولا يزني الزاني حين يزني وهو مؤمن. ولا كيفية ميزان الأعمال يوم القيامة. ولا الفرق بين الفقير والمسكين. ولا معنى لا ضرر ولا ضرار. ولا تحسسوا ولا تجسسوا. ولا معنى الذاريات والمرسلات والميسر والأب. ولا متى الساعة. ولا يلزم أيضا أن يسأل من صناعة النحو إلا ما يؤدي إلى الوقوف على كيفية التكلم. وأما ما عدا ذلك فإنه فضول كرافع المبتدئ وناصب الظرف خبرا. This is an extraordinary statement. It's not necessary to know the essence and the accident. Or to know, because the Sahaba died, they didn't know those things. It's not necessary to know, is the name the essence of the thing named? These are debates in theology. It's not necessary to know what is the interpretation of the hadiths that have face and hand and istiwa and kalam, or how God comes down, or the vision of God and its nature, or what's the kursi, what's the throne, or the laughing when it mentioned dhahak in relation to God, or that God touched the back of Adam, or that Qul huwa Allahu ahad is a third of the Quran. A man will not be asked on the Day of Judgment about the qada and the qadar. It's not necessary for him to know what the ruling of children who die in kufr before they reach maturity. Nor does he know so-and-so is better than so-and-so, even if it's a sahabi. Or are there angels with the disbelievers? Or what's the ruling of Yajuj and Majuj? Or what's the nature of the ruh? Is it an accident or is it a body? Or how is the ruh seized? Or what's the nature of this debate between Adam and Musa? Or what's the vision of the Prophet ﷺ when he saw Jesus and the Dajjal? Or what's وَلَا مَعْنَ نَقَصَ مِنْ أَجْرِهِ قِرَاط. Nor does he have to know the meaning of it diminishes every day in reward a carat meaning like carat of gold. 24 parts. So the qirat is 1/24. Nor the meaning that the soul of the believer is a bird that flies, or how far the voice of the mu'adhin goes, or these knots that shaitan ties on the back of the nape of a man's neck, or what is the nature of the eating of the shayateen and how they drink, or what it means that the Quran came down on 7 letters, or that when a person fornicates, at the time they're fornicating, they're not a believer, or the nature of the balance of the scales of action on the Day of Judgment, or the difference between a faqir and a miskeen. This is a khilaf between the fuqaha. إِنَّمَا الصَّدَقَاتُ لِلْفُقَرَاءِ وَالْمَسَاكِينَ. They're the first two mentioned in the ayah in Tawbah about zakat. And so what's the difference of faqir and miskeen? Some say the faqir has a year's provision and the miskeen doesn't have a day's provision. Some say it's the opposite. He's saying you don't have to know the differences to get into paradise. Or the meaning of la darara wa la dirar, this qaida, no harm and no reciprocating harm. Or wala tahassasu wa la tajassasu, don't spy and don't seek out information. Or what's the meaning of dhariyat in the Quran, or mursalat, or maysir. There's a khilaf about the meaning of maysir. Or ab in Surah Abasa, when it talks about abba, one of the 7 foods. Umar was asked about ab. He said, what heaven will protect me and what earth can I reside upon if I speak about the Quran, things I don't know. So ab is one of those mysterious words in the Quran. So you don't have to know that. وَلَا مَتَى السَّاعَةُ, or when the hour happens. None of these things. You don't even have to learn grammar, except what's enough for you to speak. Right? And anything after that is just extra, like knowing why something كرافع المبتدا, right? What makes the mubtada marfu' and what makes the dharf mansub. What a relief. Seriously, what a relief. Ibn Ata'illah said, God's not going to ask you about the qadr and the qada on Yawm al-Qiyamah, but He's going to ask you about His awamir and His nawahi, and about His commands and prohibitions. He said, so seek Him where He seeks you. Don't seek Him in knowing the mysteries of the qadr. Seek Him where He seeks you. وقد يكون للعالم في هذا المأخذ مقصد يصير ذلك كله له حسنة بنسبة كقول المأزري لما فرغ من الحكم على من نسي صلاة وثانيتها ونحو ذلك. And so the alim, he has reasons for learning all these things, because all these things can be learned. Like, all these things that he mentioned, Sheikh Faraz, Imam Afroz, they've studied them. There's people here that have studied these things and the debates about these things. But they're not necessary for people to know. It's a fard kifaya on some people to study these things. And then anything other than that, they're extra. So he says, for instance, when Imam al-Ma'ziri talked about the hukm of the one who forgets his prayer and then the next one, and he said, I'm just mentioning these, لَيَكُدَّ طَالِبُ فِيهَا فَهْمُهُ فيكتسب من كده لفهمه فيها انتباها وتيقظا فيما سواها من المعاني الفقهية وغيرها مما يطالعه. I'm just mentioning this to stretch your minds a little bit, so that when you come to other things that are really important, that you'll be able to grapple with them. So he's saying sometimes you study things as a kind of mental exercise. وقد قسم في الأحياء العلوم المحمودة وأن منها علوما ليست بشرعية كالطب والحساب، وقال وكلاهما فرض كفاية لو خلا البلد عمن يقوم بذلك لحرج أهل البلد، وإذا قام بذلك أحد سقط عن الباقين. And in the Ihya he divided the knowledge, the beneficial knowledge, and those knowledges that are not from the Sharia, like medicine and mathematics. And he said, both of them are fard kifaya. In other words, they're part of the ulum al-shar'iyya al-musa'ida. They support the religion. And so some people have to learn it. And if a city or a country doesn't have it, then people they'll be constrained, they'll be hard pressed in that city. And if some do it, then the others have no obligation. Then he said, وَلَا تَعْجَبْ مِنْ كَوْنِ هَذَيْنِ مِنْ فُرُوضِ الْكِفَايَةِ. Don't be amazed that these are considered collective obligations. فَإِنَّ الْأُصُولَ الصِّنَاعَاتِ أَيْضًا مِنْ فُرُوضِ الْكِفَايَةِ. The foundational crafts are also from fard kifaya. The foundational crafts are the things that we need as humans, like zira'a, agriculture, husbandry, hiyaka, like textiles, engineering, mathematics. So you can, all of these things are things, crafts that need to be studied, and so they're all fard kifaya. And then he says, and he said, if you don't have a hajjam, like somebody who bleeds people, then it's a very bad thing. He said, لَسَرَعَ الْهَلَاكُ إِلَيْهِمْ وَحَرِجُوا بِتَعْرِيضِهِمْ أَنفُسُهُمْ لِلْهَلَاكِ. And they're hard pressed because they're exposing themselves to destruction. فَإِنَّ الَّذِي أَنزَلَ الدَّاءَ أَنزَلَ الدَّوَاءَ. The one who sent down the cure, the one who sent down the disease, sent down a cure. وَأَرْشَدَ إِلَى إِسْتِعْمَالِهِ, and showed people how to treat these things. وَعَدَّ الْأَسْبَابِ لِتَعَطِيهِ, and gave us the means in order to do so. فَلَا يَجُوزُ التَّعَرُّضُ لِلْهَلَاكِ بِإِحْمَالِهِ. So you can't expose yourself to destruction by ignoring these things that God has given us. قال وأما ما يعد فضيلة لا فريضة فتعمق في دقائق الحساب وخفايا الطب وغير ذلك مما يستغنى عنه ولكن يفيد زيادة قوة في القدر المحتاج إليه. And then those things that are virtuous but not an obligation, delving deeply into them, like knowing the details of mathematics or the secrets of medicine and things like that, that you really don't, they're not necessary. He said nonetheless they give greater strength. And so in that way they're good. And then he says, this is for things that aren't associated with the Sharia. So what about those things that are associated with the Sharia? مَا لَا يُتَوَصَّرُ لِلْوَاجِبِ إِلَّا بِهِ فَهُوَ وَاجِبٌ. What you can't achieve without it, when you can't achieve an obligation without it, that thing, the means, also becomes an obligation. And then he said, وقال في الإحياء وأما المباح من العلوم فالعلم بالأشعار التي لا سخف فيها والتواريخ الأخبار وما يجري مجراها. As for the permissible, those knowledges you can learn, like poetry, as long as it's not nonsensical, like stupid poetry, and history, and those type things. ومن نحو هذا قول الحافظ أبو عمر في استذكاره قال معرفة أعمار العلماء والوقوف على وفاياتهم من علم خاصة أهل العلم، إنه لا ينبغي من وسم بالعلم نفسه جهل ذلك، وإنه مما يلزمه من العلم العناية به والقيام بحفظه. So he says that knowing the ages of the ulama and their death dates, this is a special knowledge for the elect of the people of knowledge. Not everybody has to do it. لا ينبغي. And those who brand themselves with knowledge, if they mark themselves as knowledgeable people, they should know these things. But not everybody has to know them, right? So, Shaykh Muhammad Yaqubi, you ask him any alim and he'll give you his name, his father's name, his death date, usually when he was born. He knows all those. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya knows all those. We know some of them. But that's a good knowledge to have when people died. Because the generation they were in, the ulama that were alive at the time. وبالجملة فقد تبين مما قرأته أن طلاب العلم كما قال الله تعالى ثم أورثنا الكتاب الذين اصطفينا من عبادنا فمنهم ظالم لنفسه ومنهم مقتصد ومنهم سابق بالخيرات بإذن الله ذلك هو الفضل الكبير جنات عدن يدخلونها. All of them are in paradise, all these people. And so the Prophet ﷺ said سابقنا سابق ومقتصدنا ناج وظالمنا مغفور له. So our sabiq is an outstripper, our moderate one has salvation, and the one who impressed himself is going to be forgiven. And we ask Allah, and then he says نسأل الله العظيم أن يحقق لنا هذا الوعد الكريم وأن ينفع البعض بالبعض وأن يغفر لنا أجمعين إنه أرحم الراحمين. ثم من دون هذا المقام مقام آخر وهو مقام السادس. And then he says that, may Allah realize this promise in us. May He benefit some of us with others. May He forgive us, all of us. He's the most merciful of those who show mercy. And then after this maqam, there's the sixth maqam. How much time left?
So I can finish tomorrow, inshallah. We'll finish the tadalli, because the last few are actually quite short. But we should do the 6th one tomorrow. Yesterday in the women's section you mentioned that some scholars said that women shouldn't be taught how to write because of the possible fitna that it may cause, because reading and writing are mostly taught together in the West. I assume that meant scholars felt that the woman should be illiterate. Yeah, no, that's not true. What they felt was that you know, you have to remember, these ulama, their main goal was to protect society from fasad. And they were worried, like now you have texting. That's why I mentioned it with texting yesterday. There's a lot of men and women text now, and it opens the door of fasad. Even now, I read an article that Imam Tahir posted, you know, how young girls in high school are sending naked pictures to, you know, boys, and it's horrible. So these are the type of things, they're talking about the general mass of people. And like I said, Murabt al-Hajj rejected that opinion, but that was an opinion amongst many ulama. And for that reason, women tended to study, they learned to read, but they were not encouraged to write. So that is true, and it's a blemish on our community, you know, but the reason behind it was that fear. And this happens now in many Muslim countries. The texting is a way that men and women communicate for fasad. You know, and that's part of the reason why women did not write as much. But there were many great ulama in the history of Islam that were women. And certainly Aisha radiallahu anha is one of the greatest. Aisha, the other thing Imam Suyuti and others mention, that there, in the history of Islam, no woman was ever known to fabricate hadith of the Prophet. It's one of the things that they say is a great honorific truth about the female scholars of Islam. They never fabricate. There's no wada'a. There's no woman in the history of hadith literature known to have fabricated a hadith of the Prophet. So, and there are many women that related hadith. How do we go from merely memorizing and studying of knowledge to acting upon it? Does having knowledge but not acting on it constitute a sin? It depends on what the knowledge is. For instance, you can learn Arabic grammar, and you know, when you live in an Arab world, it's very difficult to speak classical Fusha with Arabs because it sounds funny to them. And you know, the ulama tend to do it, not all of them, but some tend to do it. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya almost always speaks flawless Arabic. Every once in a while, when he's with Mauritanians, he'll dip into Mauritanian Arabic, but generally he speaks flawless Arabic. I've never heard him do a lahan in all the years I've been translating for him. I've never heard him make a mistake grammatically, which is really amazing. It's very hard to do. But you know, the ulama. But Dr. Alma, when he told me years ago when he first got to Egypt, he'd studied classical Arabic, and he got into the taxi and he said, "Assalamu alaikum." You know how he's like, mashallah. He said, "Assalamu alaikum. Uridu an adhhaba ila suqi min fadlika liyashtariya ba'd al-aghrad." And when he finished, the guy said, "Sadaqallah al-azim." So you know, you learn grammar. You learn grammar, but you know it's not always that easy to speak it in a classical way, right? And Dr. Omar tends to speak almost with tajweed when he speaks, literally. You know, I told him the first lesson I ever learned from him. I mentioned Khalid ibn Walid. He said, "لا تقل خالد كما يقوله العرب. قل خالد لأنها حرف مفخمة." You know, like say Khalid because don't say it like the Arabs say it now. Khalid. Say Khalid because it's harf mufakhama. So you know, but learning the basic things, you should practice them. Learning things like if you hear the hadith, whoever prays
4 rakats before dhuhr and 4 rakats after, the fire won't touch him. You know, I mean, that's a pretty major incentive to try to do that. And, you know, man amila bima alima awrathahu Allahu ilma ma lam ya'lam. Ahmed and others have said, whoever acts according to a knowledge that he has learned, God will give him a knowledge that he hasn't learned. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهِ وَيُعَلِّمُكُمْ اللَّهِ. I mean, that's not really a jumla shartiyah, but the ulama have taken from it the ishara that if you have taqwa, God will give you more knowledge. It doesn't mean that literally in the Quran, but the ulama took an ishara from that. وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهِ وَيُعَلِّمُكُمْ اللَّهِ. The actual meaning is اتَّقُوا اللَّهِ وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ اللَّهِ مَا تَتَّقُونَ. You know, have taqwa and God will teach you what you need to know to have taqwa. But the ishara of that is if you have taqwa, then God will give you knowledge from that taqwa. And there are people that Allah has given great knowledge to that were very, I mean, if you read Sa'aduddin Taftazani's story, you'll be amazed at the opening that he had, because he was actually considered not very smart, but he had just incredible himma and really worked hard. And he had a vision of the Prophet ﷺ. He you know, spit into his mouth, and after that, pearls of wisdom came flowing from him. Even his teacher recognized it, that something major had happened to him. They used to make fun of him in the, it's also like, I mean, from the Christian tradition, Aquinas was like that. They called him the dumb ox. They used to make fun of him. And he had incredible openings. I mean, anybody that's read Aquinas knows that, you know, this was intellect of the first order. And Aquinas, he never finished the Summa, and at the end of it, he said he had a vision in which he realized everything that he had written was meaningless. He literally said it was chaff, tibber, which is a very unusual thing to say. I mean, the Catholics interpret it to say, no, he didn't really mean that. But it's a very interesting thing that he said. So just try to do, you know, taqullah mastata'tum, have taqwa to your degree and ability, and just try, you know. Somebody wrote a note yesterday that they gave me about, like, that I shouldn't say anything homophobic, and that I'm insulting people that might be homosexual or something like that here. I don't remember saying that. If I said about love wins, that hashtag, you know, my point from that is that our religion cannot accept same-sex marriage. It's as simple as that. So for us, it's not love wins, it's more like kufr wins. It's as simple as that, you know. If people have that tribulation, you know, it's a tribulation like many tribulations. It's a tribulation. If you're attracted to somebody of the same sex, that's a tribulation. But acting upon it is what's haram in our religion. If somebody has those feelings, they can't control their feelings. And you know, they're supposed to be patient and not put themselves in situations where they're going to be tempted. So just like men that are, and women who are attracted to each other, they shouldn't put themselves in situations where they're going to be tempted either. So that's my point, is that Muslims should not, because of the zeitgeist, and I guess some people don't know, you know, that's just the spirit of the age. It's like whatever the latest mode is, the fashion, that we can't change our religion for the zeitgeist, that we have to maintain the truths of our religion. And one of the truths of our religion is that certain types of sexual practices are prohibited. Rectal intercourse, whether it's male on male or male on female, is haram in the Sharia. It doesn't distinguish between homosexual or heterosexual. It is prohibited for a man to penetrate a woman rectally or a man. It's the most dangerous form of sexual practice according to the World Health Organization. It's a pathogenic practice. It can literally be mortal. One time, it can be a death sentence. And the Sharia is here to protect us. It's as simple as that. It's here to protect us. So that was my point. So I was surprised that people would, anyway, doesn't matter. So what is the stance with postmodern Muslims view of light taken from a living tradition as elitist? I know, somebody probably saw that, like this sounds a little elitist in here, that one section. I was kind of tempted not to read that section for that reason, because I thought, people are going to misunderstand this. And possibly stained by the Foucaultian power dynamics, non-egalitarian, etc. I've seen that many of our brightest Muslims with the most prestigious degrees are increasingly coming under this sort of liberal influence, and that it is a gateway of shak in the deen, causing many, I know personally, to even leave the religion altogether. Wal-'iyadu billah. I think it's interesting. One of the things about Islam is that it really has an egalitarian spirit that none of the previous dispensations had. In Christianity was similar to Hinduism in that they actually had castes in classical Christianity. So you had the aristocracy, you had the gentry, you had the clergy, and then you had the laity, which were not educated. They were actually kept out of education. And you have the serfs, right? The peasants. Similar to Hinduism, where you have the Brahman, the Kashtiya, the Vaishya, and the Shudra, the Dalit, they're put into these categories. What Islam recognizes is that every society has those categories, but they should not be imposed on you. So every society has untouchables, the people that do that work that nobody else wants to do, right? Every society has garbage men. Every society has, these people that do things that I wouldn't do or you wouldn't do, but somebody has to do them. In certain religions, they were literally born into that. But in other societies, they could, in essence, be born into it in poverty, and this is what they do, something like that. And then you have the commercial class. Right? You have the service class, so they're like serfs. And then you have the commercial class. And then you have the Brahmins, you have the educated elite. Right? So to deny these things is simply to deny life on earth. What Islam does is it allows people to be upwardly mobile. It's a meritocratic system that allows a person who's born into abject poverty to become a great scholar, like Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, who's one of the greatest scholars of our religion. So don't misunderstand this. What they were saying is that, don't teach people that don't have the intellect. And unfortunately, there are people that literally cannot grasp certain things. This is simply a fact of life. It doesn't mean that they're less as a human being. What it means is if you give people that don't have the intellectual capacity to absorb this information, if you give them this information, they're going to misuse it. And so it has to be kept within a class of people where their intellects are, but those people have to beware of not becoming arrogant and thinking they're better, because our tradition tells us the street sweeper can be the wali of God, and the alim can be a mutakabbir and a munafiq and have a much harder time getting into paradise. And so that's the difference, is that we have to be aware of that. It's not an elitist thing in that way. In fact, it's a great tribulation to have a lot of knowledge, because you're accountable for what you know. And the more you know, the more accountability you have, the more responsibility you have. Look at Ibn Wahb, who cried when that man told him that story. Because all he wanted to do is just leave me alone. Yeah, I want to worship Allah. Leave me alone. Dealing with people is very difficult. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Al-mu'min alladhi khalaqa an-nas wa sabra ala adahum khayrun min al-mu'min a'zamu ajran min al-mu'min alladhi la yukhaliqu an-nas wa la yasbiru ala adahum." A believer that engages with people and is patient with their cruelty, the way they mistreat them, the Prophet ﷺ was mistreated. The scholars used to have a lot of respect. They don't have respect. The way people talk to them now, that they put them at the same level. Just look at some of the posts of people about great scholars. Look at what they write on the internet. Muslims, even though Allah says, قُولُوا لِلنَّاسِ حُسْنًا, speak well to all people, not just to the scholars, to all people. Look what the Quran says. The Prophet said, مَنْ كَانَ يُؤْمِنُ بِاللَّهِ وَالْيَوْمِ الْآخِرِ فَلْيَقُلْ خَيْرًا أَوْ لِيَصْمُتْ. Whoever believes in Allah on the last day, let him speak good or be silent. And then the scholars make mistakes. They have zallat. They make mistakes. So it's not easy to mix with people. People have a lot of problems. They bring you their problems. It's difficult. It's weighty. You know, it weighs heavily on people's shoulders. People don't respect that. And then everybody's got their problems. We all have problems. You don't know my problems. I don't know your problems. You don't know what I'm going through. I don't know what you're going through. People have medical problems. There's people in this room that have medical problems that we don't know about. You know? So this is life on earth. But this idea somehow that Muslims, it was all elitist and aristocratic, it's not true. The early period of Islam, it was the slaves that took over the religion. And the aristocrats of the Quraysh were very troubled by it. And there are many riwayat where they say, look, this is Allah's deen, يُعْطِيهِ لِمَنْ يَشَاءُ. He gives it to whom He pleases. They were troubled by all these mawali. They were freed slaves that became the great ulama of Islam in the early period. We have the Mamluk ruled Egypt. They were slaves. It was a slave class. They ruled Egypt. So this idea somehow that Muslims were elitist and elect and they belittled the people, it's not true. The Muslims went down and they taught and elevated people. The ulama sat with ignorant people. Muli al-Arabi al-Darqawi went to the mountains of the Atlas with the most ignorant people to teach them the religion. You know, this is what the people did. They went and sat with the ignorant people, with the prisoners. They elevated people. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, a whole clan of thieves became Muslim at his hand. And then he ended up living with them in Misrata and teaching them the religion. They were highway brigands that actually stole everybody's clothes and he refused to take off his clothes. And then when they tried to get him, something kept happening to each one of them, and then they realized that he was a wali. They all made tawbah with him. And they ended up being, they're called Khadamu Zarruq, the servants of Zarruq, because they made tawbah and they took bay'ah with him. That's where he ended up living in Misrata, even though he came from Fez. And the Fezis treated him because he was not one of the notables of Fez. They mistreated him. So you have the aristocratic elite ulama that looked down on people. Sidi Mawaq wasn't like that. He wrote all this to try to convince the ulama to be gentler with people, to teach them the religion. So it's really important that I think people have to be aware of that. And, you know, if people don't leave Islam, I don't believe that. I think Islam leaves them. I really do. I don't think people leave Islam. I really don't. But I also believe that there are going to be people that will have excuses with Allah on the Yawm al-Qiyamah because of what Muslims did to drive them out of the religion. You know, it's very unfortunate. While the importance of scholarship cannot be underestimated, we seem to be having serious issues in the U.S., placing and making best use of our scholars, whether local or who have gone abroad to study and come back, especially ones who have specialized in certain areas. Masjids aren't the right environment, and most don't view Western academia as a viable option either. And we have a couple of institutions like Zaytuna. Some have completely changed paths to work in business. How do we make best use of our scholars and help them? I am looking into specific projects, but would like to hear general advice. Well, first of all, it's a really good question. First of all, I would say people have to go through a kind of trial and tribulation, you know. I mean, this idea that you go abroad and you come back and just get into a nice cushy job and things like that. There's a lot of these young scholars have this attitude. When I came back after 10 years of studying abroad, there was nothing for people, you know. I didn't go to nursing school to work in the U.S. I actually wanted to go back to Mauritania and to help people because I was so distraught by the lack of medical services that I saw there. And I was thinking about going to medical school, and a close friend of mine at the time, a physician, convinced me not to. And I actually spent 2 years studying with him. I made rounds every day with him and in the hospital. He was a brilliant physician. And that was my idea, to go back to Mauritania. Allah had other plans for me. I ended up staying in America. But I worked, you know, as a critical care nurse for several years. You know, I've taught, I've always worked. I haven't, you know, this idea that you just come in and it's all laid out for you and things like that. I mean, I struggled a lot. I had student loans that I had to pay off. I didn't take any usurious ones, but I did borrow money when I was studying. So, you know, I think people, this expectation that it all has to be laid out for them, I think is a dangerous one, because entitlement is a really negative thing in Islam. And there's a lot of young people that just have this entitlement. Like I see it in some of the students, you know, this idea that everything is just supposed to be done for them. You know, people wanting, like students wanting like, you know, get us this and get us that. And it's amazing to me. Like I lived in a hut. I mean, when I studied, I didn't have any money. I went overseas with real trust because I did not have anything. And I went, and alhamdulillah, Allah took care of me along the way, but I really had a lot of trials and tribulations. I got amoebic dysentery, I got hepatitis A, you know, I mean, I had a lot of struggle, really. I almost died a few times. I got heat stroke in the Sahara. It was one of the worst things I've ever experienced in my life. I spent 2 weeks in a hellhole of a jail in Mali, you know. So people, you know, they see you and, oh, you know, they don't know, you know, the struggles. And that's true of, you know, I've seen that. Sabr al-ulama. I mean, Abdul Fattah Abu Ghudda wrote a book about that, about the trials of scholars. You know, and poverty is one of the trials of this life. You know, it's a struggle. And it's good to go through it because you know how poor people feel. You know, if everything's taken care of you. But knowledge is also something that if you get enough of it, people will honor you very often. And even sometimes, you know, you get gifts, you get things. People, you know, that does happen, but usually after a long period of time, you know. So those are things to think about. But it's good to give people jobs. But a lot of these guys, they don't want to be imams. You know, when I came back, I served voluntarily as imam. I never got an honorarium. I never remember getting an honorarium. The first honorarium I got was from a Christian church that I went and spoke to, and I was shocked. Like, he gave me an honorarium. I was like, what's this? He said, you know, it's just an honorarium. You know, I was like, this is the first time. Muslims never gave me honorariums. All the times that I went around, I went all over England, you know. I gave many talks with just handfuls of people in masjids, you know, before big crowds and all these things, you know. So there's this idea, just, oh, you know, why don't I get that? Why aren't I? And then there's people that now they just want to study for that. Like when I went to study, I never had the idea of teaching even, like to become a teacher. That wasn't in my mind. I was studying for myself because I wanted to learn the religion. And I was very confused initially because everybody was telling me different things. And it's like, I wanted to learn the religion for myself so I didn't have to rely on all these misinformation out there. Because there's so many different things. So I think it's important for people, these students of knowledge, to really just think about what their niyyah is and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives you tribulations. This is, I get this question a lot that, you know, they're studying medicine, but they want to study the deen in a serious way. Medicine is definitely part of the religion. You're fulfilling a fard kifaya. Obviously, it's questionable because we have so many doctors, but you do need a certain amount. But if that's your niyyah, you know, it's like when you pay taxes, make the intention that it only goes to the postal services. You know, seriously, that's your niyyah. I'm only supporting the roads and the maintenance of the roads and the postal. So none of this is going. إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. It's not going to the bombs. It's not going to the, you know, whatever evil the governments do with the money. It only goes to good. You have to make intention when you do that. So, you know, you should make the intention to serve people, to keep their bodies well, for the sake of Allah, and that's, you're doing something that's an obligation, and you're getting a reward for that. Even if you're an engineer, it doesn't matter, as long as you're doing good things. If you're an engineer and you're working, making PlayStations, yeah, I would really try to get out of that as soon as possible. I'm serious. You know, these things are destroying people. I've often found shuyukh get offended when I ask for dalil. I'm told that this is knowledge is beyond me, which leaves me feeling uninspired. You know, a scholar should not say that. If you're asking genuinely, like he said, if you're mustafhim, you want to understand. And look, everybody here is educated to some degree. You know, some of us have more education than others, but everybody's educated. You're all educated. You can all read and write. You have every right to know if you want to understand what the dalil is. The truth is, many of us don't know the dalils for these things, because most of us has studied within a madhab, and we haven't mastered the dalils. Knowing dalil is a very high maqam. And the dalils are complicated because they involve usul. They're not just following a hadith or an ayah of Quran. They involve a whole rigorous methodology of determining the outcome by following that methodology. The essential dalils are the book and the sunnah, and then the ijma' and the qiyas. Those are the essential ones. And then you have istihsan, sadd al-daraya, with the Malikis, amal ahl al-Madina. You have istislah, bara'at al-asliya. I mean, you have, you know, different things. So, and those are the muqtarif fiha dalils. But people should give you the dalil. Or if they don't know it, they should find it out and get back to you. Just say, I'll get back to you on that. But the idea of saying it's above you, that's not really fair. Ibrahim asked Allah to show him how He brings things to life. And Allah said, "Awalam tu'min," you know, so He asked him, you know, don't you believe? He said, no, I just want a settling in my heart. You know, it wasn't that he didn't believe, but he wanted to really have even stronger certainty in the thing. So, because there are degrees of certainty. So if you trust the madhab has a dalil, but you would like to know it, I don't see anything wrong with that, and I think people should help you in that. Inshallah, tomorrow we'll finish the tadalli. I don't think I'm going to be able to get into the taraqi, which is unfortunate, but the last sections on those low maqams, which most of us are residing in, they're good to know. At least you know that you're, inshallah, bi'idhnillah, people of paradise, inshallah, no matter where we are. Jazakumullah khairan. Subhanakallah wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله. بسم الله. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم وفقنا توفيق الصالحين. وصلى اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. والحمد لله رب العالمين. Did we get to we did the 7th, didn't we? We're on the 6th? Yeah. So inshallah, we'll finish today. Did we finish the 7th? So yeah, the 6th. Bismillah. إن لم يكن على عمر فاضل عند كل قائل فلا يحتقر أن يتحرى من الأقوال والأعمال ما قال أحد من العلماء الموثوق بدينهم إن في ذلك القول والعمل فضلا فقصار أمره أنه لا يكون أبدا أحق من مباح عند كل قائل. So this 6th maqam is that if you're not in something that's virtuous, then you'll be in something that's, if you're not in the most virtuous thing, you're in something that's less than this, and it differs from the other in that it can also be where the ulama differ about something, whether it's virtuous or not. So he says, if he's not in a virtuous action that everybody agrees on,
فلا يحتقر أن يتحرى من الأقوال والأعمال ما قال أحد من العلماء الموثوق بدينهم. He doesn't diminish seeking out those words and those actions that some among the ulama who are trustworthy in their religion have said that it's virtuous to do. So the extent of his affair is that he's never in anything less than the mubah with everybody. So in other words, some of the things he's doing are going to be mubah, just permissible according to some ulama, and according to others they'll be virtuous. This is the sixth maqam. فَقَدْ قَالَ مَالِكٌ إِنَّ نَظَرَ الْمُبَاحِ مَعْصِيَةٌ لَا يُوفَى بِهِ. For example, Imam Malik said that to make to make an oath about something that's permitted, you don't fulfill that oath. Nadar is only for things like, I swear I'm going to walk to Al-Quds. Because Quds is one of the places that's visited in our religion and recommended, you fulfill that oath. But for something that's not, that's simply permitted, like making an oath to visit somebody, then those things aren't fulfilled. And then he says, بِخِلَافْ مَا اخْتُلِفَ فِي مَشْرُوعِيَّتِهِ فَقَالَ إِنَّهُ يَلْزِمُ الْوَفَاءُ بِهِ. And so there's others that say he has to fulfill it. وَلَا يُجْزِي هَدْيُ دِيكٍ وَلَا هَدْيُ مَعِيبٍ. So some say you can't do a chicken. It has to be, to expiate, you have to do more than a chicken. Or a ma'ib, something that has a defect in it. فإن فعل ذلك أو نظره لزمه المعيب ولم يزلمه الديك. So if he did that from his oath, then he would still have to do the one that's deficient, but not the chicken. مراعة للخلاف, because there's a khilaf about the ma'ib where there's no khilaf about the chicken. So this is where he's doing something that somebody said. وَسَيَأْتِي أَيْضًا بَسْطُ هَذَا فِي هَذَا الْمَقَامِ فِي التَّرَقِّي. He's going to go into more detail. He said, I will expand on this later, on this maqam when I get to the taraqi. Because remember, the tadalli is showing you the ladder. Taraqi is showing you how to climb the ladder. So he goes down from the top because he's at the top. So he's going down the ladder to show you the whole ladder of these three people that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has identified in the Quran as ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ مُقْتَصِدٌ وَسَابِقٌ بِالْخَيْرَاتِ. People that oppress themselves, people that are in a good state but they're not outstrippers, and then the outstrippers, the people that are ahead of everybody else. And so he says, لَا سِيَمَ إِنْ جَرَى أَمْرٌ بِمَا هُوَ مَفْضُولٌ عِنْدَ الْمُعَارَضِ فالمساعدة في ذلك من شيم الأئمة وترك المساعدة عند الصوفية قلة مروءة حسب ما يتقرر. So he says that if the action is in accordance with this thing that is less virtuous, then it's even more important to recognize it, even if there's people that say you shouldn't do it. And he says because to encourage those things is from the shiyam of the A'immah. It's the quality of the Imams. It's their character. And to leave that encouragement with the Sufis especially is not from muru'ah. It's not from just virtuous nature, the dignity of people. وانظر قول الإمام الفصل بين الشفع والوتر بالسلام هو الشأن. And look at the Imam, he means Malik radiallahu anhu, at going between shafa' and witr, because in Malik's madhab, after shafa' you do the taslima and then you do the witr. According to the Hanafis, you don't, you join the shafa' and witr. But Imam Malik said, قال اتبعه ولا تخالفه. Follow it. It was said to him, فإن صليت مع من لا يفصل. If you're praying with somebody that doesn't split, Imam Malik said, اتبعه ولا تخالفه. Follow him and don't go against his practice. وَلَوْ كُنْتُ صَانِعُهُ لَمْ أُسَلِّمْ بَيْنَ الْإِثْنَتَيْنِ وَالْوَاحِدَةِ. And if I was doing it, Malik, I wouldn't say the taslima between the two. Because you could do it anyway, right? Because you're praying behind him. He still wouldn't do it. Qari ibn Rushdin,
Ibn Rushd, the great Andalusian faqih, said, يعني مالك أنه لو أوتر بالناس لعارض يعرضه بإمامهم الذي من شأنه أن يوتر بثلاث لا يفصل بينهن لم يخالف فعله في ترك الفصل. So if he's praying behind somebody that does this, he wouldn't go against his practice. وفي المدونة قال مالك من صلى خلف من يرى أن السجود في النقص بعد السلام لا يشدد معه حتى يسلمه فإن الخلاف شر. Imam Malik said in the Mudawwana, if you pray behind somebody who thinks that the sujood is from deficiency is after the salam, because Malik differentiates. If it's ziyada, if it's a commission, right, then you do it after the salam. If it's an omission, then you do it before the salam. But he's saying, if you pray behind somebody who doesn't see that, he says that you do it after the salam in both cases. Then he says, لا يشدد معه حتى يسلم فإن الخلاف شر. So he shouldn't do the sajda until he makes the salam, even though it's against his madhab. And then Malik said, فإن الخلاف شر, because this type of khilaf is shar. The ikhtilaf is khayr, but the khilaf is shar. And they differentiate between ikhtilaf and khilaf. The ikhtilaf is in the mas'ala, so there's a difference of opinion. But the khilaf is when you're unwilling to forego your position in a situation where it would be better for you to forego it. And then he says, انظر يسارة هذه المخالفة. Look at the you know, this is not a major thing. إذ لو لم يسلم ما شعر به أحد. So if you didn't do the salam, nobody would notice it from you. So he's saying, look at what he's saying. Even in this, don't go against him. فقد قال فعل في صلاة المطلوب فمن أولى المساعدة فيما هو في غير صلب الصلاة. So what he did in his prayer was encouraged, and even more important is to encourage things other than, for instance, what is at the heart of the prayer. مما ليس من باب الحلال والحرام, because this relates to the halal and haram, what's permissible and not permissible. So he's saying in things that don't relate to that, it's even more important to encourage these things. ذكر أبو عمرو في استذكاره عن ابن هشام أنه كان يرشح رفع اليدين عند الركوع وعند الرفع منه، وذلك رواية أشهب وغيره عن مالك قال ولم يروي واحد مثل قول ابن القاسم فقال له ألا ترفع فنقتدي بك؟ فقال مخالفة الجماعة فيما أبيح لنا ليس من شيم الأئمة. It's an amazing statement. Ibn Abd al-Barr, one of the greatest ulama in the history of Islam, he preferred to raise the hands in the prayer, because the Malikis, they don't raise the hands when you go up and down. They don't raise the hands. So when you come out of ruku', some of the Imam Shafi'i raises the hands, right? Imam Malik, no. Ibn Abd al-Barr, because the hadith on raising the hands is mutawatir, it's a very strong hadith. So Ibn Abd al-Barr felt that it was actually, the dealiyah was so strong because so many of the Sahaba related it. But he says, so his companions knew that he preferred that position. So they said, why don't you just raise your hands and we'll follow you? He said, مخالفة الجماعة فيما أبيح لنا ليس من شيم الأئمة. To go against the group in those things that are really, they're not major things. This is, at most it would be mandub to do it, but it's from the hayat of salah. It's not, if you leave things like that in the prayer, you don't do sajda for them. So he's saying, I'd rather be with the group than khalif tu'raf, go against the group and get noticed as, oh, why is he doing that? And then it creates confusion. So that, why is he doing that? And then he says, well, the dalil is stronger. And then the people get confused about their imam. ومن حكم الشيخ الإمام شيخ العارفين القرشي المروءة موافقة الإخوان فيما لم يحجر عليك العلم. It is from manliness or virtue, or virtue in Latin comes from the same root of manliness, but it really means, muru'ah is from, it's related to that, but it really means about, it's at the essence of human dignity. The muru'ah is really your dignity. Imam Shafi'i said that if I thought that drinking a glass of water would diminish my muru'ah, I would leave drinking water. And that's how concerned they were. And now we're living in an age of frivolity and everybody's very lackadaisical and there's no real adab anymore. I mean, this is just, people have to accept these things. But there was a time when people had immense adab for elders. If somebody was older than them, if somebody had gray hairs, they were just treated with so much respect just because they were old. And so he says that it's from muru'ah to agree with the brothers as long as knowledge doesn't prohibit that. If there's nothing in knowledge, just go along. They say shartan murafaqa and muwafaqa. The condition of spending time with people is just to agree with them. Which means, obviously not in sinfulness, but just why create contradictions and conversations that end up in arguments that have no real meaning or relevance. Some people love to do that. They love to argue. وسيأتي قول أبي عمر من شأن العالم أن يذهب مع الناس في السعة والرخصة ما لم يخاف المأثم. And also from Abu Umar, he says, it's of the nature of the scholar that he makes things easy for people and gives them licenses as long as he's not afraid of some sinfulness. وَكُلُّ مَا تُرْضِي بِهِ جَرِيسَكَ مِمَّا لَا إِثْمَ فِيهِ فَلَا تَبْخَلْ بِهِ. Everything that will make the one you're sitting with, your companion, that will please him, as long as there's no sinfulness in it, don't stint him in that or her. Don't be a miser. Don't stint them that thing that's going to make them happy. One of the things that in Arabia they talk about tatyib al-khatar. You know, just making somebody, you know, like if you upset somebody to do something, to yutayyib khatiruhu, to settle his thoughts. You know, if he's disturbed, if you did something, it's to make pure his thoughts about you. So it's something you might say or do just to change that effect. And so, now this is, so he says, وَكُلَّ مَا تُرْضِي بِهِ جَرِيسَكَ مِمَّا لَا إِثْمَ فِيهِ فَلَا تَبْخَلْ بِهِ لَعَلَّ أَن تَعْطَابَ بِذَلِكَ ثَوَابًا مُحْسِنِينَ. Maybe you'll get in place of that, what you did, the reward of the muhsinin. Because it's a type of ihsan to do that. And then he says, وَاللَّهُ سُبْحَانَهُ وَتَعَالَى يَقُولُ مَا عَلَى الْمُحْسِنِينَ مِنْ سَبِيلٍ. There's no blame on the muhsinin. In other words, what you do out of ihsan, there's no blame. You can't fault them for it. If they did it out of ihsan, don't fault them for it. قال الشيخ أبو إسحاق الشاطبي الأولى عندي في كل نازلة يكون لعلماء المذهب فيها قولان فيعمل الناس على موافقة أحدهما وإن كان مرجوحا في النظر أن لا يعرض لهم وأن يجروا على أنهم قلدوه في الزمان الأول وجرى به العمل فإنهم إن حملوا على غير ذلك كان في ذلك تشويش للعامة وفتح لأبواب الخصام وربما يخالفني في ذلك غيري وذلك لا يصدني عن القول به ولي فيه أسوة. انتهى. So Shaykh Abu Ishaq al-Shatibi says that it's more appropriate, as far as I'm concerned, in every nazila. A nazila is some situation where you need a legal ruling. That the ulama, when you have two opinions, and most people do one of them, even if it's marjuah, if it's not really the stronger opinion, it's weaker, but this is what they're doing. Don't expose them, don't go against them, and consider it to be that they're following something from the Imam's first period, because the Imams differed in their opinion over time. Imam Malik lived 90 years. Some of his earlier opinions he discarded later on. The same with Shafi'i. Shafi'i had a madhab. When he went to Iraq, he had a madhab. When he went to Egypt, he had a madhab. So you'll find different opinions. So he's saying, just consider an earlier opinion and leave them on it. Because if you try to force them to go on a stronger opinion, you're going to create tashwish lil-amma. You're going to yushawish alayhim. You're going to confuse them. You're going to create turmoil in them. And you will open the door of argumentation, right? The Prophet ﷺ said, أَنَا زَعِيمٌ بِبَيْتٍ فِي رَبَطِ الْجَنَّةِ لِمَنْ تَرَكَ الْمِرَاءِ وَلَوْ كَانَ مُحِقًّا. I will guarantee you a house in the best part of paradise for the one who will give up argumentation even when he's right. And Imam Malik did not argue. If people started arguing about fiqh, he would literally get up, shake his shawl, and say, Antum harb, your war, and he would walk away. He didn't argue. One man came to Malik radiallahu anhu, and he said, Jadilni, let's have a debate. And he was from what's called the Murja'iyah. They were one of the sects at that time that had a position about Muawiyah and Ali. Anyway, Imam Malik said, وَإِنْ غَلَبْتَنِي, no, he said, وَإِنْ غَلَبْتُكَ, and if I win the debate, he said, أَتْبَعُكَ, I'll follow you. He said, وَإِنْ غَلَبْتَنِي, and if you win the debate, he said, you follow me. He said, وَإِذَا جَاءَ ثَالِثٌ وَغَلَبَنَا, what about if a third comes and he beats both of us? He said, نَتْبَعُهُ, then we follow him. He said, you're going to be on a new religion every day. See you later. In other words, what I have, I feel certain about. I don't need to debate these things. He's in a lineage of tradition. He took this from a rightly guided group of scholars. He gave it to a rightly guided group of scholars. They transmit it to a rightly guided school. يَحْمِلُ هَذَا الْعِلْمِ مِنْ كُلِّ قَرْنٍ عُدُولُهُ. They will carry this knowledge in every generation, upright people. In other words, we don't need to rediscover Islam in every generation. Islam has already been discovered. It's already been discovered. You don't need to rediscover it because you discover some new thing or a new hadith that you didn't know about. They've already been through all of the hadiths. They've already done it all. It's been done. We don't need to have those arguments and debates anymore. But you have to find people in that tradition, in this line of scholars, and they differ. Undeniably, the scholars differ, but his point is, the great ones were like Shatibi. If it's a difference of opinion, if the people are doing something, even if it's less preferred, you should do that, just because you don't want to confuse people. This religion is not about confusion, it's about guidance. But people say, A'udhu billahi ya akhi, you're leaving a dalil for a weaker dalil? No. I'm maintaining the unity of the Muslims, which is stronger than following that sunnah that you're saying is a stronger dalil. The Prophet this is what he would do in this situation to preserve the unity. This is the ijtihad. So he says that maybe others will differ with me about this, Ash-Shatibi, but that doesn't prevent me from saying it. And I have good examples for this, right? The great scholars before him. أما سيدي ابن السراج رحمه الله كان لا يرضى هذا المأخذ في الحلال والحرام. But Ibn Siraj, another one of the great ulama, he said he was not content with this if it dealt with halal and haram. He said for the sunnah, for the jaizat, mandubat and things like that, that's fine. But if it was halal and haram, يأخذ به في فضائل الشريعة عكس الشاطبي. He said, take it in the fada'il, in the virtuous things. وَقَدْ وَقْعَ لِي حِكَايَةٌ ذَكَرْتُهُ فِي الْأَصْلِ الَّذِي خَرَجْتُ مِنْهُ هَذَا ولم يزل الشيخ رحمه الله يقول ما زلت تصعب علي الفتية فيما يكون النص بحكم والأمر جار بخلافه ويمثل لنا ذلك بمن وهب موضع سكناه وعاد لسكناه بعد عام. النص أنه باطل والأمر بخلافه، وكذلك إذا اختلعت الزوجة بنفقة الولد إلى سقوط ذلك عن الأب شرعا، فقول مالك وابن القاسم بن مدونة وابن وهب وابن العبد الحكم ومطرف وأصبغ إنه لا يلزمها ما أناف على الحولين من نفقة الولد. قال المخزومي يلزمها ذلك. So he's going to show examples that really bothered him for instance, if somebody gave as a gift his residence, but then he came back a year later and took it back. And the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that the one who takes back his gift is like a dog that laps up his vomit. So he said that the text says that it's invalid, but in Andalusia they actually considered it acceptable. So he's saying that's a situation where I can't. Or a woman who pays to get divorced through the money of her child. And he gives other examples of that. So he's saying that these are things that he didn't feel comfortable with doing. فمن ذلك نص الشيخ الشيوخ ابن لب قال الشيخ أبو الحسن ابن زرقون ورد الخبر بمسح الوجه باليدين عند انقضاء الدعاء. There's a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ wiped his hands over his face at the end of a dua. The Andalusians and the Malikis tended not to do that, and this was a khilaf. And so Ibn Lubbin said, أشار بهذا حديث الترمذي وكان إذا صلى الله عليه وسلم رفع يديه في الدعاء لم يحطهما حتى يمسح بهما وجهه. So that's a hadith in الترمذي, and it's a good hadith. And so وصححه الترمذي وحديث أبي درداء قال رسول الله سلوا الله ببطون أكفكم فإذا فرغتم فامسحوا بها وجوهكم. That's even stronger, because there's a qawl in the hadith, if the Prophet ﷺ does something, then that's of less weight, according to the majority of scholars, than if he commands to do something. If he tells you to do it, it has even stronger weight. So he's saying these hadiths are strong. قال الإمام العارف بالله شمس الدين البلادي ومن آداب الدعاء كذا وكذا. From the adab, from the comportment or the courtesies of prayer or oration, that you should do this and this. And then he said, وَيَمْسَحُ وَجْهُ بِكَفَّيْهِ لِمَا رَوَاهُ أَبُو داود وَالْبَزَّارُ وَابْنُ حِبَّانِ وَابْنُ مَاجَةَ وَالْحَاكِمْ فِي الْمُسْتَدْرَكِ بِأَسَانِيدَ جَيِّدَةٍ جِدًّا بِهَذَا النَّص. So he's saying, the great scholar Shamsuddin al-Biladi said, we should do this. وكذلك السيد مفتي تونس البرزري قال يؤيد مسح الوجه عقب الدعاء حديث الترمذي. And also the great mufti of Tunis al-Barzali. So he's showing that these great ulama said this. This was a big debate in Andalusia, like about putting the hand. So he's bringing it out because it was an issue in his time. It's not really an issue in our time. But the point is, we have other issues that are very similar to this. So you get the point. He's saying, look at what we're fighting over. These are not things that people should be fighting over. And so he goes on, there's quite a bit of that. And at the end he says, ذكر أن التقليد أنه هو في الأحكام ومسائل الآداب ليس من هذا. That taqleed is in the ahkam. It's not in virtuous actions. If you have a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ tells you to do something that's from the fada'il, it's not taqleed. Like if you're reading a hadith or your teacher teaches you something that is virtuous, what he's saying is this isn't really taqleed because it's a hadith of the Prophet. So you have a hujjah for it. Now obviously you have to know if it's ma'mulun bihi or not. That's another matter. But that's his point. وَهَمَمْتُ أَنْ أَنْقُلَ كَلَامِ ابْنِ الْعَرَبِي فِي السِّرَاجِ. I wanted to relate the kalam of Ibn al-Arabi, what he said in the Siraj, and I wish we had that book, Siraj al-Muridin. ثم بدأ لي فأنظره عند قوله he's going to wait for later. وسيأتي في التكلم عن هذا المقام في الترقي مثل هذا عن ابن عرفة والبرزري والشيخ الشيوخ ابن لب. He goes on, all these shuyukh, سيدي المنتوري وشيخهما سيدي القيجاطي سيدي الحفار يستخفون ما استثقله الشاطبي ويستثقلون ما استخفه الشاطبي. So some of them, they deem light what Imam Shatibi found heavy, and they deem heavy what Imam Shatibi found light. So this is a difference of opinion about these. وانظر أيضا مما جرى به عمل الدعاء أدبار الصلوات وزيارة قبر الميت صبيحة 7 أيام بعد دفنه. And look also at the action of making dua after the prayers, because this is an issue of our time. Some people are against this. If they see somebody, doing a prayer, the imam doing a dua, some people say it's a bid'ah. And there really are people. And
the Prophet, as far as we know, he did not make dua after the prayer. And so the Malikis considered it makruh. The way the Moroccans got out of it was to have the mu'adhin do the dua instead of the imam. So, but the Hanafis, I think it's mandub, right? Yeah, so, and that's why you often find when the Hanafis lead the prayer, they tend to always do some kind of dua, the imam, at the end. So this is a khilaf issue between the imams, but he goes on to show that, you know, that this is action and there's nothing that says that they can't do it. And so he says, انظر أيضا ما جرى العمل دعاء أدبار الصلوات وزيارة قبر الميت صبيحة. So they also used to visit the dead person on the 7th day in Andalusia. This was a practice that the Andalusian Muslims did. So on the 7th day, like they have the 40th day, I think they do a khatam or something on the 40th day in Pakistan and places. So these are types of a'raf. They're norms that people do as practices. And so he says, قال الشيخ الشيوخ ابن لبن لم يزل الدعاء أدبار الصلوات المفروضة معمولا به في جميع أقطار الأرض. This is something that people all over the world do. Like Ibn Lubban is saying, this is something Muslims do everywhere. أو جلها من غير نكير إلا ما قد سلف. And people don't reject it, right? Except for, you know, what was previously mentioned. قدم غرناطة رجل سماه. So a man came to Granada, and he was named. واشتد في إنكار ذلك. And he really was vociferous about his attacks on doing this dua after the prayer. وتابعه شرذمة ممن كان يقرأ عليه. And he was followed by a little group that used to read with him. He was a scholar, so he comes to town. This happens in our communities, right? You get this scholar that comes to town, a little group settles around him, and suddenly they're attacking all the things that they're doing in the masjid. Like what's Barat Sha'ban? What do they call that? Yeah. What is it? Yeah, Nus Sha'ban. In Pakistan, what do they call it? Shabi Barat, yeah. So you have the masjid and they're doing Shabi Barat, and then the new sheikh comes to town, he's got a little A'udhu Billah, bid'ah. Tell them they shouldn't do that. And then it becomes a fitna. The ulama differed on Nisfu Sha'ban. Imam Malik didn't act according to it. But Awza'i said it was something the Salaf كان يعظم الليلة in Sham. So this is an early Salafi act. So, and to say otherwise is to ignore a rich historical tradition of proof for these things. So this is where, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. But don't condemn others for doing it, who have their do this. So this little group comes to town. This little group joins this man who's come to town. وَكَانَ إِذَا فَرَغَ مَجْلِسُ كَلَامِهِ بَيْنَ يَدَيْ صَلَاةٍ خَرَجُوا مُزْدَحِمِينَ فِرَارًا مِنَ الصَّلَاةِ خَلْفَ الْأَئِمَّةِ. He would be teaching in the masjid. When they finished their masjid, they would all flee out of the masjid so they didn't have to pray behind the imam who was going to do the dua at the end of the prayer. And then he said, وَإِنْ صَلَّ أَحَدُهُمَا خَلْفَهُمْ قام بنفس ما يسلم الإمام مسرعا مدعورا. And if one of them did pray behind the imam, with the same breath the imam is saying Salaam alaikum, he's leaving the masjid, so he doesn't hear the dua. And then he says, كالخائف أن يمسه الدعاء بنصب, as if he's afraid that the dua is going to cause some bodily harm to him. أو عذاب أو ينشب منه ظفر, or he gets like, you know, he gets a sliver or something, or breaks a tooth. وأنكر الرجل مع ذلك أشياء مما درج الناس عليه في هذا القطر الأندلسي كتصبيح القبر 7 أيام بعد دفن الميت. And then he mentioned other things that people do in this Andalusian land, like the 7th day, going to the grave of the dead person. وكان أتبعه أشد إنكارا منه في ذلك. And his followers were even worse than him in condemning these things. Often the followers are worse than the actual sheikh in these things. حتى قال بعضهم لي وأنا راجع من تصبيح قبر إذ ذاك أتفعل هذا وهو كفر. This is Ibn Lubban. I mean, you have to realize this man was considered like Shaykh Shuyukh in Andalusia.
And he's coming back from the grave on the 7th day. And one of this guy's followers said, "You're doing this and it's kufr?" I mean, this is how far some of these people go to make takfir of people that do these things. فانظر تسفيه هذا وإنكارهم على شيخ الشيوخ ابن لب. Look at how these people deem these things like foolishness, and these shuyukh rejecting the teacher of teachers, Ibn Lubn. الذي نحن على فتاويه في الاعتقاد والحلال والحرام. We follow his fatwa in belief and in the halal and the haram. وعلى مذهبه في الأيمان اللازمة وغيرها من أحكام الدماء والأنكحة والطلاق فيما قصار أمره أنه مباح مع مأخذ مقلده. So he's saying, this is, we got our religion from this man, and look at how these people are treating him. And he said, والقائل في حلال أنه إذا جرى أمر بقول مرجوح في النظر أنه لا يعرض للناس في ذلك. So if something is marjuh, if they have a dalil but it's not as strong, but this is what the people are doing, then you're not supposed to confront them about these things. Just leave them in their actions. وانظر أيضا مما جرى به العمل ورشحه الفضلاء دون من شذ من جماعتهم تلقين الميت عند دفنه. The same thing about talqeen is when you put the body of the dead person into the grave. In the Shafi'i madhab, yulaqinuhu, and some of the Hanafis also say that, but I don't think it's not the general practice. Yeah, the Hanafis and Maliki said that. But talqeen is something that there's evidence for it. And Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi said that it was a good thing, and it was the fi'l of Ahl al-Madinah وصالحين من الأخيار. وكذلك قراءة ياسين خرجه أبو داود وغيره ورشحه الأئمة وتأول ما ورد عن الإمام. Also reading Yasin for the dead, this is something that Abu Dawood relates a hadith in it, اقرأوا ياسين على موتاكم, and this is something that Imams have preferred, and they interpreted Imam Malik saying not to do it. Right? وقد كنت سئلت عن بعض فقهاء البادية يتورع عن القراءة على القبر ثم آل حاله إلى أن قام قارئ يقرأ على قبر انتهره بعنف ووكسه بيده، وكنت قبل ذلك جاوبت بأن هذا ليس بمقامه ويجب أدبه، لأنه سفه جميع الأئمة الذين يتأولوا اللفظ الوارد عن الإمام، وأدخل على الناس شغبا في دينهم وحيرة في نفوسهم وسوء ظن في مفتيهم ما شذ منهم أحد، فإنهم ما غضب منهم أحد هذا الغضب ولا احتسب هذه الحسبة، ولكن على كل ساقة لاقطة رشحت لهذا المحتسب حسبته، رشحت لهذا المحتسب حسبته، وزاد في التبديع والطعن في الحديث والإنكار، حتى كتب إلي إمام قرية دركل يذكر غيرته علي وما هو يجده في نفسه من التشنيع علي، ورغب مني كأنه يستفهمني هل لي حجة أو كان ذلك مني زلة، فكتبت إليه رسالة ألا يجد في نفسه من معترض علي، فإن عقيدتي بالنسبة لمعارضي ألا أزيده على السلاما إلا سلاما امتثالا لأمر الله، ثم أقول الحمد لله الحمد لله اقتداء بالحسن. So he says that I was asked by one of the fuqaha in the Badia who didn't think you should pray at the grave, to read Quran at the grave. And it got to such a point where somebody was reading the Quran at a grave, he condemned him violently and then actually hit him. And I had been asked before about that, and I said that he had no right to do that. And in fact, that he should be disciplined, like have some kind of punitive punishment, because he's basically attacking all of the great imams that didn't agree with what came from Imam Malik. They interpreted otherwise. And he's also created confusion in the religion of people and caused perplexity to affect their souls, and a bad opinion of the mufti that told them to do it. And nobody disagreed with this. And even the ones that did disagree, they never got angry like this, and nor did they do their Amr bin Ma'ruf like this, but every fallen thing finds another fallen thing. You know, for every fallen thing, there's somebody that finds it. And then he said, this man even started making more tabdi' and ta'an, like calling us mubtadi' and attacking us. And to the point where the imam of the village, he felt some ghaira for me, you know, like, because he's a scholar, so he felt bad about it. So he asked, you know, do you find something, do you have trouble in your soul, you know, it's really bothering me? As if he's asking me, do you have a hujjah for this? You know, do you have a proof? Or was that a mistake of mine? And so I wrote back to him a letter, and I said, I find nothing in myself about these people that do these things. Because how people that disagree with me, my view about them is salam and salama from the Quran. إِذَا خَاطَمَ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا سَلَامًا. Because he's on his dalil, he's a alim. He's a alim. So if somebody's attacking him, his view is salam and salam. You're just an ignorant person, and Allah says to ignorant people, say salam. Even if the person's learned, he's ignorant that he's not permitted to attack other people who have their dalils. وَكَانَ مِن مَعْنَا مَا أَخْبَرْتُ بِهِ مُدَرَكَ عِلْمِي. Because this is my knowledge. أن قلت له إياك يا ولي في الله ثم إياك أن يتخالجك ريب أو يعرض لك شك أن الميت إذا وضع في قبره وتولى عنه أصحابه أنه لا يسمع خفق نعالهم فيأتيه ملكان يسألان. وكذلك الخبر الآخر الصحيح أيضا عن عمرو بن العاص قال إذا دفنتموني فأقيموا حول قبري قدر ما تنحر جزور ويقسم لحمها حتى أستأنس بكم وأنظروا بما أراجع به رسل ربي, which is in the Sahih. So this is in Sahih Muslim, Kitab al-Iman. He says, I said to him, woe unto you, Ya wali fillah, right? Because the mu'minun are awliya, ba'dahum, right? The believers are awliya of each other, we're allies of one another. So he's saying, Ya wali fillah, oh my ally with God, right? He's calling him, oh, you're my ally, you're supposed to support me. He said, beware that you should have any doubts in your heart or deem in any way that the dead, once they're put in their grave and their companions leave after burying them, that they don't have any doubt that they hear the sound of their footprints. That's a hadith sahih that the Prophet said. They hear khafaq ni'al, the sound of their footprints as they leave the grave. And the angels come to ask them. And also the sahih hadith, khabar, from Amr bin al-As. He said, if you bury me, then stick around my grave as long as it takes to sacrifice a camel and to distribute the meat amongst you, so that I can astetness, like I can feel my companions, I'll feel the intimacy of my friends around my grave, and then I can think about how I'm going to answer the questions to the angels. This is Amr ibn Sahih Muslim. He said, you know, stick around, sacrifice a camel, you know, I'm in my grave, but I'm going to feel comfortable with all of you up there. Right? قال ابن العربي وعبد الحق على جلالة قدرهما والمفضلان عندي على من يعارضهما والنص لابن العربي يستحب إذا أدخل الميت قبره أن يلقن. Ibn al-Arabi, look at his exalted rank. And Ibn Arabi and Abd al-Haq are preferred, as far as I'm concerned, over those who attack them or who disagree with them. And the nass is for Ibn al-Arabi, the great Qadi. It is recommended that when a man is put into his grave, that you give him talqeen. In other words, you recite to him the answers to the angels. If they say, مَنْ رَبُّكَ قُلِ اللَّهِ, say Allah, Rabbi Allah, right? So give them talqeen. And then he said, And then Ibn al-Arabi said, وَهَذَا التَّلْقِينُ مُسْتَحَبْ. It's recommended. قال هو فعل أهل المدينة والصالحين من الأخيار. And this is something the people of Medina used to do, and the righteous amongst the best of people. لأنه مطابق لقوله تعالى وذكر فإن ذكر تنفع المؤمنين. Because Allah said, remind the believers, because the believers are benefited by reminders. وأحوج ما يكون العبد إلى التذكير عند سؤال الملك. And no one is more needful of a reminder than when he's in his grave before the angels ask him questions. Because you have, in tests, you get anxiety, you forget the answers. You might know them, but you're so anxious that you forget them. وَلِتَعْلَمْ يَا وَلِيِّ فِي اللَّهِ أَنَّ الْمَيِّتْ فِي قَبْرِهِ كَالْغَرِيقِ يَنْتَظِرُ رَحْمَةُ اللَّهِ. And know, O my ally in God, that the dead in his grave is like a drowner waiting for the mercy of Allah, or some prayer, دعوة إذا لحقته كانت أحب إليه من الدنيا وما فيها. فإياك يا ولي في الله ثم إياك أن يدركك ريب أو يعتريك شك أن كتاب الله أوثق شافع وأغنى غناء واهبا متفضلا وما تستمطر رحمة الله أبدا بأرجى منه والرحمة إذا نزلت شملت وعمت. And so he says, know, O my ally in God, that the one in the grave is like a drowner waiting for the mercy of God, or waiting for some prayer that will save him. And this will be more beloved to him than the dunya and what's in it. And beware, O my ally in God. And then beware that you have any doubt enters your mind, that the book of Allah is the most secure intercessor. It's the most trustworthy intercessor. It is the wealthiest of wealth. And it is a giver of gifts, virtuous in its giving, and that you do not ask for rain and the mercy of God ever with anything more hopeful than the book of Allah. And rahmah, if it descends, everybody gets it. The good, the bad, the ugly, they all get it. حدثني شيخ المنتوري قال حدثني شيخ الشيوخ ابن لبن قال خطر لي خاطر خير والعاصي قد يخطر له خاطر خير فأردت أن أجعل على نفسي وظيفة من ذكر أو تلاوة وتردت في أي أفضل فأنشدت في النوم إذا الأحباب فاتهم التلاقي فما صلتهم بأنفع من كتابي. So Shaykh al-Minturi told him that Shaykh al-Shuyukh ibn Lub told him, one time I had a good thought, and then he said, and even disobedient people sometimes have good thoughts, like out of his humility. He's saying, even I could have a good thought. A khatir is like a gift from God, if it's a khatir khair. And he said, I wanted to give myself some kind of wazifa, some type of regular practice in dhikr or tilawa. And I was thinking, which is the best that I should do? Because he's in that highest maqam of doing the best. And so he said, I found myself saying in my dream, when lovers are not able to meet, the best thing they have to send is a book, a kitab, in other words, a letter. And so he said, I understood from that the book of Allah is the best thing, because it's the message from God. So if you're not with God, the next best thing is to read His letter that He sent to you. Like, because lovers, like, they'll read the same letter over and over again, right? I mean, now it's texting, and you could just keep texting, and so all these things have been lost on people. But it used to be, a letter came, and it was a big thing. Now it's just emoticons, right? فَلَمَّا اسْتَيْقَظْتُ عَلِمْتُ أَنَّ قِرَاءَةَ الْقُرْآنِ أَفْضَلُ. When I woke up, I realized recitation of the Quran was the best. وفي الصحيحين البخاري ومسلم والترمذي بين رجل يقرأ سورة الكهف إذ رأى دابته تركض فنظر فإذا مثل الغمامة أو السحابة فأتى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم فذكر ذلك له فقال له النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم تلك السكينة أنزلت مع القرآن متفق عليه. And in Tirmidhi, a very strong hadith, a man was reciting Surah Al-Kahf, and then he saw his dabba, his camel or whatever he was riding, his horse, started to run away. And then he looked and he saw something like mist. And then he went to the Prophet and he told him that, and he said, this is the sakina, the shakina, this is the sakina descending with the recitation of Quran. So this is one of the sakina is a is a type of tajalli of the divine that enters in to the world. It's the quality of stillness. وفي الحديث الصحيح إن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال ما اجتمع قوم يتلون كتاب الله ويتدارسونه بينهم إلا نزلت عليهم السكينة وغشيتهم الرحمة وذكرهم الله في من عنده وزاد ابن حبيب وأظلتهم الملائكة بأجنحتها واستغفروا لهم. So in the sound hadith, a group will never gather in a house, gather to read. In one riwayah, in Sahih Muslim, it says a house in the house of Allah. In one, it says just gathering to read the Quran, the book of Allah, and to study it amongst themselves. يَتَدَارَسُونَهُ, to discuss it really amongst themselves. Except that sakina descends, this tranquility descends, and rahmah envelops them, mercy envelops them. And God makes mention of them in His gathering. And then He said, Ibn Habib included, and the angels envelop them with their wings, put them in the shade of their wing, and ask forgiveness for them. ثُمَّ يَا وَلِيِّ فِي اللَّهِ. So he's talking to this man, this is a letter. السكينة إذا نزلت والملائكة إذا ظلت واستغفرت والرحمة إذا غشيت شمدت وعمت. So when these things happen, everybody gets it. ويصدق هذا الحديث الصحيح الحديث الصحيح الآخر فيهم فلان عبد خطاء إنما مر فجلس معهم فيقول الجليل جل جلاله وله قد غفرت هم القوم لا يشقى بهم جليسهم. And then there's another hadith, and this is affirmed by another sound hadith, where they say to Allah, the angels, the sayyara, who go looking for the places where people gather for dhikr, like inshallah this is one of them, bi'idhnillah. They go and they're like lights. They look down on the earth and it's like they see stars, like we see stars in the sky. They see the dhikr. And that's why just like in this modern time, the stars are being put out from artificial lights. These lights on the earth are being put out from artificial lights. Instead of doing dhikr and doing these things, people are wasting their lives doing other things. So he says, there's a sinful servant amongst them. He simply passed by and sat with them. And the Exalted says, I've forgiven him also, because these are people that even the one sitting with them is not forsaken. فمن باب أولى يا ولي في الله إن شاء الله من كان الاجتماع من أجله والقراءة له. وقد ثبت في الصحيح عن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال ما من مسلم يموت فيقوم على جنازته 40 رجلا لا يشركون بالله شيئا إلا شفعهم الله فيه. So the Prophet ﷺ said in the sound hadith about the blessing of gathering and reciting for somebody, that no Muslim dies and 40 men will stand in funeral prayer for him that don't associate anything with Allah, except Allah will make them intercessors for him. حدثني الشيخ المنتوري, his teacher, عن الأستاذ أبي عمر عن الأستاذ أبو الحسن القرطبي عن الراوية أبي عمر بن حوط الله عن القاضي أبي الخطاب عن أبي القاسم ابن بشكوال عن أبي محمد بن يربوع عن أبي محمد بن خزرج عن أبي محمد الخزرجي قال أخبرني أبو عبد الله القروي في المسجد الجامع بقرطبة قال كنت بمصر فأتاني نعي أبي فوجدت عليه وجدا شديدا فبلغ ذلك الشيخ أبو الطيب بن غلبون المقري فوجه بي فأتيته فجعل يصبرني ويذكرني ثواب الصبر على المصيبة والرزية ثم قال لي ارجع إلى ما هو أعود عليك وعلى الميت من أفعال البر والخير مثل الصدقة وما شاكلها وأمرني أن أقرأ عنه قل هو الله أحد 11 مرة في كل ليلة ثم قال لي أحدثك في ذلك بحديث. So he gives this riwayah, and there's a blessing in mentioning their names, and he says that Shaykh al-Minturi heard this, that Abu Abdullah al-Qarawi was in the Masjid al-Jami' in Qurtuba, and he said, I had been in Egypt. So he's telling this story, the Shaykh. I had been in Egypt, and somebody came to let me know that my father had died. And I was emotionally grieved by this. Like he said, he really found wajdan shadida. He became very distraught emotionally about this. And so his sheikh, somebody told Shaykh Abu Tayyib bin Ghalboon al-Muqri that he was very upset. So he told me to come. So I went to him and he started telling me, be patient, and he was giving me reminders about the reward of patience when calamities afflict. And then he said, go back to what you were doing of good, and also that your father used to do from righteousness, bir and khair, like charity and those type of things. And then he told me, and read for him Qul huwa Allahu ahad 10 times every night as something to give to your father. And then he said, أحدثك في ذلك بحديث. I'll tell you a story about that. قال كان رجل معروف بالخير والفضل فرأى في منامه كأنه في مقبرة مصر وكأن الناس قد نشروا في مقابرهم وكأنه مشى خلفهم ليسألهم عن الشيء الذي أوجب نهوضهم إلى الجهة التي توجهوا إليها فوجد رجلا على حفرته قد تخلف عن جماعتهم فسألوه عن القوم إلى أين يريدون فقال إلى رحمة جاءتهم يقتسمونها فقال فهل لا مضيت معهم قال إني قد قنعت بما يأتيني من ولدي أن أقاسمهم فيما يأتيهم من المسلمين فقلت له وما الذي يأتيك من ولدك قال يقرأ كل يوم قل هو الله أحد 11 مرة ويهدي إلي ثوابها فذكر الشيخ ابن الغلبون أنه منذ سمع هذه الحكاية كان يقرأ عن والديه قل هو الله أحد كل يوم 10 مرات عن كل واحد منهما ولم يزل بهذه الحالة إلى أن مات أبو العباس الخياط فجعل يقرأ كل ليلة قل هو الله أحد 10 مرات ويهدي إليه ثوابها. قال الشيخ ابن غلبون فمكثت على هذا مدة ثم عرض لي فتور قطعني عن ذلك فرأيت أبو العباس في النوم فقال لي يا أبا الطيب لما قطعت ذلك السكر الخالص الذي كنت توجه به إلينا فانتبهت من منامي فقلت السكر الخالص كلام الله وإنما كنت أوجه إليه ثواب قل هو الله أحد فجعلت أقرأها عنه. So he said that he was in Egypt. He had a dream and he was in Egypt and he saw people coming out of their graves and they were all going somewhere and he wanted to know what was causing them to do this. And there was one man that was in his grave and he wasn't going out with the group. And so he asked that man, where are they going? And he said, they're going to Rahmah, mercy that's being distributed. And then I said, why don't you go with them? He said, I'm content with the mercy I'm getting from my child. And I don't need to go and fight over this other mercy. And uqasimuhum, like I try to get from theirs. From what comes from the Muslims. So I said to him, what comes from your child? And he said, he reads every day for me, Qul huwa Allahu ahad 11 times. And yahdi ilayya thawaba, he gives me the reward. And Shaykh ibn Ghalboon said, since the time I heard that story, I used to recite for my parents, both of them, every day 10 times Qul huwa Allahu ahad on each one of them. And I continued to do this until Abu al-Abbas al-Khayyat died. And then I would recite every night for him and give him the reward of that. And then he said, and then over time I started getting tired and I stopped doing it. And then I saw Abu al-Abbas al-Khayyat in a dream. And he said to me, Abu Tayyib, why did you stop giving me that pure sugar that you used to give to me? And when I woke up, I realized that the pure sugar was the words of Allah. And that I was giving him the reward of that. And so I started reciting it again. Ibn Rushdin, in his fatwa, said, إذا قرأ الرجل ووهب ثواب قراءتي لميت جاز ذلك وحصل للميت أجره وحصل له نفعه. He said, if a man recites and gives the reward of that recitation to a dead person, it's permissible for him to do that, and he'll get the dead person will get the reward, and he'll benefit from that also. And then he said, وانظر إذا كانت القراءة عند القبر فقد تقدم أن سبب نزول الرحمة هي أرجى للنفع. ولوجه آخر قاله العلماء من ديوان ابن يونس ما نصه: أرواح المؤمنين خاصة تطلع قبورها ومواضع رميم أجسادها ذاهبة وراجعة تكريمة من الله، ولذلك أمر رسول الله بالتسليم على القبور وبزيارتها. نقل ابن يونس. So he said, look at, if you recite at the grave, and the ulama in the Diwan of Ibn Yunus, one of the great Maliki fuqaha, he said the spirits of the believers are able to ascend their graves. So they can actually come out of their graves. And Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah mentions this in Kitab al-Ruh also, that the awliya are able to, they have a type of mobility after they die that other people don't have. And they can come and go. And this is a gift that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives them. And for that reason, the Prophet said to give salam to the people of the graves, to visit them. This is what Ibn Yunus said. انظر تخصيص هذه الزيارة صبيحة 7 أيام بعد دفن الميت. So now he goes back to visiting on the 7th day. In Sharh al-Bukhari. So in al-Bukhari, Ibn Tawus said that they used to go on the 7th day, the Salaf, and visit the dead person. And Ibn Battal, one of the most important commentators of al-Bukhari, that is constantly quoted after him by Nawawi and Al-Aini and all the Ibn Hajar, they all quote him. So he says they used to do that. And he said, وَأَئِمَّةٌ تَحَقَّقَ صِدْقُهُمْ وَظَنُّنَا فِي مَأْخَذِهِمْ أَحْسَنْ مِنْ ظَنِّنَا فِي مَأْخَذِ غَيْرِهِمْ. These are imams that we believe them and trust them. And we would take from them before we take from others. So if they said we can do it, then we're going to do it. ولما تكلم أبو عمر في شرح موطأ على قول حين خرج إلى القبور قال السلام عليكم حين قدم من سفر فقام على باب عائشة فقال السلام عليك يا رسول الله السلام عليك يا أبا بكر السلام عليك يا أبتي. Aisha, if she came from a journey, she used to go to the Prophet ﷺ and she would say Assalamu alaikum ya Rasulullah, and then she would say Assalamu alaikum Abu Bakr, and then she would say Assalamu alaikum ya Abati. This is Ibn Umar used to say that. Ibn Umar used to say, he would go and visit the Prophet, and he would say salam to the Prophet, and then to Abu Bakr, and then to his father. وَقَالُوا كَانَ عَامَرْ إِذَا خَرَجَ إِلَى الْقُبُورِ يَقُولُ أَلَا تُسَلِّمُونَ فَيَرُدُّونَ عَلَيْكُمْ. He would say to people, don't you say salam, so they'll return your salam to you. And that's in the Tamheed. وقال أبو عمر هذا كثير جدا في الأخبار وذهب إليه أكثر أهل العلم واستدلوا عليه بقوله ما أنتم بأسمع منهم. The Prophet said, you don't hear better than they do, when he was talking to the people in the graves at Badr, when they were in the well. And he said, he mentions this many times in the Istithkar. وقال ابن عربي Allah. That it's permissible to visit the graves. وقد ثبت أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم خرج بأمر ربي إلى أهل البقيع يستغفر لهم. And we know in the Sahih, in Muslim, the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم was told to go out and visit Baqi' and pray for them. And Ibn al-Arabi in his commentary, he said, had he wanted, he could have told him to stay in his house and pray for them. Why did he say go to the graveyard and pray for them? He said Allah wanted to make this a practice of the Muslims. And so the Prophet did it so that we could do it after him. كان محمد بن واسع يزور القبور يوم الجمعة. He used to visit, Muhammad bin Wasi' used to visit the graves every Jum'ah. And he would say that, they said, why don't you visit on Mondays? He said, because I heard that the dead are told about their visitors on Friday, that you're going to get these visitors. And on the day before and the day after, Imam Baji, the great Andalusian muhaddith, said, and faqih, إنما أمرت عائشة أن يمر عليها بجنازة سعد. When Sa'd ibn Mu'adh died, she said, bring his bier by me. Because I think it's Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas probably. Allahu a'lam. But she said, bring his beard beside me. أَنْ يَحْضَرَ لِتَدْعُوا لَهُ بِحَضَرَتِي. She wanted to see him. She could have made dua for him, but she said, bring, when you go, take him to the graveyard, pass by me, because she wanted to see him. لأن مشاهدته تدعو إلى الإشفاق والاجتهاد له, because in seeing him, it's going to make you even stronger in wanting to pray for them. ولذلك يسع إلى الجنائز. That's why we go to the janaiz, and it's not enough just to pray for them in our homes, but to actually witness the burial. ولم يذكر ابن عرفة في ديوانه الفقهي إلا استحباب القراءة على القبر لحديث الجريدتين. And Ibn Arafah also said that it was mandub to recite at the grave based on the hadith of the Jaridatain, where the Prophet took these two people were being punished in their grave. Because he didn't guard himself from urine, and the other because he was neglectful in his wudu. And so the Prophet put two moist palm frods on the graves, and he said, لَعَلَ اللَّهُ يُخَفِّفُ عَنْهُمَا مَا لَمْ يَبِسَ. As long as these don't dry up, maybe Allah will be easy on them in their grave. And وقد ورد الأثر عن عبد الله بن عمر أوصى عند موته أن يقرأ من سورة البقرة عند دفنه. And Ibn Umar asked for Surah Al-Baqarah to be read when he was buried. It's in the Sunan of Bayhaqi. You know, I mean, people are neglectful of these things, but they're in the tradition. People think that the Muslims just invented these things. You know, these modern Muslims, they think Muslims just invented these things. They had proofs for them. These are fada'il a'mal. They're extra things. And that's why they didn't make a big deal. Maybe it was weak, but they saw, you know, it's a good thing. And then he says that about the hadith, اقرأوا ياسين عند موتاكم هو خبر مشهور خرجه غير واحد من الأئمة. This is famous. Abu Dawud relates it. And he said, وَمَا ذُكِرَ فِيهِ مَغْمَزًا. And those who challenge this or attack it, he said this is something that you know, it should arouse in us some kind of, you know, what's up with that? Like, why are they condemning that? مستحباب قراءتي عند العلماء مأثور. Everybody knows that the ulama consider it a good thing. عبد الحق يحتمل هذه القراءة أن تكون عند الميت في حال موته ويحتمل أن تكون عند قبره. It's conceivable that you do it when he dies, and it's conceivable that you do it at his gravesite. And Imam Laqami mentioned that it was encouraged to do that, and Ibn Rushd, Ibn Yunus, and others also encouraged these things. And he goes on that this is the madhab of the Imams. Look at what Imam Shihabuddin al-Qarafi said. لا خلاف أن بركة القرآن تصل للميت. There's no doubt, there's no difference of opinion that the blessing of Quran will reach the dead. كما ثبت أنه يحصل له بركة الرجل الصالح يدفن بجنبه. Also, being buried next to a righteous person is beneficial to you. ويبقى النظر في ثواب القراءة. But as for the reward of the qira'ah, in other words, the blessing is there. There's no doubt. Because anybody who says the Quran doesn't have barakah, you know, it's kufr. But does the reward get to him? He said that's where the difference of opinion is. وقال الذي ينبغي أن لا تهمل هذه المسألة فلعل الحق هو الوصول إلى الموتى. إن هذه أمور مغيبة عنا وليس الخلاف فيها في حكم شرعيا. He said that it's important to remember this should not be set aside, that it's likely that the reward will reach the dead because these are unseen matters, and this is not a khilaf about a hukm shar'i. This is not a khilaf about a legal ruling. هو في أمر واقع هل هو كذلك أو لا. It's just about is it this or is it that? Does he get the reward or doesn't he? That's the debate.
قال وكذلك التهليل الذي عادة الناس يعملونه اليوم, and also saying لا إله إلا الله that many people do now when there's a funeral, they all say لا إله إلا الله. وينبغي أن يعمل ويعتمد في ذلك على فضل الله تعالى. We should do these things and trust in the bounty of Allah that He's merciful. ويلتمس فضل الله تعالى بكل سبب ممكن. The grace of God should be sought in every possible thing. ومن الله الجود والإحسان وهذا هو اللائق بالعبد. فقد تحصر مما قرأته أن شتان بين من هو على أمر تحمل عهدته موثوق بعلمه ودينه أنه مشروع, وبين من هو على مباح لا قائل إنه مشروع, ولكن قد يصير المباح مكرمة أو مكرمة بنسبة كقول مالك. So he said, in the end, look, what a big difference is the one who acts upon something, does an action, the responsibility of which trustworthy scholars have taken it upon themselves that it's a good action to do. So you're following trustworthy scholars, that it's mashru', that it's permissible to do that. And between the one who's just doing some permissible thing that nobody said anything about. And then he says, and sometimes permissible things can become noble deeds. Look at what Malik said. لو علمت أن قلبي يصلح بالجلوس على كناسة لجلست عليها. Imam Malik in Tartib, and this is a riwayah that Qadi Iyad relates. Imam Malik said, if I thought my heart would be rectified by sitting on a garbage heap, I would do it. وَنَحْنُ نَعْلَمُ أَنَّهُ لَيْسَ لِلشَّرْعِ مَقْصَدْ فِي ذَلِكَ. We know our Sharia doesn't have any purpose about sitting on a garbage heap. There's no end in our Sharia about sitting on a garbage heap. But if it was to rectify the heart, that's done by the niyyah. So it changes the action. This is Malamatiya used to do these things. Some of them would literally sit on garbage heaps. There was a famous minister in Fas, Sidi Ali al-Jamal. He was literally a minister. He was filled with arrogance. And he had a massive conversion experience. He went to one of the sheikhs and he forced him to sit. This was somebody who was known for his arrogance and he mistreated a lot of people. He forced him to sit outside of Fez. There was a garbage heap. And he had to sit on the garbage heap and beg. And it broke his nafs. And his student became one of the greatest awliya of the later period in Morocco, and came from him multitudes of rightly guided people. So I'm not telling you they do that, but you know, in Mauritania, when they finished memorizing the Quran, they used to have the students go and beg from wealthy families just to humble them, because I finished the Quran, they'd feel really proud. They would make them go beg in a bowl to humiliate themselves. وهذا مقام دون المقام الذي هو مختلف في مشروعيته فاعدد هذا المقام أنه المقام الخامس. So this is the sixth maqam, that you're doing good things even if there's difference of opinion about them, right? So the ulama differed about them, but you're doing good things. The fifth maqam, and these are shorter, but I want to get through them. I really want to finish today, so it's not much more time. هو من حيث الفتوى المفتي مباح. As far as the mufti gives the fatwa, it's permissible. ولكنه يصير مكرمة أو مكرمة بالنية. So these are about permissible things that become noble deeds based on your intention. This is the fifth maqam. You're doing permissible things, but because you have a good intention, they become good deeds. So for instance, he says, من حضرت له نية في مباح ولم تحضر في فضيلة فالمباح أولى. If you have an intention about a permitted thing and you don't have one about a virtue, then the permitted thing is better for you. So the example of that is that you have a niyyah about eating and drinking and sleeping. لِيُرِيحَ نَفْسَهُ وَيَتَقَوَّى عَلَى الْعِبَادَةِ. He wants to sleep so he'll be stronger, give his soul some rest, so he can be stronger in his ibadah in the future. And وَلَيْسَ تَنْبَعِثُ نَفْسُهُ فِي الْحَالِ لِلصَّوْمِ وَالصَّلَاةِ وَالنَّوْمِ فَالنَّوْمُ وَالْأَكْلُ هُوَ الْأَفْضَلُ لَهُ. And he doesn't feel like praying or fasting at the time, he feels like sleeping, then sleep and eating is better for him in that situation. Because his intention is to do it in order to want to pray and fast and do these things. وَعِنْدِي أَنَّ هَذَا هُوَ دُونَ هَذَا الْمَقَامِ الَّذِي قَصَرْتُ الْكَلَامَ عَلَيْهِ. This is less than the maqam that I didn't talk a lot about. إِنَّمَا عَنَيْتُ بِهَذَا الْمَقَامِ أَنْ يَتَحَرَّمْ مِنَ الْمُبَاحَاتِ مَا يُكْسِبُهُ رِقَّةً فِي قَلْبِهِ. That he should seek out in this maqam those mubahat that will help him acquire a brittleness in his heart, like visiting places where righteous people are, or drinking from the qadah of the Prophet ﷺ, or preferring the people of Wad al-Aqiq. Imam Malik preferred them, كما حكى مالك عن نفسه. وإدارة ابن عمر ناقته. Or Ibn Umar, when he took his camel and he moved around, they said, what are you doing? He said, I saw the Prophet do that. They said, there used to be a rock there. He said, I don't care. Yeah, I just saw the Prophet do that. I want to do it. What he did. So he said that فهذا كلها مقاصد لذاتها تنتظم في سلك المندوبات فما من مباح إلا saw the Prophet do that. They said, there used to be a rock there. He said, I don't care. Yeah, I just saw the Prophet do that. I want to do it. What he did. So he said that فهذا كلها مقاصد لذاتها تنتظم في سلك المندوبات فما من مباح إلا يصير مكرمة بل مكرمات بسبب النية. There's no permissible thing except that it can be a noble deed, or even more than one, because of the intention that you have in doing it. والمعصية هي التي لا تنقلب أبدا مكرمة بسبب النية إلا أنهم استثنوا من هذا مصلحة شرعية لم تنال إلا بمفسدة دونها. And they considered no معصية can be a good thing unless it's in order to ward off a worse thing. وَعْدُدْ هذا من المقام بعد هذا. So now we're in the fourth maqam. أن يقصد بالأمور الخسيسة التوصل بهذه المقاصد تضمحل خسة الوسيلة في جنب المقصد المتوصل إليه. وقد تقدم أن المعصية إذا كانت تدرأ معصية أعظم فإنها تفعل. So this is where you do something that's a low thing, but it's in order to achieve something that's higher, because of your, what you're actually trying to get. And so he says, sometimes المعصية إذا كانت تدرأ معصية أعظم, something that is normally unacceptable, if it wards off something that's even worse, then it can be done. كالكذب بنسبة لنجاة معصوم الدم من القتل, like lying in order to save somebody who's going to be unjustly killed. أو من أخذ مال, or stealing his wealth. And the Sufiya بل غيرهم كإمامنا مالك بنسبة لصلاح القلب. And like what Imam Malik said about sitting on a garbage heap, if it would rectify his heart. Ibn Abbad said, إذا جاز لمن غص باللقمة من طعام حلال أن يسيغها بجرعة من الخمر إذا لم يجد غيره مع أن تحريمه مقطوع به ولا تفوته إلا حياة ثانية فلأن يجوز مثل هذا إذا تعين أولى إذ يفوته بذلك الحياة الباقية والقرب من الله. So Ibn Abbad said, if it's permissible for somebody who's choking on a morsel of food, from halal food, to help swallow it by drinking a gulp of wine, if he can't find anything else, even though everybody agrees that wine is haram, and what he'll lose is his fani life, this ephemeral life of the world. So how could you say it's not permissible to do something even more important, that because of it he could lose his eternal life?
And then he says, أنا بمثل هذا ما يستدفع المريد من الدواخل على قلبي. And what's meant by this is those things that somebody on a path to God will use to ward off those things that enter into his heart. Because everybody should be working on their heart with both knowledge and action. As for knowledge, it's like what the Hikam of Ibn Ata'illah says. الناس يمدحونك بما يظنون فيك فكن أنت ذاما لنفسك بما تعلمه منها. People praise you because what they think is good about you. You should blame yourself because of what you know about yourself. ومن جهل المريد أن يترك يقين ما عنده لما يظنه الناس. And from the ignorance of a seeker of God is that he will leave what he's certain in himself about for the opinions of others. أما العمل فبما يسقطه من قلوب الأغيار. Those things that, as for the amal, it's those things that will remove otherness from his heart. And المباحات بلا شره لقصد تقويته على طاعة عبادات. So doing permissible things without avidity or covetousness in order to strengthen oneself in obedience is a type of worship. In fact, it could be an obligation, like sleeping after staying awake for a long time, so you need a lot of rest. Or eating or drinking after being hungry or thirsty that's affected your health. وسيأتي بسط هذا, and I'll expand more on this. And Tajuddin said, ربما وردت عليك الأنوار فوجدت القلب محشوا بصور الآثار فارتحلت من حيث نزلت. Perhaps lights will descend upon you, but they will find your heart filled with images. And so they leave from where they came. Because your heart can't take them. The light needs a pure, polished heart to reflect. And then he said, فرق قلبك من الأغيار يملأه بالمعارف والأسرار. Empty your heart from otherness, and he will fill your heart with knowledge and secrets. ومن هذا هو السماع عند القائلين به. And from this is audition for those who say it's permissible. You know, what we saw the other night, hearing poetry and things like that. And Abdul Ghani al-Nablusi, Imam al-Ghazali permitted it with instruments even, some of the great ulama. كان موضوعه زمن السلف لحظ الأنفس ليطيب نغمات الغناء في أوقات السرور وشدد الفقهاء في إنكار هذا. In the early period, this was something that the egos were after because of the delights of listening to singing and in the times of happiness. And so the fuqaha were very opposed to this. فقال أسبغ لا يكون الغناء إلا في العرس للنساء خاصة. Asbagh, the great Maliki scholar, said that singing or music should only be in a wedding with women. There's a khilaf. Some said that the men could also have that, but generally it was for the women. Bidaffi or duffi wal kabar. Al-kabar is the two-sided drum. So the daf is like the one-sided, the tambourine type. And then tambur is the tambourine. But the daf, and then the kabar had two sides. So they hit on both sides. So he said having a daf and a kabar, hamalan, leave them to their own devices, whatever they want to do with it, they can do. Aw bi dhikrillah, or they can do dhikr like they do the igaun in Mauritania. They go to the wedding and they sing la ilaha illallah and other things. So they can sing poetry, doesn't have hamalan, doesn't have to be dhikr, or they can do dhikr, aw tasbihan, aw tahmidan, ala ma hada, on those things that are permissible to do. Aw bi rajin khafif, or reciting poetry, nothing with a munkar in it, something bad, or going on for too long of a time where it becomes neglectful. Qari ibn Rushd, la farq fi hada bayna al-rijali wa nisa. Ibn Rushd said, we don't differentiate between men and women in this. They both can do it. وقال ابن العربي قول أسبغ لا يكون إلا للنساء ويكره حضوره لذي الهيئة فاسد. Ibn al-Arabi says, as for Asbagh saying only women can do this, or that dhil hay'a, somebody who is a notable, can't do this, he said, we don't accept this, it's fasid, it's invalid. لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم حضر ضرب الدف. The Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم himself heard a drum being beat. ولا يصح أن يكون ذو الهيئة أعظم من النبي. Nobody is more notable than the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. So this idea that a notable couldn't do that is false. قال عياض ومثل العرس أعياد المسلمين وأفراحهم. And this goes not only for weddings, but also for gatherings of Muslims, for their Eids, for the times when they gather for happiness. And then he says, like when لقدوم غائب أو لولادة أو ختان, like when somebody's born, you can have the women get together and have these baby showers and things like that, which they should do after, not before. Because you never know what happens. It's not good to do that. It should be done after. Because it's just more depression for the person. They have all these things and something happened in the pregnancy. But if they do those things, and then he said, وَلِيحِفْظَ الصَّبْيَ الْقُرْآنِ, or they memorize the Quran, or because some virtuous person's there and they're happy. And then he said, إِذَا سَمِعَ سَامِعُ بِالنَّغَمَاتِ, ذكر عتابا أو وصلا أو هجرا أو قربا أو بعدا أو تلهف على فائت أو تعطش إلى منتظر أو شوق إلى وارد أو طمع أو يأس أو وحشة أو استئناس أو وفاء بعهد أو نقض عهد أو خوف فراق أو فرح بوصال أو غير ذلك مما يشتمل عليه لفظ السماع فلا بد أن يوافق بعضها حال السامع في مطلبه. So when you're listening to the audition, they recite different things. So you're going to hear blame, you're going to hear meeting with or somebody who left, or nearness and farness, or a desire for something that's lost, or a thirst to see something you're waiting for, or a desire for somebody to come, or some covetousness, or yas, despair, or wahsha, loneliness, or isti'nas, intimacy, or wafa'an bi'ahad, or somebody who fulfills his oath, or somebody who breaks his oath, or afraid of being separated from somebody, or joy over reconnecting with somebody, and other things. So these are all the things that are going to be in the poetry. So he's saying something is going to affect the person, because everybody's in different states. And that's the purpose of sama' is to affect the heart. فَيَجْرِي ذَلِكَ مَجْرَ الْقَدَّاحِ الَّذِي يُوَرِّي زِنَادَ قَلْبِهِ. So the likeness of this is like a flint that strikes and ignites the heart. That's what sama' is supposed to do. فيكون له مجال رحب في تنزيل الألفاظ على أحواله فإن كان الغالب على السامع هوى محرما فيهيجه هذا السماع إلى السعي في الحرام. But if the person is not well and he's got haram desires, then the sama' can actually encourage him to do the haram and go to the haram. Or if he has permissible desires, it might encourage him to do that. Or affect him in desiring something, or fearing losing something, or hoping to meet. All of these things can happen, but sama' is mubah. Whatever the sami', the one listening, happens to him is another thing, because those are his states. And then, so there's two things. You can get لذة نفسه وتعلق بأوصاف ربه ولكن في هذا الحال نقص من جهة ما فيه من حظ نفسه. So you can get some pleasure from it, like people have pleasure from music, or you can get something that causes you to connect with the attributes of your Lord. And he said, but there's still deficiency in it because the nafs has a portion of it. So it's not like sama' was something that they were saying was a great thing. But if that's how people feel closer to God, it's helpful. قالوا في هذا من عرف ما يطلب هان عليه ما يبذل. And it's been said, whoever knows what they're searching for, it's insignificant, whatever they expend for it. So when you know what you want, you're willing to give up things for that goal. وقد تبين بهذا أن السماع قط ما هو مقصود لا عند الصوفية ولا عند الفقهاء. But it should be clear to you, sama' is not some end goal, neither with the Sufis or with the fuqaha. Then we ask, هل هو وسيلة? Is it a means? كثير من العلماء ينكرون أن يكون وسيلة لجد وجميع الصوفية وكثير من العلماء بأحكام الله يتحملون عهدة أنه وسيلة Many of the ulama reject it, that it's a means to being serious in your religion. All of the Sufis and also many of the ulama of the ahkam of Allah, they bear responsibility for it as a means. قال القشيري في رسالتي إن الرذباري كان أعلم الناس بالطريقة من أصحاب الجنيد. Imam al-Qushayri mentions in his Risala that Rudhabari was one of the most learned people of the path of Imam Junaid's companions. وقال ليتنا تخلصنا من هذا السماع رأسا برأس. Would that we could get rid of this sama' without distinction. In other words, this type of sama' is good, this type's not. Just, would that we didn't do it at all. وقال ابن سبكي نعتقد أن طريق الجنيد وصحبه طريق مقوم والجنيد يقول السماع فتنة لمن طلبه. We believe that the path of Junaid and his companions is a sound, upright path. And Imam al-Junaid said, Sama', this dhikr with singing and instruments, inshad, the type of things that a lot of people do. He said it's a fitna for people who seek it out. وَرَاحَةٌ لِمَنْ صَادَفَهُ. But it's a nice thing if you just happen upon it. It's not something you went looking for. وَحَرَّمُوا حُضُورُهُ عَلَى الْعَوَامِ. Some of them prohibited that common people should go. فإن السماع بالنغمات يتلذذ به الفاسق والسفيه, because they can have a bad effect on the fasiq and the profligate and the foolish ones. والطفل والصغير الصغير and small children. ومن قصر التوسل به مع هؤلاء السامعين له بحظ نفس لا يخفى ما فيه. And those who are trying to get some portion of listening to it, it shouldn't be hidden that their nafs has a portion of that. فإن قصد مجرد السماع لا لمعنى آخر تبرأ منه العلماء. If he just wants to hear it as a musical thing, then the ulama have nothing to do with that. تبرأ, they're free of that because it's not. In other words, there's a khilaf, but in that there's no khilaf. All of the ulama are against that. إمام الطريق الجنيد لقوله طالب السماع مجردا هو من المفتونين. Seeking audition just on its own without any purpose from it, these are people that are in fitna. Allahumma in kana kama qala al-Junayd illa in kana al-amma al-ghawgha. So as for the ghawgha, and now we're going to get to the last maqams. 3 more. Now we're in the zalimun li nafsi. So they're very short but very interesting. So he says, as for the riffraff, la hisbata alayhim, don't do any hisbah with them. Just leave them alone. وهذا هو المقام الثالث. مقام الغوغاء الذين ليست لهم همة في تحل ولا تخل حسب هؤلاء أن يقال لهم تحفظوا من الأوتار والمزامير وما عليكم فيه حسبة. As for the maqam of the rabble, those who have no himma, they have no aspirations in either adorning themselves with virtue or getting rid of their vice. It's enough for these people just to say to them, watch out from those musical instruments you're listening to, even though we're not going to condemn you. In other words, don't lose your prayer. Watch out. All this stuff, all this, all your games that you're playing, your little, what do they call them? Those video centers, PlayStations, and then you lose all your prayer, So he's saying, watch out. تحفظوا من الgame station. That's what he's saying. Watch out. I'm not telling you don't do it, but watch out. You're wasting your life. يكون لهم بهذا حينئذ مكرمة على المخلطين. These people are still, it's nobler what they're doing by wasting their time than those that are doing actual clearly sinful things. So this is the first maqam of the zalimun li nafsihi. He's wasting his time, but at least he's not backbiting or stealing or drinking alcohol right? So, يكون لهم بهذا حينئذ مكرمة على المخلطين. وبالجملة فالفتوى تقتضي جواز أن تتسبب العامة فيما لا نفع فيه ولا ضر. The fatwa here demands that these people should be allowed to do things that are of no harm and no benefit. Real harm. I mean, they're harmful, but not that serious, dangerous harm that puts them in a mortal sin. وإن كان هذا مأخذا خسيسا. This is a low thing. فَالنَّفْسُ الْمُتَوَجِّهِ نَحْوُ أَخَص. And the person that's satisfied with this is even lower. إِذَا كَانَ إِن تَرَكَ وَاشْتَغَرَ بِمَا عَلَيْهِ فِيهِ تَبَعَ. If, had he left this thing, he would be in something even worse. This is the criteria. So if he's going to be in something worse, it's better he's in this thing. فَالرَّقْصُ وَاللَّهْوُ لِلْغَوْغَاءِ إِذَا لَمْ يَتْرُكُ لِأَجْلِهِ فَرْضًا. Let them dance. Let them have their entertainment. This is for them, the غوغا, Lady Gaga, right? إِذَا لَمْ يَتْرُكُ لِأَجْلِهِ فَرْضًا. Right? She's actually not in this, but it's interesting she has that name, Gaga, because that's also Gauga. That's another word for these people, you know? The Gaga. Lady Gaga. إِذَا لَمْ يَتْرُكُ لِأَجْلِهِ فَرْضًا وَلَا حَسِبُهُ عِبَادًا. As long as they don't think it's ibadah either. خَيْرٌ مِنْ أَكْلِ الْعِرْضِ. It's better than their backbiting. ثُمَّ مِنْ دُونِ هَذَا الْمَقَامِ مَقَامٌ آخَرٌ. Then the next one. مقام المخلط المبتلى بالمخالفة والعياذ بالله. This is the maqam of the mukhallat. Because Allah says, وَآخَرُونَ اعْتَرَفُوا بِذُنُوبِهِمْ خَلَطُوا عَمْلًا صَالِحًا وَآخَرَ سَيِّئًا. These are people that admit their sins and they mix good deeds with bad deeds. Right? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions them and عَسَى اللَّهُ أَنْ يَتُوبَ right, عَلَيْهِمْ. So perhaps Allah will make tawbah on them. So, وهذا المقام هو أخص مقام. ولكن ليس قد كالمسرف على نفسه. So the مخلط المبتلى is not the same as the musrif. That's the lowest. So you have these three maqams. The one who's khasis, but he's still in things that aren't really sinful per se, right? And he's doing his fard. So he's watching TV, but he stops in the middle of the football game, turns it off to pray, right? Got it? Yeah, that's this person. But the musrif ala nafsi, that's the lowest. وهذا المقام هو أخص مقام وقد تدليت من المقام الأعلى إلى هذا المقام أعني مقام المسرف على نفسي. So I've gone down from the highest مقام, now we're down to the مسرف على نفسي. فلنرجع بالترقي على هذه المقامات إلى المقام الذي بدأت به وبه إن شاء الله أختم ختم الله لي به وبمنه وفضله. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He says, قُلْ يَا عِبَادِيَ الَّذِينَ أَسْرَفُوا عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ لَا تَقْنَطُوا مِنْ رَحْمَةِ اللَّهِ. So Allah says to these people, these are the worst of the ظَالِمُونَ لِأَنفُسِهِمْ. Don't despair of the mercy of Allah. Don't despair. Right? So don't. Why? إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَغْفِرَ الذُّنُوبَ جَمِيعًا إِنَّهُ الْغَفُورُ الرَّحِيمُ. وَأَنِيبُوا إِلَىٰ رَبِّكُمْ وَأَسْلِمُوا لَهُ. And turn back to your Lord and submit to Him. So they're Muslims, but they're not in submission. They're usat, but they're Muslims. So Allah is saying, أَنِيبُوا إِلَىٰ رَبِّكُمْ وَأَسْلِمُوا لَهُ. You'll come back to God and submit to Him. So, لَا تَقْنَطُوا. Right? Don't despair. And that's why all of these people are from this ummah. ثم أورثنا الكتاب الذين اصطفينا من عبادنا فمنهم ظالم لنفسه. These are the ظالم لنفسه. The first one, they waste their life in things of no benefit. The lower than them are those who mix good deeds with bad deeds, so they're doing ma'asiyah. And then even lower than them, al-musrifun. They've completely wasted their life. They don't even do the fard. So they say, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. They don't pray. Their fast is neglected. All these things. They might not pay their zakat, but they're still Muslims. If you ask them, are you Muslim? They say, Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah, Ashhadu Muhammad Rasulullah. I'm a Muslim. They're still Muslim. But they're zalimun li nafsihi, and they're the lowest of the degrees. So these 9 degrees, they're at the bottom. Now, the ulama, they said that the real faqih is the one that doesn't cause people to despair of the mercy of Allah. La yu'yas an-nas min rahmatillah. The rahmah of Allah is wasi'ah, it's vast, but people have to also recognize that it's a dangerous position to be in those positions, and people shouldn't be content with them. So this is the tadalli. He showed you the ladder. The second half of the book is taraqi, how to climb the ladder. One of the things he says is, on this lowest group are people addicted to drugs and alcohol. He says, for instance, teach them a musical instrument. Because you're getting them out of a haram that's mujma' alayh and into something that's mukhtalif fihi but has a similar type of effect on the, like alcohol or drugs. That's why they often go together, alcohol and drugs and music. And so he's saying it's better they're doing that than doing something. And that's how he goes. He's slowly. And he believes that the ikhtilafat are because of this rahmah of Allah. Because if you look at the Sahaba, they had tadarruj. They didn't all become awliya overnight. It took time. They were drinking in Mecca. Even Hamza radiallahu anhu was drinking in Medina in the first period. And he actually, you know, he got drunk, and Ali had the 2 camels out to marry Fatima. And Sayyidina Hamza, he was drinking, and then somebody said something. He said, are you, you're just servants of my father. He started boasting about his ancestors. And then he took the sword and he cut the 2 humps of the camels, killed them. He was drunk. Hamza radiallahu anhu. So they didn't just come in like people expect Muslims, oh, you know, what's wrong with you? No, they go slow. And that's what he's saying is help people get better. Don't expect them to be at that 9th maqam. That's not where you start. That's where you end. You might be starting in that first one. ظَالِمٌ لِنَفْسِهِ مُسْرِفٌ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ. Really in a bad shape. That might be where you start. Now some people can have a powerful conversion and just do 180. That happens. Undeniably, that happens. People have Malcolm had a conversion like that. He went from, they called him Satan in prison, and he went and became really, really completely straight as an arrow. That happens, but that's not the norm. And so help people get better. And another dangerous one is when you go to the extreme of trying to do too much. So you have to take your time. So this is the wisdom of our tradition, of our ulama. I hope, I didn't think I'd get through this, but I'm glad I did. So I hope it was beneficial. I really think if these things were applied in our community, that it would resolve a lot of these conflicts over religion. But I will say, conflicts over religion are not necessarily a bad thing also, because it's indicative of the fact that religion is still important in our community. There are many communities that could care less. Some Christians will often say, what are the Muslims going on about? They don't care. A lot of the Christians don't care about their religion anymore because the religion is just disappearing. They don't see these things. Whereas the early religious community of the Christians was very strong. They had huge debates about things. They had debate about wealth. One of the biggest debates in early Christianity was whether or not you could be a rich person and a Christian. That was a huge debate because they really thought that you should give all your money away and serve the poor and to be a true Christian. They debated about war because Christ clearly, in that, with the exception of the money changers, it's indicative that he's nonviolent. Although there are some verses in there, let he who hath no sword sell his garment to buy a sword. And then in the other, you know, when the Romans are trying to take him, he says, you know, Peter lifts his sword, I think. He says, he who lives by the sword shall die by the sword. So there's things in there, you know, let the dead bury the dead. There's things in there that are very unusual and difficult to penetrate. He definitely was not with the revolutionaries. He wasn't with the zealots. There's no indication, even though he lived under Roman occupation, there's no indication that he was part of the zealots, because they were there. And when they tried to trick him, asking about the coin, what should we pay taxes? And he said, who's on the coin? And he said, the head of Caesar. He said, give unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, give unto God that which is God. It was if he said that, I mean, these are riwayat without isnad as far as we're concerned, if he said that. But it's a very clever answer to respond to. So the fact that Muslims still do debate about moon sighting is, it's sad that a lot of these debates are a result of not understanding this type of fiqh, but at the same time, it should encourage us that there are many Muslims that still take their religion very seriously and want to do the right thing and are trying to find the right answer. And then there's others that have sickness in their heart. They just love fitna, and we have a lot of fitna causers in our community. We should try to avoid those. Are there any questions, or is time up? Time's up, yeah. So we should pray, inshallah. Subhanakallah wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. So I did the tadalli. You saw the ladder. You can think about where you are on that ladder. Assalamu alaikum.
To have Shaykh Saleh Al-Ghursi here tonight. He's from an Arab family, originally from Iraq, and his family migrated some time ago to Turkey, so he was born and raised in Turkey. He's fluent, obviously, in Turkish and Arabic, but he also was raised amongst the Kurds, so he speaks Kurdish as well. He really is quite, for me, amongst the scholars of this time, quite exceptional. He is, I think probably one of the top scholars in Turkey today. He's a master of their traditional sciences that were taught here, and he spoke to us last year. I've known him for over 20 years. We first met in Medina, and I've read his books and benefited greatly from his scholarship. So we're fortunate to have him tonight. He's going to talk, and inshallah I'll translate for him. Bismillah. أنا أظن أنه هم سألوا هم أرادوا إذا لو تكرمت أن تتكلم في الأدب، يعني في الأدب في الإسلام ومحله معناه محله أسلوبه. نعم.
والموضوع
جميل، الأسوة الحسنة. نعم. نعم.
شوية
هذا جميل. هو الشيخ له كتب كثيرة، وهذا من كتبه اسمه الأسوة الحسنة from the آية لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة وأسوة حسنة. And how to develop it and the extreme importance for people. So maybe he'll talk about that if you want. Alhamdulillah.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على أفضل خلق الله وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن اهتدى بهداه. أما بعد، فنحمد الله ونستعينه ونستغفره ونستهديه ونتوب إليه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا. من يهد الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له، ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد أن سيدنا محمدا عبده ورسوله أرسله الله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره المشركون. الموضوع الذي نريد أن نتحدث فيه هو ما عرضه علينا الأخوة، وهو الأدب في الإسلام.
So he said that after praising Allah and the Prophet ﷺ, and he said that the topic that he's going to touch upon tonight is what he was asked to, which is about adab in Islam. And adab, I think most of you know the meaning, but it's a difficult term to translate because it's a vast meaning. But it's spiritual courtesy. It can also mean ethics.
وموضوع الأدب هو موضوع الخلق.
So the subject of adab is really about the subject of ethics.
أو جزء منه.
Or at least a portion of it.
والخلق في الإسلام من المعلوم لكم ما له من الأهمية البالغة ومن الأثر في حياة المسلم وحياة المجتمع وسعادة المجتمع الدنيوية ثم في سعادتهم الأخروية.
And it's not hidden from you the fact that the subject of ethics is a subject that's of the utmost importance in relation to the life of the human being, but also the life of a society and its felicity, and also the felicity of the life of the hereafter.
ومن أجل ما للخلق من الأهمية البالغة أثنى الله تعالى على نبيه صلى الله تعالى عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم بقوله وإنك لعلى خلق عظيم.
And because of this extreme importance that this subject has in our religion, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala praised the Prophet ﷺ in his book when he said, and verily you are upon a vast ethical nature or stature.
ولو كان هناك شيء أفضل من الخلق لأثنى الله تعالى على نبيه به.
So if there was something more important in terms of one's character, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would have used that to praise the Prophet, but he chose khuluq as the highest praise.
ومن أجل ذلك أثنت السيدة أم المؤمنين عائشة رضي الله تعالى عنها على نبينا صلى الله عليه وسلم بقولها كان خلقه القرآن.
And for that reason, our mother Aisha radiallahu anha, when she praised the Prophet ﷺ, after being asked about his character, she said his character was the Quran itself.
ويقول الشاعر العربي وإنما الأمم الأخلاق ما بقيت وإن هي ذهبت أخلاقهم ذهبوا.
And so the Arab poet, also expressing this meaning, said that cultures or nations are nothing other than the akhlaq that they possess, the character that they possess. And when their character goes, they go with it.
والخلق الكريم والخلق الحسن من أجل ما له من الأهمية البالغة يقول النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم عنه وعن ما له من الأهمية البالغة إنما بعثت لأتمم مكارم الأخلاق. فهنا إنما كلمة الحصر، أتى لم يقل بعثت، إنما بعثت لأتمم مكارم الأخلاق. وهذا قد يستغربه كثير من الناس، كيف فقط بعث؟ لذلك مع أنه بعث لأمور كثيرة، ولكن عندما ندقق ونفصل، وهذا يحتاج إلى تفصيلات كثيرة، نرى أن كل ما بعث به يعود إلى مكارم الأخلاق.
So, because of this utmost importance in this, our Prophet ﷺ also said in a famous hadith, I was only sent to complete noble character. And he used in that hadith a particle, innama, which is used for encompassment. It's one of the particles in the Arabic language that indicates only, the meaning of only. I was only sent for no other purpose. And he said, obviously, the Prophet ﷺ was sent for many things. And so when people delve deeply into this statement and really attempt to understand it with all of its nuances, they will eventually arrive at the conclusion that, in fact, everything that he brought is related to makarim al-akhlaq, that it all goes under that rubric of noble character.
ومن أجل ما له من الخلق من الأهمية البالغة، النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم ركز في كثير من أحاديثه على حسن الخلق، وعلى الثناء على حسن الخلق، وعلى الثناء على المتصفين بحسن الخلق. ومن هذه الأحاديث ومن أهمها قوله صلى الله تعالى عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم: أحاسنكم أخلاقا مساوي أو شراركم مساويكم أخلاقا.
So the Prophet ﷺ, because of the importance and the centrality of character in our religion, there are many prophetic narrations in which he emphasizes and praises these qualities. We can find many of them. One of the most important is the hadith that says, the best of you are the best of you in character, in akhlaq, in ethics, and the worst of you are the ones that have the worst character.
ومن أجل العلاقة القوية بين الأدب والخلق، يقول النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم: أدبني ربي فأحسن تأديبي. ثم قرأ قوله تعالى: خذ العفو وأمر بالعرف وأعرض عن الجاهلين. وهذا أيضا من الأخلاق.
And so, again, the Prophet ﷺ, in indicating, because there is a very powerful relationship between ethics and between comportment, which is adab. So you have the khuluq, which is the character, but the adab is the actual way in which one carries oneself, expressing that character. And so because of the important relationship of that, the Prophet ﷺ, in another hadith, he said, my Lord has disciplined my soul, has given me this adab, and what a beautiful adab he gave me. And then he quoted the verse of the Quran, which is about forgiving people and commanding to what is normative in goodness in a society, and to ignoring the zealous ignoramuses out there.
قد أجمل الله تعالى في هذه الآية الكريمة الأدب الإسلامي والخلق الإسلامي الرفيع.
So in this verse of Quran, which is only a few words, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has really summarized and given us a complete abridgment of the essence of what adab and good character is.
والخلق والأدب هو الذي يعلو بالإنسان ويرفعه إلى مستوى القدوة ويجعل منه أسوة حسنة وقدوة صالحة.
And so it's really good character that is what elevates a human being amongst others, and also that it results in a human being becoming actually an exemplar for others to imitate. It's the good character that a person exudes that places him in this exalted position.
وقد جمع الله تعالى محاسن الآداب والأخلاق كلها في سيدنا محمد صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم، ومن أجل ذلك أثنى عليه بقوله إنك لعلى خلق عظيم. ثم قال تعالى لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة.
And so for this reason of the importance and the centrality of character, the Prophet ﷺ really, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made him the embodiment of all good character and all good qualities that are possible to be embodied in a human being. The Prophet ﷺ was given all of these, and this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He spoke about the Prophet ﷺ, He said, verily you are on this vast ethical character, that this is an expression of him being the embodiment of all these qualities.
وبمقدار تأدب المسلم بالآداب الإسلامية وبنسبة تخلقه بالخلق الإسلامي الحميد يرتفع مستواه ويكون نسبته في كونه أسوة حسنة وكونه وارثا للنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. كلما زاد نصيبه في الأدب الإسلامي والخلق الدين الإسلامي يكون نصيبه أكثر في باب الوراثة وباب الأسوة الحسنة وباب الخلافة للرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم، وكلما قل.
And so to the degree with which a person takes upon himself these qualities, these excellent qualities, to the degree with which he improves his soul and comes closer to the prophetic nature, this is the degree with which he acquires that portion of becoming a beautiful exemplar. And to the degree with which he does that is the degree with which he becomes an inheritor of the Muhammadan character. He becomes a warith. So the more that he increases in that, the closer he gets to this inheritance and to fulfilling his role as a caliph of God, a vicegerent of God on the earth. And as he diminishes from that, he diminishes in also that quality.
والله تعالى من أجل أن الأسوة الحسنة من أجل ما لها من الأهمية البالغة ومن أجلها الأصل في المجتمعات وفي صلاح المجتمعات وفي نهضة المجتمعات والدول وتقدمها، من أجل ذلك أن ذلك هو الأصل لم يبقى الله تعالى في يوم من الأيام الإنسان بدون أسوة حسنة، فكان أول الإنسان وهو أبونا آدم صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم أول أسوة حسنة، ثم لم يبق الله تعالى مجتمعا من المجتمعات بدون أسوة حسنة وبدون نبي وبدون بعثة رسول. نعم، وأرسل الله تعالى رسله تترى وما من أمة إلا خلا فيها نذير.
So because of this importance and the essential need for societies for these exemplars, these beautiful exemplars of character, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has never left from the beginning of the first exemplar, who was Adam, the first human being. He was the first beautiful exemplar of noble character. Allah has never left this earth without these exemplars. And so the prophets came one after another in succession, each one of them embodying these noble qualities.
والأمم السابقة على أمة محمد صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم ما كانت عنايتهم بالعلم مثل عناية أمة محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم، ومن أجل ذلك كان الله تعالى يرسل لهم الأنبياء تترى، وكان يجعل الأسوة الحسنة فيهم أنبياء، وكانت الأنبياء تسوسهم، كما يقول النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم: كانت بنو إسرائيل تسوسهم الأنبياء كلما مات نبي خلفه نبي.
And so because of the fact that the previous civilizations that went before, the previous communities that went before our Prophet ﷺ, because they did not have the same level of centrality in their pursuit of knowledge that the Prophet ﷺ's ummah had, that because of that, the renewal was necessary one after another. And so that they had successive beautiful exemplars. One prophet came after another. And these prophets also were their political leaders, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent them also as heads to rule them. And the Prophet ﷺ said in his hadith, which is sound hadith, that the Bani Israel were ruled by their prophets. They were led by them.
ومن أجل أن سيدنا محمد صلى الله تعالى عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم خاتم الأنبياء، وختم الله تعالى به النبوة، ومن أجل أن الله تعالى تكفل بالحفاظ على هذا الدين وعلى كتابه وعلى سنته بقوله تعالى: إنا نحن نزلنا الذكر وإنا له لحافظون. من أجل ذلك الله تعالى بعث في هذه الأمة الحرص على العلم والحرص على التخلق بأخلاق النبي والتأدب بآدابه، والحرص على وراثته، والحرص على أن يكون فيهم مجموعة كبيرة من الأسوة الحسنة.
And so because of the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself said that he would take it upon himself to preserve this message. In the previous dispensations, it was left for the people themselves to preserve it, and they often corrupted their messages. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran that He Himself would take it upon Himself to preserve this message. And so because of that, and saying in the verse that we have revealed this Quran, and it is upon us, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the royal we, to preserve the Quran. Because of that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has instilled in this ummah an intense desire to acquire knowledge, to preserve our knowledge, but also to embody the prophetic character and to maintain a large number of these beautiful exemplars amongst the inheritors of the Prophet ﷺ, who inherited this beautiful character that he brought.
ومن أجل ذلك يقول النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم: العلماء ورثة الأنبياء. ويقول صلى الله تعالى عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم: علماء أمتي كأنبياء بني إسرائيل. والحديث وإن كان ضعيفا لكن معناه صحيح، لأن بني إسرائيل كانت تسوسهم الأنبياء، وأما أمة محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم فتسوسهم العلماء الذين هم ورثة الأنبياء، لأن النبوة قد ختمت، والأمة لا تبقى بدون قائد وبدون مبلغ وبدون من يسوس أمرها وبدون من يدعوها إلى الخير وإلى كذا وكذا. ومن أجل ذلك قال: العلماء ورثة الأنبياء، وأنبياء أمتي علماء أمتي كأنبياء بني إسرائيل.
And so for this reason, our ummah has the distinction of being led by these inheritors of the prophetic tradition, and these are called the ulama. And the Prophet ﷺ said in a sound hadith that the ulama are the inheritors of prophets. But in another hadith, which although it's weak, its meaning is sound, in which it says that the likeness of the scholars of my ummah is the likeness of the prophets of Bani Israel. And the reason for that is because, like it was said earlier, the prophets of Bani Israel, they were the ones that led their communities. They were led by their prophets. Whereas this community is supposed to be led by its ulama, because there will never be a time when there isn't the guidance of these scholars. And so they're there because every ummah needs leaders, and they need people to guide the people with their knowledge. This is always a prerequisite of the society. So the Prophet's society has the ulama that are in the position of the prophets of the previous communities.
ومن أجل تكفل الله تعالى بالحفاظ على هذا الدين بعث الله تعالى في هذه الأمة كما قلنا الشوق والرغبة في تعلم العلم والتخلق بأخلاق النبي ثم أنشأ فيهم علماء ربانيون.
And so these people, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has preserved this teaching, one of the things that He did in order to ensure that was He instilled in the hearts of some of this community this intense desire and love for knowledge, to pursue that knowledge and to take on these qualities and characters of the Prophet ﷺ, and to become those scholars that can nurture a society. Rabbaniyun are the people that nurture the people on this knowledge and this character, the two of them together.
أنشأ الله تعالى في هذه الأمة علماء ربانيين ومربين كبارا بأعداد كثيرة تسد حاجة المجتمع، ينوبون هؤلاء مناب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ويكونوا خلفاء له. وقد ساس هؤلاء العلماء الذين هم ورثة الأنبياء الأمة على مدى العصور، حافظوا على إيمانها وحافظوا على خلقها وحافظوا على وجودها وحافظوا على كل مقوماتها المعنوية والإيمانية والدينية.
And so, because of that, there has always been a very large number throughout the history of Islam of these scholars that are not simply scholars of outward knowledge, but they also have this ability to educate people in a true way, to educate their souls with this good character. And throughout the history of our ummah, there have been these people that have fulfilled that role and took on this Muhammadan inheritance and transmitted it and affected these generations of Muslims.
وجعلوا من هذه الأمة أمة قائدة للعالم وسيدة له ومعلمة للخير لكل العالم.
And so
هؤلاء العلماء
from these scholars were actually the scholars that really led the world in many things, and also gave great good and great knowledge to not just to the Muslim community, but to those outside of the community who benefited from their incredible endeavors.
وكان هؤلاء العلماء هم الساسة الحقيقيون والإداريون الحكماء للأمة الإسلامية، وحافظوا كما قلنا على كل مقوماتها وتقدموا بها ونهضوا بالأمة. ولكن عندما قل هذا النوع من العلماء بدأت الأمة في التقهقر.
And so, in reality, these scholars, historically, they really were the true leaders of the Muslim community. They were the ones that maintained those things that held up the Muslim community, and as long as they were there, the Muslim community really was held up and maintained. But the reality of the situation is, as that group of scholars diminished, and diminished increasingly until it got to very small numbers, the sustainability was no longer there, and this is where you really see the regression of the community of Muslims as opposed to their progress.
التاريخ أثبت بصرف النظر عن النصوص من الآيات من الكتاب والسنة، التاريخ أثبت أن تقدم الأمة ونهضتها وقيادتها للعالم، والذي هو مهمتها الذي ابتعثها الله لأجلها، وسيادتها للعالم، وكونها مصدر خير ومنبع كل الخيور للعالم، منوط بوجود الأعداد الكبيرة من الأسوة الحسنة من العلماء الربانيين الذين الواعين العالمين بدقائق الإسلام والعالمين بكل جوانبه، والذين علموا الأمة الإسلام بكل جوانبه. التاريخ أثبت أن تقدمها بوجود أفراد كثيرة من هذا النوع من العلماء.
And so if we look, if we set aside the verses and the hadith that indicate all of these things, and we set those aside and just simply look at the testimony of history itself, we will find that history clearly testifies that the real leaders, the ones that really gave the Muslim world its mastery over the rest of the world and put them in that elevated position of being leaders and being an ummah that was brought forth for the good of humanity, to benefit people. If we look at that, we will see very clearly that the history tells us that it's directly due to the extraordinary number of these scholars who had immense knowledge, who went into great details, who understood the religion with great details, but also there were these beautiful exemplars of the prophetic character, both in knowledge and in their practice. And this was really the real secret of the Muslim power, and history clearly reveals that.
كما أن التاريخ قد أثبت أن تخلف الأمة وتقهقرها عن ركب الحضارة وانحطاطها إلى الحالة السيئة التي تعيشها الأمة إنما هو بفقد مثل هؤلاء العلماء أو قلتهم فيها، الذين أو بقلتهم فيها أو بوجود علماء يأخذون بجانب من الدين ويتركون جانبا آخر.
And so what you'll find that, if again history will clearly show, just as it showed that the real reason for the rise and the progress and the ascendancy of the Muslim civilization was due to a great number of these people, history will also reveal quite clearly that the collapse of the Muslim ethos and also the decline and really low point that the Ummah has reached is the direct result of the fact that these numbers have diminished greatly. And it's hard to find these people at all. And when you do find them, what you will find is that they're very often people that know an aspect of the religion. So they have scholarship in some areas, but there's neglect in other areas. And so they're unable to have this holistic view.
والله تعالى عندما جعل هذه الأمة وابتعثها من أجل أن تكون مصدر خير للعالم أوجب عليها أن تكون أمة، كما أوجب عليها أن تكون أمة قوية في دينها، أوجب عليها أن تكون أمة قوية في دنياها أيضا. وعن هذا الطريق القوة في الدنيا تستطيع أن تقوم بمهمتها. ومن أجل ذلك خاطب الله تعالى الأمة بقوله وأعدوا لهم ما استطعتم من قوة ومن رباط الخيل ترهبون به عدو الله وعدوكم وآخرين من دونهم لا تعلمونهم الله يعلمهم.
And so for that reason, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala challenged this ummah to rise up to what Allah was asking of it, Allah also demanded from us not simply our spiritual practices, but also to have strength in the world, and to recognize that the material power was also a necessary component with the spiritual power to protect yourselves. And for this reason, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, prepare yourselves with power, and also, which was the vehicle at the time, with the maintaining horses for your cavalry, and through that you will deter your enemies, the enemies of Allah, and your enemies, and those which you don't even know yet, but Allah knows them. So this is Allah's command to us to also have this material power as well.
وعندما نلاحظ الآية الكريمة وندقق النظر فيها نرى هنا نكات وأمور مهمة. الأول يقول تعالى ما استطعتم من قوة، ما استطعتم، بكل ما عنده من الاستطاعة لابد أن يجهزوا القوة. ثم يقول الله تعالى والقوة هي كما فسرها النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم هي الرمي، بقول فسرها النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بقوله ألا إن القوة الرمي، ألا إن القوة الرمي، ألا إن القوة الرمي. ثم قال الله تعالى ترهبون به عدو الله وعدوكم، ما قال تقتلون به عدو الله وعدوكم، لأن الإسلام إنما بعث خيرا للعالم ولأجل أن يصل بالعالم إلى السعادة الدنيوية والأخروية، لا لأجل أن يقضي عليهم ويقتلهم، بل لأجل أن يكون قويا. حتى إذا كان قويا بالمادة والسلاح تكون كلمته نافذة وتكون الدعوة ماشية لا تعقدونها العوائق، والناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا، وتكون الكلمة النافذة للإسلام، لأن الكلمة النافذة هي كلمة القوي. من أجل ذلك القوة ليس لأجل القتل ولأجل الدمار كما هو الدارج في العالم. عندما يحصلون على القوة يدمرون ويقتلون ويخربون الدول ويخربون العالم، وإذا تولى سعى في الأرض ليفسد فيها ويهلك الحرث والنسل، والله لا يحب الفساد.
So if we look at the nuances of this verse, one of the things we notice is that Allah says, and prepare what you're able to, mastata'tum. So the istita'a, which is what you're capable of. So prepare from what you're capable of power. But then if you look also, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Prophet ﷺ said, when he was asked about what that power was, he said, the power is in projectiles. The power is in projectiles. The power is in projectiles. And he said it 3 times. So the ability to project your enemies, which at the time was archery. Today it's obviously intercontinental missiles, but it's still projectiles. That's the essence of power, is in the ability to project your weapons far distances. And so the Prophet ﷺ then said that it's in order to deter. And the word liturhibu, irhab, in Arabic, the closest word that we have in English is deter, because deter comes from a Latin word which is detere, which is out of fear. So a deterrent is something that
causes fear in people so that they won't harm you. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't say, لِتَقْتُلُوا عَدُوَّكُمْ, in order to kill your enemies. He said, no, be powerful in order to deter your enemies from trying to conquer you or overwhelm you. And so this is against what is very common coin amongst many people that talk about Islam. Oh, when Islam gets power, it's going to destroy the world. The reality of it is the Prophet ﷺ was told to get power in order to prevent destruction of the world. And this is why in the Quran it says, those who when they get power, they begin to corrupt in the earth and destroy agriculture and destroy the lineage, families and children. So, and then Allah says, and Allah does not like corruption. So Allah is saying in the Quran that those that get into power in order to destroy, to kill, to corrupt, those are evildoers. The Quran says that. So it's the complete opposite of what's claimed about Muslims who are told to get power in order to open the doors of good so that we can call people to the truth. So because one of the things that is the nature of having material power is that people listen to you. If you don't have power, they don't listen to you. And so the power of a word, when it's backed by material power, is much greater than somebody who doesn't have material power. And this is why when Muslims were powerful, they would go to places and people would want to become Muslim and be like them because they want to join the powerful side. So it's very important even for da'wah and people coming into Islam. When they see Muslims as strong and powerful, they want to be like them. If they see them as weak and helpless, they don't want to be like them. So this is part of the wisdom of the Quran telling us to be powerful.
المسلم إذا مكنه الله في الأرض يكون مصدر خير ومصدر سعادة للعالم كله. والله تعالى يقول الذين إن مكناهم في الأرض أقاموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأمروا بالمعروف ونهوا عن المنكر. جمع فيه يجمعون كل هذه الخيرات ويقدمونه للعالم. وأما غير المسلم فكما تلونا الآية قال الله تعالى فيهم وإذا تولى سعى في الأرض ليفسد فيها ويهلك الحرث والنسل والعالم كله الحرث والنسل، ما يوجد شيء آخر. الحرث والنسل سعى ليفسد فيها ويهلك الحرث والنسل ليفسد فيها ويهلك الحرث والنسل والله لا يحب الفساد. والتاريخ شاهد على هذا أن عندما تكون القوة للإسلام والمسلمين يسود الخير والعدل في العالم. وحتى الحروب الإسلامية هي أرحم حروب في التاريخ. ثم إذا تولى الآخرون لا يكون غير الخراب والدمار، ولكن هؤلاء يحاولون أن يعكسوا الأمور ويقولون المسلمون هم إرهابيون وفي التاريخ هم كذلك عملوا الإرهاب والآن عملوا الإرهاب، مع أن هناك مثل يقول إذا كان بيتك من زجاج فلا ترمي بيوت الناس بالحجارة. ولا نقول لا نبرئ المسلمين عن كل شر، الإسلام بريء عن كل شر.
نعم جميل.
والمسلمون لا يبرؤون عن كل شر.
نعم.
والمسلمون ناس يعدلون ويجورون، ولكن العدل فيهم الغالب والأصل والجور هو عارض وطارئ. والتاريخ أثبت ذلك أن أعدل الحكام هم الحكام المسلمون. وأما الحكام الآخرون فعندما استولوا على أي منطقة لم يجلبوا إليها غير الخراب والدمار والفساد في الحرث والنسل وفي الخلق وفي كل شيء. والذي يقرأ التاريخ لا يحتاج إلى بيان أكثر من هذا.
So, he said that
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that when He empowers the Muslims, what they do is they establish prayer, they establish charity to help the poor, and they command to what's good and they forbid what's bad. That's what He says when they have power in the earth. But as the earlier ayah was recited, when others are given power in the earth, then you see them hastening to corruption, destroying the agriculture and the offspring. And he said that this is the reality of the matter. But it's been painted the opposite, that the Muslims are the terrorists, that the Muslims are the ones that do all these evil deeds. But he said that history, really, if you're fair and look at history openly, then what you see is quite the opposite. That when the Muslims ruled, they were quite decent rulers that had a considerable amount of justice, and this was their norm. And he said that but I'm in no way justifying the actions of Muslims. What I'm saying is when the Muslims are unjust, it's not Islam. It's that they're human beings. And like human beings, they have good and they have bad. But Islam is free and unblemished in terms of its commandments and its injunctions. It's telling us to be just and upright. So when Muslims do bad things, it's the Muslims that should be blamed, but not Islam, because they're not doing it in accordance with their religion. They're doing it for other reasons, and so that's an important distinction. But Islam, and again, if people are just simply fair and will look at history, history is also a testament to this fact.
الإرهاب موجود الآن في العالم كله وفي العالم الإسلامي أيضا، وهو ما نشاهده. ولكن هناك إرهاب هو أصل الإرهاب وإرهاب دول، وهناك إرهاب جماعات. وأصل الإرهاب هو إرهاب الدول. الأصل الإرهابي في العالم هو إرهاب الدول الظالمة، هي التي تصنع الإرهاب أولا لنفسها، ثم تصنع إرهابيين أيضا في المسلمين، وتؤيد الإرهاب الإسلامي أيضا، حتى تري وتعمل دعاية أن هؤلاء إرهابيون. ولكن ما هو لماذا دخلوا الإرهاب؟ لماذا يعني حصل هذا الإرهاب؟ وما هو أصل الإرهاب؟ أصل الإرهاب الإرهاب الجماعات الإسلامية هو الإرهاب الدولي، الإرهاب العالمي، والظلم العالمي والاستعمار العالمي واستغلال خيرات المسلمين ومحاولة قتلهم وتشريدهم ومحاولة جرهم ابتعادهم عن الإسلام. وهذه المحاولات الإرهابية الدولية هي أصل الإرهاب في العالم الإسلامي.
And so if you look at terrorism, he said really you have to define, there's two types of terrorism, and then there's also the origin of terror. So the two types of terrorism, there's state terrorism, and then there's the terrorism of groups. If you look at state terrorism, that's really the foundation here. So it's the origin of the group terrorism is a direct result of the state terrorism. So when you have states that are oppressive and terrorizing peoples and terrorizing other countries, stealing their natural resources, exploiting them, doing these things, then you'll get reactions to that which often will use similar types of terror. And so this so-called Islamic terrorism that we witness today, and there's many places now where we see this, he said if you actually look at it, where's it coming from? Because it came out of this vacuum. So where did it come from? What's the origin of it? And he said if you're fair and honest, what you'll see is it's actually their reactions to state terror. And in many ways, it's these states that are oppressing and exploiting that will often produce this type of terror and then use it for their own benefits. And so they end up having these forces out there, and they say, oh, well, look, there you see, look at these horrible, and then it justifies their own terror. So they use their state terror, and they say, look at these groups that we have to deal with. They're so evil and horrible. And what they're doing is actually much worse when you look at the scale of the terror.
وقلنا آنفا إن الله تعالى أنشأ علماء ربانيين وكبار المربيين في الأمة قادوا الأمة إلى الخير وإلى السعادة وإلى قيادة العالم، لأنهم عرفوا الأمة بالإسلام بجميع نواحيه. ولماذا إذن الأمة تقهقرت؟ ولماذا ضعفت؟ ولماذا وصلت إلى هذا المنحدر الذي لا يقبله لنفسه إنسان؟
So when we look at the current situation, we see the Muslims and the conditions there, and like I said earlier, these beautiful exemplars were there and leading the Ummah. But now when we look at the regression of the Muslims and their backwardness and the depressed states that we find them in, looking at the reasons gets back to this original proposition.
ولماذا صار المسلم أذل من شاته كما قال النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم؟
So we ask the question, why is it that the Muslim now is really weaker than a lamb about to be slaughtered?
السبب الوحيد هو إهمال بعض أوامر الإسلام، الأوامر المتعلقة بتقدم الدول، بتقدم الدولة الإسلامية. نقطة الضعف في الأمة هو إهمال الجانب الدنيوي وأسباب تقدم الدنيا، وإهمال العلوم الدنيوية والتركيز فقط على العلوم الإسلامية.
And so if we look at the real reason for this condition that the Muslims find themselves in, it's because they really began to neglect the aspects of knowledges. They focused on these religious and spiritual knowledges, and they really lost the edge in these other knowledges, these worldly knowledges. And this has led to a condition, a degraded condition in the Ummah with
نقطة الضعف في الأمة هو إهمال الامتثال لقوله تعالى وأعدوا لهم ما استطعتم من قوة إلى آخر الآية. لأن الأمة لا تتقدم دنيويا إلا بالعلوم المادية والكونية. وعندما المدارس الدينية ركزت على العلوم الدينية فقط وأهملت العلوم الدنيوية، حينئذ بدأ الضعف يدب إلى الأمة وبدأ التقهقر. هذه نقطة التقهقر للأمة، والتقهقر لا يحصل بمرة ولا يحصل بدفعة، وإنما يحصل كما أن التقدم لا يكون إلا تدريجيا، كذلك التقهقر لا يكون إلا تدريجيا. ومنذ مئات السنين الأمة قد أهملت هذه العلوم فبدأت في التقهقر حتى وصلت إلى المنحدر الذي تعيشه الأمة.
And so if you look at the real, if you want to get to the core reason for this backward state that you see the Muslims in, much of it has to do with the simple fact that they ignored this verse in the Quran, in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that you should prepare what you're able to from quwwah, from this strength. And that strength really is about material strength. And so the Muslims neglected this aspect for centuries. And so this didn't happen all at once. It came over a long period of time where they got weaker and weaker and weaker until their enemies could just come and really eat them up. And so this neglect of these material sciences with the sole focus on religious sciences is really at the root of this loss of Muslim sovereignty.
نعم الأمة في أول أمرها على عهد الصحابة والتابعين أيضا ما كانت عندها العلوم المادية والكونية.
So
صحيحا.
During the early period, it's undeniably true that the first community didn't have these material sciences and the sciences of the cosmos.
ولكن حينئذ كان العالم كله كذلك وإنما سادت العالم حينئذ بدينها فقط وبدينها الصحيح وبعدلها وبرعايتها لحقوق الإنسان وبرحمتها وشفقتها على الناس. وأما بعدما العالم غير الإسلامي توجه إلى العلوم الكونية فكان الواجب على الأمة أن تكون في المقدمة كما كانت قبله في المقدمة في هذه العلوم، وأنشأت هي واخترعت علوما كثيرة مادية وكونية ودنيوية، فالأمة بعد ذلك أهملت هذا، والعالم الآخر هو الذي اهتم بهذا وتقدم، والأمة الإسلامية بقت في المؤخرة وبدأت في التقهقر حتى وصلت إلى هذا الحد من المستوى.
And so, it's undeniable that that first community was not in any way, shape, or form advanced in these sciences, nor did they pursue them. But it's important to remember that at the time the entire world was relatively primitive, and so they really ruled the world by justice. And so it was easy because their character, they were able to spread the religion, and wherever they went, they established high levels of justice with the people, and so people responded to that. But as they pursued their knowledges and their sciences, they actually invented many sciences, they developed previously existing sciences, and they were at the cutting edge of science of their time. And when they were doing that, they were leading the world in all these different various aspects of sovereignty. But when they began to neglect these sciences and they allowed other civilizations to surpass them in the development of these sciences, they really lost their position in the world and increasingly declined until it got to the point, the situation that you see now, where they have no ability to defend themselves.
ونحن في تركيا بفضل الله وكرمه في مقدمة الدعاة إلى إصلاح المدارس، وإصلاح المدارس هو إصلاح للأمة.
And so, by the grace of God, we here in Turkey really are at the forefront of trying to rectify this problem by rectifying our curricula in our schools and recognizing the importance of these two elements in society.
ومقدمة لنهضتها وتقدمها في العالم وسيادتها وقيادتها للعالم.
And so again, we're really trying to get to the forefront of once again being in a position to have strength and to be a source of guidance and a source of leadership for others to see.
ونحن دائما ندعو إلى أن يكون علماء الأمة وراثا للنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وأسوة حسنة في جميع النواحي الخلقية والإيمانية والعلمية وعالمين بالإسلام وساعين في تطبيقه بجميع نواحيه حتى يكونوا مصدر خير كثير ويكون سببا لعودة الأمة إلى ما كانت عليه.
And so what we want to be is at the forefront of this renaissance of Muslim scholarship, and to really that our scholars should be inheritors of this prophetic tradition. And if they take on that inheritance, then again we can restore this position of Muslim sovereignty in the world, and be in a place where we can do good things and benefit humanity with our knowledge and our abilities.
فإذا ما هو واجب الأمة أو ما هو أهم واجب الأمة كأمة ليس كفرد.
So to ask the question then, what is the obligation, or more importantly, what's the most important of the obligations for this ummah? And I'm not talking about the individual, because individuals have their own matters, but what is the most important wajib for us as a ummah, as a civilization?
واجب الأمة أن يعتنوا بتنشئة علماء من هذا النوع يكونون قادة لأمتهم إلى الخير وإلى السعادة وإلى عودة الأمة إلى ما كانت عليه وما ابتعثها الله لأجله من سيادة العالم وقيادته وكونها معلمة خير للعالم.
And so really the thing that we should be most concerned about as a ummah is the preparation and the development of these scholars that are beautiful exemplars that are practicing this, so that we can restore our position of sovereignty and of dignity and elevate the status of our communities, so that we can once again be a community that really provides leadership for the world and good and disperses that good to the whole world.
إذن واجب الأول واجبا وأهم واجبا على الأمة كأمة أن ينشئوا أعدادا كبيرة من العلماء من هذا النوع، من هذا الطراز القديم، من هذا الطراز العالي، وأن ينشئوا مدارس تكون هذا النوع وهذا الطراز من علماء الأمة ومن خلفاء النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وورثته.
And so we should really see that that is our most important project now, is to advance these institutions, to found these institutions that will be able to produce scholars that are inheritors, and that will be like these scholars of the past that really went into every science and knowledge and delved the depths of knowledge and science, so that we can again have this level of scholarship in our community.
وتنشئة علماء ووراث النبوة وقادة الأمة من هذا الطراز ومن هذا النوع لا يكون إلا بالعلم والتربية.
And so this, in order to produce this mode of scholar who really comes out of this prophetic font and embodies this prophetic inheritance, the only way to do that is really if we have this understanding of knowledge and tarbiyah, that you can't just have information, but you also have to have the ethical education that goes along with the informational education.
فالواجب أولا أن ينشأ علماء كبار وراث للنبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في علمهم وخلقهم وعملهم وعلماء يصلحون لأن ينشئوا هذا الطراز من العلماء، وعلماء مربون يربون تلاميذهم ويربون مجتمعهم على الخلق الإسلامي والوعي الإسلامي والآداب الإسلامية.
And so, in order to do that, then we have to really have institutions that are able to produce these scholars, but then those scholars need to replicate that again, and do it by taking out into the society this tarbiyah and transforming the society's ethical character, having an impact on the society, so that the society itself is affected by their character, and their character in turn gets transformed because of the presence of these exemplars.
وسيدنا أبو بكر الصديق رضي الله تعالى عنه يقول لا يصلح آخر هذه الأمة إلا بما صلح به أولها، وأول الأمة قد رباها النبي صلى الله تعالى عليه وسلم على هذا الطراز وهذا الخلق وهذا الوعي وهذا الشعور وهذه الآداب وهذه العلوم، ثم رباها الصحابة على هذا النوع وعلى هذا الطراز، وثم رباها التابعون على هذا النوع وعلى هذا الطراز، وعن هذا الطريق انتشر الإسلام في العالم شرقه وغربه بسرعة أذهلت كل العالم، وتحير فيه مفكرو العالم، وصار لغز الألغاز في العالم حتى اليوم. لماذا هو صار لغزا عندهم؟ لأنهم لا يعترفون بحقية الإسلام وكونه دين الله وكونه شرع الله، لا يعترفون بهذا حتى يضيفون الأمر إلى هذا.
نعم.
فيبقى لغزا غير محلول عندهم.
And so, for this reason, if we have to get back to this prophetic character, and really, there's a statement of the Salaf which said that the last portion of this ummah will not be rectified by anything other than what rectified the first portion of the ummah, the Salaf. And what rectified that first portion was that the Prophet ﷺ came into the world and transformed the character of his people. And those Sahaba that he trained, they in turn transformed the character of the Tabi'een who followed them, and they in turn transformed the character of those who came after them. And it continued on like this. And for that reason, Islam spread in such a sudden and unhistorical fashion that really it completely took the world by surprise. And to this day, they really don't have an explanation of why Islam spread so incredibly fast. They don't accept that it's because it's the religion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it remains a historical riddle. It's just perplexing to them how this religion appeared in the 7th century, and then within an incredibly short time it was engulfing a good part of the known world at that time and spread so rapidly. And they can't admit that it was because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had the blessing of His blessing upon it and it spread. But it really still remains for them a riddle as to why it spread so fast.
إذن الأمر كله وأول الواجبات وأهم الواجبات على الأمة هو الاعتناء بالعلوم الإسلامية، ثم العلوم الكونية، ثم ما هو حاجة العصر هذه أن يهتموا بها، وثم تنشئة علماء من الطراز الذي ذكرناه، وتربية الشعب وتربية العلماء لتلاميذهم على الخلق الإسلامي وعلى الآداب الإسلامية والحفاظ على عقائدهم وخلقهم وآدابهم.
And so what's important is that you have these scholars that are going to first and foremost learn the Islamic sciences, because those are the foundational sciences, but then also learn the physical, material sciences, because those are also extremely important. And then also added to that is the importance of this tarbiyah, this ethical quality of self-transformation. And those people have to nurture not only the society, but also students that will take on that knowledge. And through this is the way our ummah can be transformed.
وهذا ما كان قام به حق القيام السلف الصالح من الصحابة والتابعين وأتباعهم وأتباع التابعين. عن هذا الطريق كما قلنا انتشر الإسلام وساد الإسلام العالم، وقاد الناس إلى السعادة الدينية والدنيوية والأخروية، ولا يصلح آخر هذه الأمة إلا بما صلح به أولها.
And so this is how this first generation really transformed the world through following this pattern. And then the next generation followed. And again, the only way that we can have a restoration of this is by doing the same things that they did. And for that reason, reiterating the saying of the early community that the end of this community will not be rectified by anything other than what rectified the first of this community. الله يبارك فيك سيدي. كما الشيخ عنده سفر غدا يعني
لا أراعي.
لكن ممكن تأخذ 3 أسئلة.
نعم.
طيب. Three questions. Go ahead. I'll repeat it.
هل جزء من سبب وضعنا المؤلم اليوم أن الرجال والنساء الصالحين يبتعدون عن مناصب القوة؟ وماذا نفعل عندما تتاح لنا الفرص للحصول على القوة ضمن منظمات لا نتفق معها حكميا، مثلا هي مبنية على مبادئ لا توافق ديننا؟
So the question is about, if material power and being in these positions of influence are important, then what should be a Muslim's, what should be their situation when those very systems that have that power are not congruous with their own beliefs and their religion. So how do they act vis-a-vis that? Is that pretty much, yeah. فهمت؟ يعني هي تسأل عن يعني قدسا أهمية القوة والنفوذ، لكن مع ذلك يعني بالنسبة للأنظمة اليوم الكثير منها تناقض المبادئ الإسلامية، فكيف تنصح يعني هؤلاء الذين ممكن عندهم الإمكان أن يدخل في هذا الميدان لكن يحسوا أن الميدان لا يوافق مبادئهم؟
واجب الأمة أولا الدعوة والتبليغ وإصلاح المجتمعات، ثم إصلاح الإداريين. وإصلاح الإداريين إما أن يكون بإصلاح أشخاص أو بتبديل أشخاص يعني فالواجب للأمة أن تسعى إلى الخير، والسعي إلى الخير له يعني أساليب وله طرق تختلف بحسب العصور وبحسب الأزمان وبحسب الأمكنة وبحسب الظروف وبحسب الدول تختلف. مثلا في تركيا عندما أردنا أن نجعلها مثال، يعني الأخوة المسلمون في تركيا سعوا إلى أن يحصلوا على الحكم بطرق يعني هي كانت ميسرة، القوانين تسمح بها، وحاولوا يعني محاولات كثيرة وفشلوا، ثم حاولوا وفشلوا، ثم حاولوا وفشلوا، وأخيرا بفضل الله تعالى نجحوا في هذا السبيل نجاحا الحمد لله باهرا. وهذه التجربة التركية نريد أن تكون تجربة نموذجية للعالم الإسلامي.
So, Sheikh said that the first and foremost priority is really calling people back to the faith itself and delivering this message, because a lot of people that they don't have the message, and so that's very important. But in terms of working within these systems, it just depends on times and places necessitate different strategies and different ways of working. So it depends on where you are and what the conditions are. Much of what's needed is what he called rectifying the administrative aspects of these governments. And so he said that can happen, one, by rectifying the administrators themselves, but sometimes it can happen by replacing those administrators with better administrators. To use the example of the Turkish experience, in Turkey, the Muslims worked for a very long time to really get into a better position, because, as you know, he didn't go into it, but the secular history of 20th century Turkey was very anti-religious. But the religious people were very patient, And they worked within the constitutional system, which allows for elections. And they tried, they failed, they tried again, they failed, they tried again, until finally they began to succeed. And it was a very slow and intergenerational process. But eventually they were able to get into positions where they could actually make a very positive change in the society, enabling more religious freedom and other things. So this is an example that happened here of how to do it. Other places are going to have different experiences.
والدعوة في الإسلام كما يجب أن تكون بحكمة، كما قال الله تعالى: ادع إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة. كذلك المحاولات السياسية ومحاولات المسلمين للحصول على الحكم في بلدانهم أيضا يجب أن تكون بحكمة، وإلا يكون ضررها أكثر من نفعها، بل قد تكون مصدر شر فقط ولا يترتب عليها خير.
And so if we look at the Muslim world, we have to recognize that it's very important to call people back to the truth and to do this, but to do it with wisdom, because excuse me, alhamdulillah. Because in many places it hasn't been done with wisdom, and so you see the effects of not trying to change things wisely. Sometimes people are so unwise that what they actually end up doing is complete evil. It just ends up being terrible for the people.
ولولا المحاولات السياسية الحكيمة من إخواننا في تركيا لما قامت هذه الدروس هنا.
هذا سؤال، وأنا أظن يعني هو يقول أنا شوية تحيرت، لأن في بداية الدرس أنا أحسست بأن الشيخ الغرسي يشير إلى أن الانحطاط في العالم الإسلامي وفي أمتنا كان لسبب روحاني، عدم وجود التربية وفقدان الأدب وفقدان العلماء الربانيين. لكن يعني بعد ذلك أحسست بأنه يشير إلى أن نقطة الضعف المادي التي كانت لسبب عدم وجود أو إهمال هذه العلوم العصرية والمادية والكونية هي التي أدت إلى الانحطاط. فأنا أريد يعني لو توضح هل هو الاثنان أو أحدهما غالب على الآخر؟
طبعا يعني الأصل كما قلنا الصحابة والتابعون وأتباع التابعين ما كانت عندهم هذه العلوم الكونية كما قلنا، ولكن كان العالم حينئذ كله كذلك على هذا المستوى، فتقدموا بالطرق الذي ذكرتم برفض الدنيا وبالدعوة والتبليغ والإرشاد والعدل، وصاروا مصدر خير وصاروا نموذج العدالة في العالم. من أجل ذلك نشروا الدين في ربوع العالم. وأما عندما وقع السباق في العالم في العلوم الكونية والتكنولوجيا والتسلح، فارتبط تقدم الدول وتقهقرها بالتقدم في هذه العلوم وتقهقر هذه العلوم، وصار الضعيف من أجل أنه ضعيف في العالم يتقهقر دينيا وروحانيا أيضا، وصار الغالب هو الذي يدعوه إلى الكفر ويبعده عن الإسلام، لأن القوة معه، والقوي هو الذي يستطيع أن يصدر مبادئه وأن يفعل ما يشاء.
So, like I had said earlier, in the first period, the Muslims didn't have any of these sciences. But if you look at the world, it was relatively primitive, and for that reason, nobody had these sciences. So when the Muslims went into these societies, they were able to do what they did based on their justice. As they increased, the justice spread. They were known for their justice. They became exemplars of just societies relative to that period. As time increased, they developed these sciences and they were at the cutting edge, but then they began to decline. Now that decline from the neglect of these sciences allowed other civilizations to rise up. In their rising up, they became powerful. And because of that, they were able to come into our society and then undermine the spiritual traditions in our cultures and in our societies and impose on us their way of living and their way of looking at the world. And this was done because we became weak and they became strong. And so there's a relationship, both are there, but the undermining of the spiritual power of the Muslims was really a direct result of their collapse in their abilities to defend themselves. And so this is the way we find the Muslims today. They lost their sovereignty and their power, and so both are true. But what he's saying is that when the Muslims could defend themselves, they could preserve their spirituality. But when they lost the defense of themselves, these other cultures were able to come in and colonize them, shut down their madrasas, shut down their. I mean, if you look at what happened in Morocco. They shut down all these, the French shut down their colleges, they transformed, Al-Azhar was transformed by Freemasons. I mean, the Freemasons infiltrated Al-Azhar and transformed it. That's documented historically. Lord Cromer was in Egypt. He was the governor of Egypt, and he was very good friends with a lot of the Azharis. And the complete transformation. So these things can't be ignored, these historical truths. But remember, he's looking at a very long projection of the Ummah. He's not looking like right now we can see the spiritual crises in the Muslim Ummah. But if you look at how we got here, what he's saying is the Muslims lost their ability to defend themselves. And in losing that ability, they got conquered by other peoples. And by conquering them, they were able to bring in all of their ways of looking at the world, their material sciences. We didn't have responses to them. And so a lot of these people, and now we have, with the internet and with television, all these things, we've got the Trojan horses in people's houses. I mean, Muslim kids now are growing up on films in which there's no family, there's just boyfriends and girlfriends. I mean, the Gulf states, it's all free. Western movies, it's just 24 hours on television. The kids are growing up with these things. So this is, it's a type of colonization of the mind. Before they colonized the bodies, but now the minds have been colonized. So you can, once you've colonized the minds, you can forego all of the hassles of physical occupation because you've occupied them mentally, and then you just go back to your home states and you've got your mental slaves to fulfill all of your anyway, long discussion. هذه قصة طويلة. الله يبارك فيك شيخ. هذا شيخ، والله شيخ صالح ما شاء الله، هو بحر من بحور العلم. يعني he really is. And the thing about, he's mastered the Islamic sciences, but as a alim of the Islamic sciences, he recognizes the importance of these other sciences, that we have to have a balance, that the Muslims can't only focus on this. And that's why people have different roles to play. And all these علوم كما قال الغزالي، هذه العلوم كلها فروض كفاية، هندسة وطب وصناعة وزراعة يعني كلها من ديننا.
ثم نعى على علماء عصره.
نعم.
على فقهاء عصره قال أنتم أيها العلماء
أهملتم. نعم.
تعلمتم الفقه وأهملتم هذا. نعم. الطب والهندسة. نعم. وكذا وتركتموها. نعم. للنصارى.
نعم.
هل هذا
نعم، أنا درست السنة الماضية كتاب العلم من الإحياء، وهو يذكر واضح جدا. يعني Imam al-Ghazali is very clear in the Book of Knowledge where he's actually finding fault in the scholars of his time, that you're just studying fiqh and all these legalisms, you're ignoring all these other important sciences. And he says that in the Book of Knowledge. You know, Ghazali was not this spiritualist that people think he was. He was very much embedded in the political civilization of his time. He was an advisor to kings, he was an advisor to ministers, he was very active politically, and he was aware of the importance of having a powerful state to preserve the spiritual integrity of our civilization. He was in no way a darwish. You know, he spent a short period of time. It was only 18 months. People think it was 10 years. It was 18 months where he left his position and really disappeared in order to work on his soul. But Imam al-Ghazali was very active.
وهنا أريد بهذه المناسبة أن أنبه على شيء آخر في جملة قصيرة. من المعلوم لكم أن أول آية أو نزلت من القرآن قوله تعالى: اقرأ باسم ربك. لاحظوا عندما ندقق في هذه الآية قال اقرأ، أمر بالقراءة ولم يعين المقروءة. ومن القاعدة البلاغية أن حذف المفعول يفيد العموم، فالواجب على المؤمن هو قراءة كل علم نافع للمسلمين.
So he said that it's very important. If you look at the very first verse that was revealed chronologically in our religion, it was اقرأ باسم ربك. And what's important is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not say, he said اقرأ باسم ربك, but he didn't say, he didn't use a direct object. So the sentence is a command to read in the name of your Lord, but he doesn't say what to read. So, and in rhetoric, when you don't mention the object of the verb, it indicates a kind of general statement, like you should read. If I said that, I'm saying you should just read generally, like it's a good thing to do. If I said you should read more literature, then I'm identifying what. So when Allah said اقرأ باسم ربك, what he was saying was read in general, that's a general statement.
ثم هنا جمع الله تعالى في هذه الآية الكريمة بين المادة والروحانية. كيف؟ لأن العلم والقراءة تعتبر من المادة شيء مطلوب للنفس، ويشمل قراءة جميع العلوم المتعلقة بالدين والدنيا وبالكون، ولكن يجب القراءة كلها أن تكون بسم الله تعالى. ومن أجل إعلاء كلمة الله تعالى، ومن أجل التقدم بدونه ومجتمع المسلمين والدولة الإسلامية.
So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said اقرأ باسم ربك, telling us to read generally, that the purpose here really is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us to do this in the name of Allah, that whatever you study, whatever you do should be done with the sole purpose of exalting your Lord, of teaching your Lord.
افتتح الله تعالى كتابه بالأمر بالقراءة، ثم ثنى بامتنانه على المسلمين بتعليم القلم. هذا إشارة إلى أن الأصل في هذا الدين، وأصل هذا الدين هو العلم والقلم والقراءة والكتابة. هذا من أجل ذلك بدأ الله تعالى كتابه بهذا الأمر، وثنى بالثناء بالامتنان على الإنسان بتعليمه الكتابة. الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. هذا هو الأصل، ولكن بالطريقة التي ذكرنا ينشأ منها علماء ربانيين ومربين حكماء يتعلمون الأوامر الإسلامية بجميع نواحيها ويطبقونها ويكونون أسوة حسنة وأداة خير وسعادة لدنيا الأمة وأخراها.
And so in this verse again, when we look at it, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala begins by saying, read generally in the name of your Lord. That was the important condition, that the reading be for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But then He reminds us of His blessing upon us, that He created the human being and taught him with the instrument of the pen, with the ability to write. So He gave the human being the ability to transmit His knowledge and to further His knowledge. And so this is very important. Again, it goes back to this idea of having scholars, these ulama rabbaniyin, who spread this knowledge in the society with both the information that the knowledge contains, but also the character necessary to carry that knowledge in order for it to be beneficial knowledge, in order for it to illuminate and not to desecrate.
وفي الإسلام الدين والعلم أخوان، بل العلم جزء من الدين، بل هو أصل للدين، وهذا ما تشير إليه هذه الآية الكريمة.
And so the reality of it is that knowledge and religion are really twins. But in reality, knowledge, the religion itself is, the origin of it is knowledge. So the basis is all knowledge. And that's why the verse in the Quran clearly indicates that it's about knowledge.
وليس في الإسلام لا في نصوصه ولا في مبادئه ولا في تاريخه العداء بين الدين والعلم، كما تعلمون كان هو الواقع في غير الدين الإسلامي، وجرت من أجل العداء بين العلم والدين حروب، وقتل من أجله الملايين من الناس. أما الإسلام فالعلم هو أصل الدين.
And so for this reason, in our civilization, knowledge and religion were never at odds. They were never enemies. And you find in other civilizations, actually, there was an antagonistic relationship between knowledge and between religion, which even led to wars and even led to millions of people losing their lives over these two conflicting conditions, the knowledge and religion. الله يبارك فيك سيدي، الله يفتح عليكم إن شاء الله.
لا تنسونا من دعوتنا.
إن شاء الله.
آخر سؤال إذا سمحتم.
تفضلوا.
إذا سمحت أريد أن أعود إلى السؤال الأول.
نعم.
ماذا عن الدول التي لا تسمح أنظمتها لمثل هؤلاء المصلحين بالدخول في مثل هذه الطريقة، والتي هي تردع مثل هذه المحاولات وتقتلهم؟
الواجب الأمة وواجب علماء الأمة أولا والأصل في الإسلام هو الدعوة والتبليغ. والدعوة والتبليغ لها طرق كثيرة وأساليب شتى، والدول قد تعوق دون أسلوب من الأساليب وتحول دون وطريق من الطرق، ولكن لا تحول قطعا ولا تستطيع أن تحول دون كل الأساليب ودون كل الطرق. فالواجب على الدعاة وعلى المسلمين أن يقوموا بالدعوة بحسب ما يتيسر وبالأساليب الذي يستطيعونها، ولا يجوز الإهمال، يعني كليا هذا غير جائز بطريق من الطرق وليس له مسوق شرعي. نعم.
So again, the question goes back to the first question about when these governments don't allow for people to find themselves in, then what really we respond to that? Is that in essence what?
Unlike the Turkish example.
Huh?
Unlike the Turkish example.
Yeah, exactly. Unlike Turkish. So anyway, is that fine? Yeah, is that what you were intending? Yeah. So the Shaykh said, again, it gets back to what is our first and foremost obligation, and that is to convey the message, to call people to this message. That's what's upon the Muslims, especially upon their scholars, but to do it in ways that are appropriate. And even in the worst, most oppressive conditions, there's always ways to deliver the message. Even as we know, there were periods where people were killed for doing it, and people still did it. They found ways to convey this message in places. So this is the most important thing, and not to neglect that. To neglect that aspect of just simply conveying the message. He said that he can't really find a Sharia excuse for doing that.
ولا سيما في هذا العصر الذي هو عصر الفضائيات وعصر الانترنت، هو أساليب كثيرة تمنع، يعني الحكومات قد تحول دون بعضها ولكنها تحول دون كلها ولا تستطيع أن تحول. وواجب المسلم دائما أن يفكر ويختار أساليب ويوجد طرق للدعوة والتبليغ ويمشي عليها.
So, especially in this time that we're living in, when we have all of these extraordinary means and methods to convey messages that they didn't have before, these things that we have, the internet and other technological means. So, these things are also means of conveying this message and reaching more and more people. So that's important. الحمد لله، نشكره وندين بشكره، ونسأل الله سبحانه وتعالى دائما أن يوفق الشيخ إن شاء الله ويصلح أحواله في نشاطه، يعني يعاونه ويقويه، وإن شاء الله يمتعه بالصحة والعافية، ويبقي مدرسته على ما هي عليها، وبالازدياد دائما إن شاء الله بالتلاميذ وبالأساليب. ونرجو من الله سبحانه وتعالى أن يثيبه بما قضى لنا من الوقت، وأن يوصله سالما غانما إلى إسطنبول، حيث يقوم بواجب كذلك يعني مع العلماء هناك، ويوفقهم ويسدد خطاهم إن شاء الله. فجزاكم الله عنا وعن المسلمين خير الجزاء، وإن شاء الله ينشر علمك يعني بكتبك وبحضورك في الأماكن شتى دائما، وإن شاء الله نكون رواة كذلك لعلمك قدر استطاعتنا، يعني لأن
بارك الله علينا وعليكم، ووفقنا الله تعالى وإياكم إلى النية الطيبة والعمل الصالح.
آمين.
وحسن الختام. آمين. ورزقنا الله تعالى وأكرمنا بالحسنى وزيادة.
آمين. جزاك الله خيرا سيدي، وفقكم الله.
ولا تنسونا من دعوتكم.